Jerusalem enters the biblical story in the book of Genesis, long before the city became the political capital of Israel or the site of Solomon's temple. Its earliest appearance is connected with Abraham, who at that stage of the narrative is still known as Abram. After returning victorious from a military expedition against a coalition of kings, Abram is met by a mysterious ruler named Melchizedek, described as both the king of Salem and a priest of God Most High. Salem has traditionally been associated with Jerusalem, making this encounter one of the earliest biblical traditions connected with the city. The meeting takes place after Abram's return from battle, when Melchizedek comes out carrying bread and wine. Rather than appearing simply as another local ruler, he performs a religious role. He blesses Abram in the name of God Most High, whom he identifies as the creator of heaven and earth, and gives thanks for Abram's victory. Abram responds by presenting Melchizedek with a tenth of what he has acquired. In this way, Jerusalem's first biblical association is not primarily with warfare, kingship, or monumental architecture, but with worship and sacred authority. Melchizedek is portrayed as an unusual combination of king and priest. Later traditions connected him with the ancient rulers of the region, particularly the Canaanite or Jebusite population associated with Jerusalem before the Israelite monarchy. Whatever historical interpretation is placed upon the story, its literary significance is striking. The territory around Jerusalem is presented as sacred generations before David captures the city. Another important episode appears later in Genesis, when Abraham is commanded to travel to the land of Moriah with his son Isaac. There, on a mountain chosen by God, Abraham is told to offer Isaac as a sacrifice. The story ultimately ends without Isaac being sacrificed, but Moriah acquires enormous religious importance through the episode. Much later, the biblical narrative explicitly associates Mount Moriah with the location where Solomon constructed the temple in Jerusalem. This connection transforms the landscape into something larger than a simple geographical setting. According to the biblical tradition, the same general sacred region becomes associated with Abraham, sacrifice, divine revelation, Davidic kingship, and eventually the temple itself. Jerusalem therefore develops within the biblical narrative through layers of memory, each generation attaching new religious and political significance to the same landscape. The Book of Chronicles further connects Mount Moriah with the site obtained by David before the construction of the temple. David purchased a threshing floor from Araunah the Jebusite, and this location was later identified as the place where Solomon would establish the temple. Within the biblical framework, therefore, the sacred history of Jerusalem does not suddenly begin with Solomon. Instead, Solomon's temple represents the culmination of traditions reaching much further back into Israel's ancestral past. Centuries after the story of Abraham, Jerusalem appears again during the biblical account of Israel's conquest of Canaan. At this point, the city is ruled by a king named Adoni-Zedek. When he learns that Joshua has defeated Jericho and Ai, and that the inhabitants of Gibeon have reached an agreement with the Israelites, he becomes deeply concerned. Gibeon was no insignificant settlement, and its alliance with Joshua threatened the political balance of the surrounding region. Adoni-Zedek therefore attempted to organize resistance. He appealed to the rulers of Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon, asking them to join him in an attack against Gibeon. The resulting conflict brought these kings into direct confrontation with Joshua. Jerusalem thus appears in this part of the biblical narrative not as an Israelite city, but as one of the important Canaanite centers attempting to resist Israelite expansion. According to the book of Joshua, the king of Jerusalem was eventually defeated along with the other rulers who had joined the coalition. Jerusalem's ruler is later included among the kings overcome during Joshua's campaigns. Yet defeating the ruler did not mean that Israel immediately gained permanent possession of Jerusalem itself. The history presented in the biblical books is considerably more complicated. After Joshua's death, the tribe of Judah launched another attack against Jerusalem. Judges describes the city being captured, struck with the sword, and burned. Nevertheless, the Israelites apparently failed to establish lasting control over the fortress. The Jebusites remained associated with Jerusalem, and the city continued to exist outside permanent Israelite possession for generations. This situation would continue until the age of David, By then, Jerusalem had developed into a formidable fortified settlement. Its defensive strength was closely connected with its geography. The ancient city occupied a narrow ridge surrounded by steep valleys. To the east lay the Kidron Valley, while the terrain to the west and southwest was protected by other descending valleys, including the Hinnom. These natural barriers made several approaches to the settlement extremely difficult. The northern side was more vulnerable because the ridge continued toward the higher ground associated with Mount Moriah. For this reason, the northern defenses would have been particularly important. Walls, fortifications, and defenders could be concentrated there to block the most practical approach to the city. Jerusalem's inhabitants could therefore rely on both constructed defenses and the natural shape of the landscape. The biblical account captures the confidence these defenses gave the Jebusites. When David marched against Jerusalem, its inhabitants reportedly mocked the possibility that he could capture their fortress. Their taunt suggested that even the blind and the lame would be enough to keep David outside. Behind the insult was a clear message. They believed Jerusalem was virtually impossible to storm. David proved otherwise. According to 2 Samuel, David succeeded in taking the stronghold of Zion and transforming it into his own political center. The text also preserves an enigmatic reference to a water shaft or water channel in connection with the assault. Exactly how this passage should be understood has long been debated, but the tradition clearly remembers the conquest as an operation that overcame Jerusalem's formidable defensive advantages. The capture of Jerusalem was one of the decisive moments of David's reign. Instead of continuing to rule exclusively from an older tribal center, David now possessed a strategically located fortress that could serve as the capital of his expanding kingdom. Jerusalem became closely identified with him and acquired the name City of David. The choice was politically powerful. Jerusalem had not previously been the traditional center of one of Israel's dominant tribes, making it particularly useful as a royal capital. By establishing his court there, David could create a new center connected directly with the monarchy. The city gradually became not merely a conquered fortress, but the political heart of the kingdom. The name Zion also became deeply associated with Jerusalem. Initially connected with the captured stronghold, the term would acquire broader meanings over time. The ridge of the city of David and the sacred territory extending northward toward Mount Moriah increasingly formed part of a single religious and political landscape. After taking the city, David began expanding and strengthening it. Biblical descriptions refer repeatedly to construction around a feature called the Millo. The exact nature of the Millo has been debated, but it is commonly connected with terraces, retaining structures, or substantial construction designed to support buildings on the steep slopes of the ancient city. Archaeological discoveries in the city of David have played an important role in modern discussions of these passages. Large architectural remains uncovered on the eastern side of the ridge include the structure commonly called the stepped stone structure. Excavations associated with archaeologists such as Kathleen Kenyon contributed significantly to the study of this massive system of stone construction. Nearby, another substantial archaeological feature has become known as the large stone structure. Excavations led by Eilat Mazar brought renewed attention to this area and generated considerable debate over whether some of these remains could be connected with monumental architecture from the period traditionally associated with the early Israelite monarchy. The precise dating and interpretation of these structures remain subjects of scholarly discussion, but they demonstrate the enormous archaeological importance of the ridge traditionally identified with the city of David. The biblical narrative describes David building extensively around his newly acquired capital. He established his royal residence there, and Jerusalem increasingly became the administrative center of his kingdom. The transformation must have involved more than simply occupying the existing Jebusite fortress. New buildings, defensive improvements, terraces, and royal facilities would have been necessary as the settlement assumed its new political role. David's building activity also began pushing Jerusalem northward. The original settlement occupied the southeastern ridge, but expansion toward the higher ground to the north eventually connected the royal city more closely with the area of Mount Moriah. This northern development would become particularly important under David's son, Solomon. According to the biblical account, construction altered parts of the earlier defensive system. 1 Kings later refers to Solomon building the Millo and repairing a breach associated with the city of David. Whatever the precise architectural sequence behind these references, the narrative presents Jerusalem as undergoing major physical transformation during the reigns of David and Solomon. Solomon inherited a capital that was already expanding beyond the limits of the older Jebusite settlement. His reign brought a much more ambitious phase of construction. Most importantly, he developed the northern area associated with Mount Moriah and established the temple there. This permanently changed Jerusalem's identity. The city was no longer simply David's royal fortress. It was becoming the political and religious center of the kingdom. The temple created a monumental sacred focus north of the original city of David. Royal buildings and associated administrative complexes further enlarged the urban landscape. New defensive works enclosed areas that had previously stood outside the older settlement, increasing both the physical size and symbolic importance of Jerusalem. By approximately the 10th century BC, the Jerusalem described in the biblical narrative had therefore undergone a remarkable transformation. What had once been a Jebusite hill fortress had developed into the capital of an Israelite kingdom. Expansion northward added significant territory to the older settlement, while the construction of the temple established Mount Moriah as the religious center of the city. Estimates for Jerusalem during Solomon's period suggest a relatively modest population by the standards of later imperial capitals, perhaps numbering only several thousand inhabitants. Yet, population alone does not explain the city's importance. Jerusalem's influence came from the concentration of royal authority, religious institutions, administration, and sacred tradition within a remarkably small geographical area. The story of early Jerusalem is therefore a story of transformation. In biblical tradition, it begins with the mysterious priest-king Melchizedek and Abraham's encounter with the sacred landscape. It continues through the traditions surrounding Mount Moriah, the struggles of Canaanite rulers, the survival of the Jebusite fortress, and David's dramatic conquest of the city. Under David, Jerusalem became a royal capital. Under Solomon, it expanded into a monumental and religious center dominated by the temple. Within only a few generations, an ancient fortified settlement had become the heart of a kingdom and one of the most enduring sacred cities in human history. The story of Jerusalem's Temple Mount begins with a hill whose importance reaches far beyond the construction of Solomon's temple. In the biblical tradition, this elevated ground is identified with Mount Moriah, a place already surrounded by sacred memories long before monumental buildings transformed Jerusalem's skyline. 2 Chronicles places Solomon's temple on this mountain and connects the site directly with David, who had previously acquired the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. The circumstances surrounding David's purchase are recorded differently in the biblical books. 2 Samuel describes David paying 50 shekels of silver for the threshing floor and the oxen used there, while 1 Chronicles gives a much larger payment of 600 shekels of gold for the site. The source interprets these figures as referring to two different transactions, the smaller amount for the threshing floor and animals, and the larger amount for the broader property. Whatever interpretation is adopted, the narrative presents David's acquisition as the decisive moment when this particular piece of Jerusalem became connected with the future temple. Yet the religious significance attached to Mount Moriah reaches much further back within the biblical story. The area is associated with the age of Abraham and Melchizedek. Melchizedek, the mysterious king of Salem and priest of God Most High, is linked with the earliest sacred traditions surrounding Jerusalem. Abraham's journey to the land of Moriah in Genesis adds another powerful layer to the memory of the place, for it is there that he prepares to sacrifice Isaac before the act is stopped. By the time of David, therefore, the hill north of the old city of David could be understood as part of a sacred landscape already rich in ancestral memory. After acquiring the property, David established an altar there and presented sacrifices. The location was no longer simply a threshing floor on the edge of the city. It was being prepared for a much greater role in Jerusalem's future. David would not live to construct the temple himself. That task passed to his son Solomon. According to the biblical narrative, David nevertheless played an essential role in preparing for the project, while Solomon transformed those preparations into one of the most ambitious building programs associated with the early monarchy. The temple reportedly required 7 years to complete, but Solomon's construction projects extended far beyond the sanctuary itself. Immediately south of the temple area, on the Ophel, a large royal complex developed. The palace project took 13 years and included several important structures connected with the monarchy and royal administration. Among them were the king's residence, a separate house associated with Pharaoh's daughter, a throne hall, a hall supported by columns, and the famous House of the Forest of Lebanon. Together, these buildings created a monumental governmental district beside the temple. Jerusalem was becoming a city in which royal authority and religious worship stood physically close to one another. Solomon also strengthened and expanded the older city of David. Fortifications were improved, construction moved northward, and the urban landscape gradually grew beyond the boundaries of the earlier Jebusite settlement. Archaeological discoveries in Jerusalem have been connected by some excavators with fortification systems traditionally attributed to Solomon, although the dating and interpretation of individual remains continue to be discussed. After the age of David and Solomon, Jerusalem did not remain frozen in its 10th century form. Successive kings altered the city repeatedly. Walls were repaired, gates rebuilt, towers constructed, the temple restored, and new neighborhoods developed. Jerusalem became a living capital whose architecture changed in response to population growth, political ambition, religious reform, and the constant threat of warfare. One important phase came during the reign of Joash. By his time, the temple itself required restoration. Craftsmen were employed to repair damaged structures, including masons, carpenters, and specialists capable of working with metal. The biblical description presents the restoration as a substantial, organized project intended not merely to patch individual defects, but to return the sanctuary to proper condition and strengthen it for the future. Uzziah continued Jerusalem's military development. His reign is associated with towers constructed or reinforced at strategic points around the city, including the Corner Gate and Valley Gate. The biblical account even describes sophisticated defensive devices positioned on towers and corners, capable of launching arrows and large stones against attackers. Such details reveal an important reality about Jerusalem. Sacred importance did not make the city immune from military danger. Quite the opposite. Its religious, political, and economic significance made strong defenses essential. Jerusalem's rulers therefore had to think simultaneously about temples, palaces, water, walls, gates, towers, and the movement of people through increasingly crowded urban districts. Jotham is likewise remembered for construction activity. He worked on the upper gate of the temple and carried out extensive building along the wall of the Ophel. Each generation was adding another layer to the city, modifying structures inherited from earlier kings while responding to the needs of its own age. The most dramatic expansion of Jerusalem during the monarchy, however, came as the geopolitical situation of the ancient Near East became increasingly dangerous. By the late 8th century BC, the Assyrian Empire had emerged as the dominant military power of the region. Kingdom after kingdom fell before its armies, and Judah could not assume that Jerusalem would escape indefinitely. Under Hezekiah, the city expanded dramatically toward the west. Settlement crossed the central valley and climbed onto the western hill. The resulting fortified city covered roughly 125 acres according to the estimates presented in the source, with a population perhaps approaching 25,000 inhabitants. Jerusalem was no longer merely the narrow settlement concentrated around the original southeastern ridge. This growth created an enormous defensive problem. New neighborhoods required new walls, and a larger population required reliable access to water. Hezekiah therefore undertook major construction projects designed specifically to prepare Jerusalem for the possibility of an Assyrian siege. One of his most famous achievements involved the waters of the Gihon Spring. Rather than allowing this crucial source to remain vulnerable outside the main defenses, water was redirected toward the western side of the city of David. This engineering project became one of the most celebrated features of ancient Jerusalem. At the same time, defensive walls were strengthened and extended. Isaiah preserves a vivid picture of Jerusalem preparing for war. Damaged sections of fortification were identified, water supplies were gathered and controlled, houses were counted, and some buildings were even dismantled so their stone could be reused in strengthening the walls. Archaeology has provided a remarkable physical counterpart to this picture. A massive fortification traditionally known as the Broad Wall was discovered in Jerusalem. Measuring approximately 21 feet across, it was far more substantial than an ordinary urban boundary. A surviving section extends for roughly 210 feet, providing dramatic evidence of the scale of defensive construction undertaken in ancient Jerusalem. The Broad Wall also demonstrates how military emergencies could transform everyday urban life. Building such an enormous defensive structure required space and materials. Houses standing in the path of the new fortifications could be sacrificed, while their stones became part of the defenses intended to protect the larger population. Hezekiah's Jerusalem was therefore a city preparing for survival. Water engineering, walls, weapons, reservoirs, and emergency construction became parts of a coordinated response to the Assyrian threat. In 701 BC, that threat became immediate when Sennacherib's forces campaigned through Judah. Jerusalem survived the Assyrian crisis, but construction did not stop. Manasseh, one of Hezekiah's successors, later strengthened the city further. After returning from imprisonment under Assyrian authority, he is credited with building an additional outer wall around sections of the city of David and extending defensive works around the Ophel. These fortifications were particularly important for settlements developing beyond older defensive lines. As Jerusalem expanded, homes appeared on slopes that had once been peripheral territory. New walls were therefore required to incorporate or protect areas that earlier generations had left outside the fortified core. Later, during the reign of Josiah, attention returned once again to the temple. Money was directed toward craftsmen and builders, who purchased stone and timber to repair structures that had deteriorated under previous kings. Jerusalem's sacred architecture, like its defensive system, demanded constant maintenance. Yet walls, reforms, and restoration projects could not protect Jerusalem forever. At the beginning of the 6th century BC, the political landscape changed catastrophically. Babylon replaced Assyria as the dominant imperial power, and Judah eventually became caught in rebellion against Babylonian authority. The crisis culminated in 586 BC with the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem. The city was captured, its major buildings were devastated, and the temple was destroyed. For a city whose identity had become inseparable from its sanctuary and monarchy, the disaster represented far more than military defeat. The destruction shattered the political and religious center of Judah. Members of the population were deported, royal institutions collapsed, and the Temple Mount stood in ruins. Yet the sacred importance of the location did not disappear. Jeremiah records that people from places including Shechem, Shiloh, and Samaria continued traveling toward the ruined sanctuary with offerings. Even after the temple building itself had been destroyed, the place retained its religious significance. Jerusalem had been physically devastated, but the memory attached to its sacred landscape survived. A dramatic reversal came with the rise of the Persian Empire. Babylon fell to Cyrus the Great, and Persian imperial policy created the conditions for displaced communities to return and rebuild local religious institutions. In 538 BC, Cyrus issued authorization connected with the restoration of the temple in Jerusalem. The Book of Ezra presents this decision as both an imperial decree and the fulfillment of divine purpose. Those who wished to return to Judah were permitted to go to Jerusalem and participate in rebuilding the sanctuary. The return did not produce an immediate restoration of the magnificent Jerusalem of the monarchy. The community faced poverty, political pressure, local opposition, and the enormous practical difficulty of reconstructing a devastated city. Work on the temple slowed and at one stage effectively stopped. Around 520 BC, renewed efforts were encouraged by the prophets Haggai and Zechariah. Under Persian authority, the rebuilding program resumed, and the Second Temple was eventually completed in 516 BC during the reign of Darius. The completed sanctuary restored Jerusalem's position as the religious center of the Jewish community, but the city itself remained vulnerable. Its ancient walls were still damaged, and large sections of the old urban landscape had not recovered from the Babylonian destruction. Several decades later, another figure emerged who would become inseparable from Jerusalem's physical restoration. Nehemiah was an official serving within the Persian imperial system when he learned of Jerusalem's condition. In 445 BC, he came to the city with the goal of rebuilding its defenses. The Book of Nehemiah describes one of the most memorable inspections in Jerusalem's history. Rather than immediately announcing his intentions, Nehemiah went out at night with only a small group. Moving around the ruined perimeter, he examined collapsed walls and gates destroyed by fire. His route took him through and around several important points in the city's defenses, including the Valley Gate, the area of the Dung Gate, and the Fountain Gate. At one stage, the destruction was so severe and the passage so restricted that his mount could no longer proceed normally. Only after personally examining the condition of Jerusalem did Nehemiah reveal his plan. He confronted the city's leaders and inhabitants with the reality before them. Jerusalem remained exposed, its walls were broken, and its gates had been burned. The solution was clear. The defenses had to be rebuilt. The reconstruction became a communal project. Different groups worked on different sections of the walls and gates, and despite political opposition, the fortification system was completed. The source dates the completion of Nehemiah's wall to 445 BC. When the walls were dedicated, the ceremony transformed military architecture into part of a religious celebration. Two large groups moved along the walls in opposite directions, passing gates, towers, and important landmarks before eventually gathering at the temple. The processions provide a remarkable literary tour of Persian period Jerusalem. The City of David, the Broad Wall, the Water Gate, the Fish Gate, the Sheep Gate, and various towers appear not simply as pieces of architecture, but as parts of a restored urban community. The rebuilt Jerusalem remained under Persian rule for more than a century. Then, in the late 4th century BC, another political revolution swept across the Near East. Alexander the Great defeated the Persian Empire and extended Macedonian power across territories that had belonged to the Achaemenid kings. Jerusalem came under Greek domination in 332 BC. A later tradition describes the Jewish high priest Jaddua meeting Alexander outside the city and showing him passages from the Book of Daniel that were interpreted as predicting the rise of a Western conqueror. According to this tradition, Alexander treated Jerusalem and its sanctuary with respect. Whether every detail of this later story can be treated as historical is a separate question, but it reflects an important memory. The transition from Persian to Greek rule initially did not destroy the Jewish religious institutions centered on Jerusalem. For generations, the temple continued functioning under the changing Hellenistic kingdoms that inherited Alexander's empire. Eventually, however, Jerusalem became trapped in the rivalry between the great successor states and in internal struggles among Jewish political and priestly factions. The crisis became especially severe under the Seleucid king Antiochus IV Epiphanes. In the 170s BC, interference in the Jerusalem high priesthood intensified. Onias III was removed and eventually killed, while competing figures such as Jason and Menelaus became involved in bitter struggles over the office and the political direction of Jerusalem. The conflict escalated catastrophically. In 168 BC, Antiochus attacked Jerusalem. Houses were burned and plundered, inhabitants were killed or enslaved, and the temple itself was subjected to profound humiliation. Seleucid troops were stationed in a fortified position known as the Acra, overlooking the temple area from the south. From this stronghold, soldiers could exercise direct pressure over Jerusalem and monitor activity around the sanctuary. The most provocative act came with the desecration of the temple. The traditional Jewish sacrificial system was disrupted, and an altar associated with Zeus was established in the sacred precinct. What had once been a political struggle now became a direct confrontation over religion, identity, and control of Jerusalem's holiest place. Resistance followed. The uprising associated with the Maccabees began as opposition to Seleucid policies, but rapidly developed into a wider war. For several years, Jerusalem and the surrounding countryside became part of a violent struggle between Seleucid forces and Jewish rebels. Judas Maccabeus emerged as one of the central leaders of the revolt. By 164 BC, his forces had regained control of Jerusalem and the Temple Mount. The sanctuary was purified and rededicated, an event that would become deeply embedded in Jewish religious memory. Yet victory remained incomplete. Seleucid troops still controlled the Acra, their fortress beside the temple area. Jerusalem was therefore divided between a restored Jewish sacred center and an enemy stronghold capable of threatening it. The Acra remained under foreign control for decades. Only in 142 BC, during the leadership of Judas's brother Simon, were the remaining Seleucid forces finally expelled from the fortress. By this stage, the political consequences of the revolt had become enormous. The Maccabean movement had evolved from rebellion into government, and Judea moved toward effective independence. Simon accumulated religious, military, and political authority, becoming high priest and leader of the Jewish state. From this new political order emerged the Hasmonean dynasty, named after an ancestor of the family from which the Maccabean leaders descended. Jerusalem once again became the capital of an independent Jewish state, centuries after the destruction of the old Davidic monarchy. The Hasmonean period brought new construction, political ambition, territorial expansion, and internal rivalry. Yet the dynasty eventually became divided against itself. Competing members of the royal family struggled for power, while religious and political factions became increasingly entangled in the conflict. That internal division opened the door to a new Mediterranean power. In 63 BC, the Roman general Pompey intervened in the Hasmonean civil war and entered Jerusalem. Rome was now the decisive political force in the region. Although local institutions continued to function, Jerusalem's independence had effectively come to an end. The following decades were marked by instability as Roman commanders and local elites competed for influence. Hasmonean authority continued to weaken, and Rome increasingly relied on individuals who could manage Judea within the broader framework of Roman interests. One of the most important of these men was Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. In 47 BC, Julius Caesar elevated Antipater to a powerful administrative position over Judea and neighboring territories. Antipater immediately turned his attention to rebuilding Jerusalem's defenses, which had suffered repeatedly during decades of conflict. His rise marked the beginning of another major transformation in Jerusalem's history. The Hasmonean era was approaching its end, while the family that would produce Herod the Great was moving rapidly toward power. Antipater did not live long enough to see that transformation completed. He was poisoned in 43 BC, shortly after the assassination of Julius Caesar had plunged the Roman world into another period of political upheaval. His son Herod, however, survived the chaos. Supported by powerful Roman allies, particularly Mark Antony, Herod emerged as the dominant figure in Judea. His eventual rule would introduce Jerusalem to one of the greatest building programs in its entire ancient history. By this point, Jerusalem had already survived an extraordinary sequence of transformations. It had grown from the sacred landscape associated with Mount Moriah into the monumental capital of David and Solomon. It had expanded under the kings of Judah, prepared itself against Assyria, fallen to Babylon, risen again under Persian authority, passed into the Hellenistic world, endured Seleucid persecution, become the center of the Maccabean revolt, and served as the capital of the Hasmonean state. Now, Rome stood at the gates of Jerusalem's history. And with the rise of Herod the Great, the city was about to enter another remarkable age of expansion, political tension, monumental architecture, and imperial power. Long before Jerusalem became famous as the capital of an Israelite kingdom, the biblical narrative had already surrounded the city with an atmosphere of sacred importance. Its earliest traditions reach back to the age of Abraham, centuries before David established his throne there and before Solomon raised the temple above the city. At this early stage, Jerusalem appears under the ancient name Salem, ruled by one of the most mysterious figures in Genesis, Melchizedek. The encounter occurs after Abram returns from a successful military campaign. He had become involved in a regional conflict after his relative Lot was taken captive, and following the defeat of the opposing coalition, Abram returned south. It was during this journey that Melchizedek came to meet him. Melchizedek was no ordinary local ruler. Genesis presents him simultaneously as King of Salem and Priest of God Most High. This combination of political and religious authority makes him an unusual figure in the biblical world. When he approaches Abram, he brings bread and wine and pronounces a blessing over the victorious patriarch. The significance of the meeting lies not only in the blessing itself, but also in the way Melchizedek describes God. He speaks of the Most High as the creator of heaven and earth and attributes Abram's victory to divine intervention. Abram, in response, gives Melchizedek a tenth of what he possesses from the campaign. Through this brief encounter, the biblical story establishes an important connection between the region of Jerusalem and sacred worship at an extraordinarily early point in its narrative. Before there was an Israelite monarchy, before Jerusalem possessed its famous temple, and even before Israel existed as a nation, the city was already associated with a priest, a king, and the worship of the Most High God. Later traditions would associate Melchizedek with the ancient Canaanite world from which Jerusalem emerged. The city would eventually be closely identified with the Jebusites, one of the peoples inhabiting the region before David's conquest. In this sense, Melchizedek stands at the beginning of a much longer tradition in which Jerusalem appears as both a political stronghold and a sacred center. The story then moves from Salem to another location destined to become inseparable from Jerusalem, the land of Moriah. Genesis tells how Abraham was commanded to take Isaac and travel to a mountainous region where he would be shown a place of sacrifice. The command created one of the most dramatic episodes in the patriarchal narratives. Abraham journeyed with his son toward Moriah and prepared to offer him there. Isaac was ultimately spared, but the event gave the mountain extraordinary religious significance. The place became associated with obedience, sacrifice, divine provision, and the relationship between Abraham and his God. Much later, biblical tradition would connect this same sacred landscape with Jerusalem. That connection becomes explicit in Chronicles, where Mount Moriah is identified as the location chosen for Solomon's temple. The mountain associated with Abraham's great test therefore becomes, within the biblical narrative, the mountain on which Israel's central sanctuary would eventually stand. This creates a remarkable continuity within the story. Abraham encounters the sacred landscape generations before Israelite kingship exists. David later acquires land in the same general area, and Solomon ultimately transforms the hill into the monumental religious center of his kingdom. The connection with David begins with a Jebusite named Araunah. David purchased a threshing floor belonging to him and established an altar there. The site would later become associated with the construction of the temple. This means that Solomon did not simply choose an empty hill and decide to build a sanctuary upon it. Within the biblical presentation, the location already carried memories stretching deep into Israel's ancestral past. The temple became the monumental culmination of traditions that had accumulated around Moriah for generations. Yet before Jerusalem could become the capital of David and Solomon, control of the city had to change hands. During the biblical account of Joshua's campaigns in Canaan, Jerusalem appears as an established Canaanite kingdom. Its ruler at this time is named Adoni-Zedek. His position becomes increasingly dangerous as Joshua's forces achieve victories throughout the region. The capture of Jericho and Ai demonstrated that the Israelites represented a serious military threat, but an even more immediate problem emerged when Gibeon reached an agreement with Joshua. Gibeon was not a minor village that could easily be ignored. It was an important settlement with a population capable of military action. Its decision to make peace with Israel threatened the network of Canaanite rulers operating in the southern highlands. Adoni-Zedek responded by attempting to create a coalition. He contacted the kings of Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon and persuaded them to join an attack against Gibeon. What began as an effort to punish a city that had changed sides quickly developed into a much larger confrontation. Joshua intervened, and the coalition of Canaanite kings was defeated. Adoni-Zedek himself appears among the rulers overcome during Joshua's campaigns. Yet this victory did not translate into permanent Israelite occupation of Jerusalem. That distinction is essential to understanding the next stage of the story. A king could be defeated without the fortress at the heart of his territory being permanently incorporated into the victor's political system. Jerusalem remained difficult to control, and the biblical narrative indicates that the city continued to be associated with its pre-Israelite inhabitants. After Joshua's death, Judah launched another attack against Jerusalem. The Book of Judges describes a violent assault in which the city was captured and burned. Even this, however, did not produce lasting possession. The Jebusites remained in Jerusalem, and the fortress continued beyond the reach of permanent Israelite control. Generations passed before another ruler would finally succeed in transforming the city. That ruler was David. By David's time, Jerusalem occupied one of the most naturally defensible positions in the region. The ancient settlement stood along a narrow ridge bordered by steep valleys, giving its defenders considerable geographical advantages. To the east, the Kidron Valley descended sharply beside the city. Other valleys protected approaches from the west and south, including the Hinnom Valley. Together, these features created a landscape in which attacking armies could not simply approach the walls from every direction. The geography itself functioned as part of Jerusalem's defensive system. The northern approach presented a different challenge. Here, the terrain continued toward higher ground in the direction of Mount Moriah, making this side more accessible than the steep slopes elsewhere around the settlement. As a result, Jerusalem's defenders had every reason to concentrate their strongest fortifications toward the north. Walls, towers, soldiers, and defensive positions could be placed where an enemy was most likely to approach. The Jebusites were clearly confident in their position. When David arrived with his forces, the inhabitants responded with mockery. According to the biblical account, they were so certain that their fortress could not be taken that they claimed even the blind and the lame could keep David outside. It was a deliberate insult, but it also reflected confidence in Jerusalem's defenses. From the perspective of those inside the walls, David was confronting a fortress protected by both engineering and geography. The city had survived previous conflicts and had resisted permanent Israelite occupation for generations. David nevertheless captured it. 2 Samuel describes the fall of the stronghold of Zion and includes a famous but difficult reference to a water channel or shaft connected with the operation. Scholars have long debated exactly what this passage means and whether it preserves details of the method used during the attack. Whatever the precise mechanics of the conquest, the result is unmistakable. The Jebusite fortress fell, and David gained control of Jerusalem. The victory fundamentally changed David's kingdom. Jerusalem was not simply another captured town. Its location offered David an opportunity to create a new political center for his monarchy. Rather than ruling permanently from a city strongly identified with one particular tribal group, he could establish himself in a fortress that had only recently come under his authority. This gave Jerusalem an unusual political advantage. The city could become identified primarily with the king himself. David established his residence there, and Jerusalem became known as the City of David. What had been a Jebusite stronghold was transformed into the administrative center of a growing kingdom. The term Zion also became increasingly associated with the city. Initially, it appears to have referred more specifically to the captured fortress, but its meaning expanded over time. Eventually, Zion became one of the most powerful religious and poetic names connected with Jerusalem. David now faced a challenge very different from conquest. Capturing a fortress was one thing, transforming it into a functioning capital was another. The existing city had to accommodate royal administration, soldiers, officials, servants, storage facilities, residences, and increasingly complex political institutions. Jerusalem therefore entered a period of substantial construction. One feature repeatedly mentioned in connection with these building activities is the Millo. Its precise identification remains debated, but the term has often been connected with massive terraces, retaining walls, or artificial fills supporting construction along Jerusalem's steep slopes. Such engineering would have allowed larger structures to stand on terrain that was otherwise difficult to develop. The eastern slope of the City of David has produced some of Jerusalem's most discussed archaeological remains. Among them is the enormous complex commonly called the stepped stone structure. Its massive stone construction extends along the slope and has played an important role in debates about the architecture of ancient Jerusalem. Kathleen Kenyon's excavations contributed significantly to modern understanding of this area. Later, archaeological work continued to reveal just how complex the ancient construction along the ridge had been. Another major feature discovered nearby became known as the large stone structure. Excavations associated with Eilat Mazar brought particular attention to these remains. Mazar proposed connections between monumental structures in this area and the period traditionally associated with David's monarchy. Those interpretations have generated extensive archaeological debate. Questions concerning chronology, architectural relationships, and the identification of particular structures remain contested. What is beyond doubt is that the City of David preserves evidence of substantial ancient construction. The ridge was repeatedly modified, reinforced, expanded, and rebuilt over many centuries. Within the biblical narrative, David's Jerusalem was rapidly becoming more than the fortress he had originally conquered. A royal residence was established, administrative functions grew, and construction altered the appearance of the ridge. Terraces and retaining structures helped support buildings along the slopes, while defensive works protected the expanding settlement. The city also began moving northward. The original Jebusite settlement was concentrated primarily on the southeastern ridge, but as Jerusalem expanded, development increasingly approached the higher terrain lying toward Mount Moriah. This northward movement would have enormous consequences. David had created the political center of the kingdom, but his son Solomon would dramatically enlarge both the physical and symbolic scale of Jerusalem. Biblical references suggest that the construction undertaken during these reigns altered earlier sections of the city's defenses. 1 Kings mentions Solomon working on the Millo and closing a breach connected with the City of David. Such passages present Jerusalem not as a perfectly planned capital constructed all at once, but as a city developing in stages. Old walls were altered, new structures appeared, defensive lines changed as previously external areas were incorporated into the expanding urban landscape. When Solomon inherited the kingdom, Jerusalem was therefore already undergoing transformation. He accelerated that transformation on an unprecedented scale. The most important development took place on the northern height associated with Mount Moriah. There Solomon established the temple, creating a monumental religious center overlooking the older City of David. The construction changed Jerusalem permanently. Until this point, the city's political importance had rested primarily on David's decision to establish his throne there. Now, royal authority was joined by a central religious institution. Jerusalem became simultaneously the city of the king and the city of the temple. The distinction is crucial because it helps explain why Jerusalem survived in cultural memory even during periods when its political fortunes collapsed. Dynasties could disappear, armies could conquer the city, and buildings could be destroyed, yet the sacred associations attached to the landscape proved far more difficult to erase. Solomon's building program also involved much more than the temple itself. Royal and administrative complexes developed near the sanctuary, while defensive works enclosed newly incorporated territory. The urban footprint expanded beyond the boundaries of the older Jebusite fortress. The skyline must have changed dramatically. Where earlier generations had known a fortified settlement concentrated along a narrow ridge, the Solomonic city was developing into a capital marked by royal architecture, sacred buildings, walls, courtyards, and administrative spaces. Even so, Jerusalem remained relatively small compared with the enormous capitals of later empires. Population estimates for the 10th century city remain debated, but the source presents a community numbering only several thousand inhabitants. Such figures remind us that historical importance cannot always be measured by physical size. Jerusalem did not need hundreds of thousands of inhabitants to become influential. Its importance came from what had been concentrated within a limited space: royal authority, sacred tradition, political administration, military defenses, ancestral memory, and eventually the temple. Few cities illustrate so clearly how a relatively small settlement can acquire a significance vastly greater than its physical dimensions. Within the biblical narrative, Jerusalem's transformation had taken centuries. The story begins with Salem and the mysterious figure of Melchizedek. It moves to Abraham and the sacred landscape of Moriah, then into the turbulent age of Canaanite kings and Israelite conquest. Adonizedek attempted to resist Joshua. Judah later attacked the city but failed to secure permanent control. The Jebusites held their fortress for generations, protected by walls and the steep valleys surrounding the ridge. Then David arrived. His conquest transformed Jerusalem from a Jebusite stronghold into the center of a monarchy. The fortress became the City of David. Royal construction reshaped the ridge, and the city began expanding toward the north. Solomon carried that transformation even further. With the establishment of the temple on Mount Moriah, Jerusalem acquired a new identity that combined political authority with sacred geography. The city was no longer simply the residence of a king or a strategically positioned fortress. It had become the religious heart of a kingdom. And this was only the beginning. In the centuries that followed, Jerusalem would expand beyond the limits known to David and Solomon. New walls would climb across surrounding hills, kings would strengthen its defenses, repair its sanctuary, redirect its water supply, and prepare it for some of the greatest armies of the ancient Near East. Assyrians would threaten it, Babylonians would destroy it, Persians would permit its restoration, Greeks and Romans would eventually struggle for control of it. Yet through every conquest, rebuilding, and political transformation, the same landscape would remain at the center of the story. The small ridge once ruled by the Jebusites had begun its transformation into one of history's most consequential cities. By the 4th century AD, Jerusalem had entered a profoundly different chapter of its history. The city that had once revolved around the Jewish temple was increasingly reshaped by Christianity. Imperial patronage, pilgrimage, and the construction of churches transformed Jerusalem into one of the most important Christian centers of the Roman world. Among the monuments created during this period, none became more famous than the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, built around the locations traditionally associated with the crucifixion, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. Constantine's conversion and the growing Christian character of the Roman Empire changed the religious landscape of Jerusalem. But this transformation did not bring equal freedom to all of the city's former communities. Jews remained heavily restricted. Under Byzantine rule, they were generally prevented from entering Jerusalem and were permitted access only on Tisha B'Av, the annual day of mourning that commemorated the destruction of both the first and second temples. The Temple Mount itself presented a striking contrast with the expanding Christian city around it. While churches rose at locations associated with the life of Jesus, the former temple area remained largely neglected. Christian interpretations of Jerusalem's history often regarded its ruined condition as visible confirmation of New Testament prophecies concerning the destruction of the temple. For several decades, this arrangement appeared secure. Then, in 361, an emperor came to power whose religious policies threatened to overturn the Christian order established by Constantine. His name was Julian. Known to Christian writers as Julian the Apostate, he rejected Christianity and attempted to restore traditional Greco-Roman religious practices throughout the empire. His policies toward the Jews were also dramatically different from those of his Christian predecessors. Restrictions were relaxed, and Julian authorized an extraordinary project: the reconstruction of the Jewish temple in Jerusalem. The announcement generated enormous excitement among Jewish communities. For centuries, the temple had existed only in memory. Now, an emperor of Rome was offering the possibility of rebuilding it on its ancient site. Resources were gathered, craftsmen were recruited, and financial assistance reportedly arrived both from imperial sources and from Jewish communities beyond Palestine. Work began around 362, and laborers started clearing the remains of earlier structures and exposing foundations on the Temple Mount. For those involved, the project must have seemed historic. Generations had lived without a functioning temple, and suddenly its restoration appeared possible under the protection of the emperor himself. But the project did not last. Ancient Christian accounts describe a sequence of disasters that disrupted the construction. Earthquakes reportedly shook Jerusalem, damaging nearby structures and injuring workers. Fire was also said to have erupted around the foundations. Christian historians interpreted these events as supernatural intervention and as evidence that the temple was not meant to rise again. One of the most detailed versions of the story was preserved by the 5th century church historian Sozomen. Writing decades after the events, he described an enormous mobilization around the rebuilding effort. According to his account, artisans were gathered, building materials accumulated, and even women contributed valuables to finance the work. Sozomen presents the project through an explicitly Christian theological lens. In his telling, supporters of Julian hoped that rebuilding the temple would challenge Christian prophecy. The Jews, meanwhile, believed that the moment for restoring their ancient sanctuary had finally arrived. The workmen cleared debris and began excavating the old foundations. Then, according to the account, an earthquake struck. Stones were thrown from the ground, nearby buildings collapsed, and people working or watching at the site were injured or killed. Yet the survivors returned and attempted to continue. Then another disaster was reported. Fire emerged around the foundations and drove the workers away. Different versions circulated concerning precisely where the flames originated, but Christian writers treated the event as another miraculous sign. Stories also spread that crosses had appeared on the clothing of some of those present. These accounts belong to a strongly theological tradition and must be read with that context in mind. What is historically clear is that Julian's temple project was abandoned almost as quickly as it had begun. The decisive event came in 363. Julian marched east in a major campaign against the Sasanian Persian Empire. The expedition ended disastrously and the emperor was mortally wounded. His death removed the political patron behind the Jerusalem project. Without Julian, the attempt to restore the temple collapsed. His successor Jovian reversed the religious direction of the empire and restored imperial support for Christianity. Jerusalem returned firmly to Christian administration, and the brief opportunity for reconstructing the Jewish sanctuary disappeared. The Temple Mount once again remained without a Jewish temple. Yet the 4th century provides something extraordinarily valuable for understanding Jerusalem: the account of a traveler who actually walked through the city. In 333, several decades before Julian's reign, an anonymous Christian traveler arrived in Jerusalem from Bordeaux in southwestern Gaul. Today, he is known simply as the Bordeaux Pilgrim. His itinerary is one of the earliest surviving Christian pilgrimage accounts from Jerusalem. It offers a rare glimpse of the city during the reign of Constantine, when Christian Jerusalem was only beginning to assume the monumental form it would later possess. The pilgrim's descriptions cannot simply be treated as a modern archaeological survey. He interpreted what he saw through biblical traditions, local stories, religious beliefs, and explanations given to him by people living in Jerusalem. Some identifications were accurate, others reflected legends that had developed around ancient ruins, but that is precisely what makes his testimony so fascinating. The Bordeaux Pilgrim allows us to see not only the physical Jerusalem of the 4th century, but also the Jerusalem people believed they were seeing. Near the temple area, he described large pools traditionally attributed to Solomon. He also mentioned the famous pools of Bethesda, associated in Christian tradition with the healing account in the Gospel of John. Water was everywhere beneath ancient Jerusalem. The city depended on springs, reservoirs, tunnels, pools, and enormous underground cisterns. The pilgrim encountered traditions connected with these subterranean spaces and recorded stories that blended biblical history with late antique legend. One underground chamber was associated with Solomon. By this period, legends surrounding Solomon had expanded far beyond the biblical description of the king. His reputation for extraordinary wisdom had gradually merged with traditions portraying him as someone possessing supernatural knowledge and authority over demons. Jerusalem's underground chambers therefore became attached to stories of Solomon imprisoning or controlling evil spirits. The pilgrim continued through the temple area and encountered monumental remains associated by local tradition with biblical and New Testament events. The southeastern corner of the enclosure was linked with the gospel account of the temptation of Jesus, when Satan challenged him to throw himself from the pinnacle of the temple. Other ruins were connected with Solomon's palace. The historical accuracy of each identification is less important than the larger pattern they reveal. 4th century Jerusalem had become a landscape in which nearly every wall, stone, pool, chamber, and ruined structure could acquire a biblical story. The past had been mapped onto the physical city. Roman remains were still visible as well. The pilgrim reported statues associated with Emperor Hadrian and his successor Antoninus Pius. These monuments belong to the period when Jerusalem had been transformed into the Roman colony of Aelia Capitolina following the Jewish revolts. Their continued presence illustrates the extraordinary layering of Jerusalem. Jewish, Roman, and Christian histories occupied the same landscape, sometimes literally standing beside one another. The pilgrim also described Jewish visitors approaching a particular stone on the former temple site. According to his account, they came annually, anointed the stone, tore their garments, mourned, and departed. For them, the ruins were not simply archaeological remains, they represented a lost sanctuary. Leaving the temple area and moving southward, the traveler encountered the Pool of Siloam. Water continued to reach the pool through the ancient hydraulic system associated with the Gihon Spring and Hezekiah's Tunnel, although people living in late antiquity did not necessarily understand the engineering history behind the system. The Gihon Spring was known for its intermittent flow. Water could surge and then diminish, creating the impression of an unpredictable natural spring, even though an ancient tunnel continued carrying it towards Siloam. From there, the pilgrim moved toward Mount Zion. Local Christian tradition identified various structures with events from the final days of Jesus. A location was associated with the house of Caiaphas, the high priest involved in the proceedings against Jesus. Another tradition connected a column there with his mistreatment before the crucifixion. Inside the area identified with Zion, the pilgrim was shown what local tradition called David's Palace. Again, Jerusalem's geography had become inseparable from memory. Buildings that had passed through numerous historical phases were repeatedly reinterpreted. A fortress might be remembered as Davidic, later incorporated into Hasmonean defenses, transformed under Herod, occupied by Roman soldiers, and eventually absorbed into Christian Jerusalem. The pilgrim also recorded the decline of the Jewish presence on Mount Zion. He claimed that only one synagogue remained from a larger number that had once existed, while other areas had been plowed and cultivated. Continuing northward through the city, he passed locations associated with the trial and crucifixion of Jesus. One site was identified with the Praetorium of Pontius Pilate. Nearby stood Golgotha, the hill associated with the crucifixion, and only a short distance away was the tomb. By 333, Constantine had already begun transforming this area into the monumental Christian complex that would become the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. For Christian pilgrims, this was the emotional center of Jerusalem. The church brought the sites associated with Calvary and the tomb into a single monumental sacred complex. Cisterns and remnants of the earlier quarry survived beneath parts of the building, while new architectural spaces were created for worship, pilgrimage, and baptism. Jerusalem was becoming a Christian pilgrimage city on an unprecedented scale. The pilgrim then moved eastward toward the Kidron Valley and the Mount of Olives. The landscape here was filled with locations connected by Christian tradition with the final days of Jesus. Gethsemane was associated with the betrayal by Judas. The route toward Jerusalem recalled the triumphal entry, while ancient monumental tombs in the Kidron Valley were assigned biblical identities. Some of these identifications were historically inaccurate. Tombs attributed to figures such as Isaiah or Hezekiah were actually products of much later architectural traditions. But medieval and late antique pilgrims did not possess modern archaeological dating methods. For them, tradition gave meaning to stone. Ascending the Mount of Olives, the Bordeaux pilgrim encountered another major Constantinian church. The mountain had become closely associated with the teachings of Jesus, his prayers, and his ascension. The Christianization of Jerusalem was therefore not confined to the city walls. An entire sacred geography was developing around it. The Temple Mount, Mount Zion, Golgotha, the Kidron Valley, Gethsemane, and the Mount of Olives became interconnected stations within a Christian landscape of memory. This Christian Jerusalem survived for centuries under Byzantine rule. But in the early 7th century, another great imperial war brought catastrophe. In 614, forces of the Sasanian Persian Empire captured Jerusalem during their massive invasion of Byzantine territory. The conquest shattered Byzantine control of the city. Some Jewish groups, after centuries of restrictions under Christian government, supported the Persian advance. For a brief period, Jewish access to Jerusalem increased dramatically. Between approximately 614 and 617, Jews were again able to enter the city under Persian authority. Churches suffered during the upheaval, including important Byzantine religious buildings, and the Temple Mount once again became accessible. There are traditions suggesting renewed Jewish religious activity there, including sacrifices, although the exact nature and scale of any attempted restoration remain uncertain. The opportunity was brief. Around 617, Persian policy changed. Control of Jerusalem was returned to Christian authorities, probably as part of a broader political calculation. The Jewish community again lost the privileged position it had briefly gained. Then the Byzantine Empire recovered Jerusalem as Emperor Heraclius defeated the Persians and restored imperial authority. But Byzantine Jerusalem would not remain secure for long. Far to the south, the Arabian Peninsula was undergoing a political and religious transformation that would permanently alter the history of the Middle East. Muhammad's movement began in Western Arabia in the early 7th century. After the migration from Mecca to Medina in 622, the new Muslim community expanded politically and militarily. By the time Muhammad died in 632, much of Arabia had come under the authority of the emerging Islamic State. His successors expanded far beyond Arabia. Within only a few years, Muslim armies confronted both great powers of the Near East, Byzantium and the Sasanian Empire. The Byzantines had only recently survived their devastating war with Persia. Their eastern provinces were exhausted. Muslim forces entered Byzantine territory, and Jerusalem soon became one of their objectives. After a prolonged siege, the city surrendered in 637 or 638 during the caliphate of Umar ibn al-Khattab. For Jerusalem, another age had begun. The transition from Byzantine Christian rule to Muslim government changed the religious balance of the city, although Christian institutions continued to exist. Jewish settlement was also permitted again after centuries of intermittent restrictions. The Temple Mount now entered yet another phase of transformation. Under early Islamic rule, the neglected platform became a major center of Muslim religious architecture. The most dramatic development occurred under the Umayyad Caliph Abd al-Malik. In 691, the Dome of the Rock was completed. Rising above the Temple Mount, its enormous golden dome eventually became one of the defining images of Jerusalem. Built around the exposed rock at the center of the platform, the shrine introduced a new monumental Islamic presence into a landscape already sacred to Jews and Christians. A short time later, the Al-Aqsa Mosque developed at the southern end of the enclosure, with major construction associated with the reign of Al-Walid in the early 8th century. The Temple Mount had been transformed again. Once the location of the Jewish temples, later marked by Roman monuments and centuries of Christian neglect, it had now become one of the great sacred complexes of the Islamic world. Yet early Islamic Jerusalem remained religiously diverse. Christians continued worshipping at their holy places. Jewish communities lived in and around the city, and historical evidence indicates that non-Muslims could maintain various forms of activity connected with the Temple Mount during some periods. The city passed from the Umayyads to the Abbasids in the middle of the 8th century. Under Abbasid rule, Jerusalem remained important, although it was far from the political center of the enormous caliphate. Jewish residents continued to live in the city, and sources indicate that some even performed duties associated with guarding or maintaining parts of the sacred enclosure. Then, in 969, Jerusalem came under the control of the Fatimid dynasty based in Egypt. The Fatimid period introduced another dramatic chapter. Relations among Jerusalem's religious communities changed according to the policies of individual rulers, and the reign of the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim became particularly notorious in Christian memory. Beginning around the opening years of the 11th century, al-Hakim imposed increasingly severe restrictions on Christians. Churches were attacked, religious practices restricted, and persecution intensified. Then came the event that shocked the Christian world. In 1009, al-Hakim ordered the destruction of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. The sanctuary Constantine had established nearly 7 centuries earlier was systematically demolished. Large portions of the complex were destroyed down toward the underlying rock. News of the destruction traveled far beyond Jerusalem. For Western Christians, the loss of Christianity's most sacred church became part of a growing sense that access to the holy places of the East was under threat. The destruction was not permanent. Political circumstances later changed, and Byzantine diplomacy eventually secured permission to reconstruct the church. During the reign of Constantine IX, Monomachos, rebuilding began in the 11th century. The restored Holy Sepulchre was different from Constantine's original monumental complex, but Christian worship returned to the site. Jerusalem then changed hands once again. In the 1070s, Seljuk Turkish forces gained control over the region. Political instability, competition among Muslim powers, and reports of difficulties faced by Christian pilgrims contributed to growing concern in Western Europe. Then, in 1095, Pope Urban II issued the call that launched the First Crusade. Thousands of warriors and pilgrims began moving eastward. Their ultimate objective was Jerusalem. In the summer of 1099, after an exhausting campaign across Anatolia and Syria, the Crusader army reached the walls of the city. Jerusalem was besieged. On July 15th, the defenses were breached. What followed was one of the darkest episodes in the city's long history. Crusader forces carried out extensive killings among Jerusalem's Muslim and Jewish inhabitants. Medieval accounts describe widespread bloodshed following the capture of the city, although exact casualty figures given by later sources vary enormously and should not be treated as precise statistics. Jerusalem was now under Latin Christian rule. A new political entity emerged, the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Godfrey of Bouillon became its first ruler, although he avoided the formal title of king. Baldwin I later accepted the crown and established a royal dynasty. The Crusaders also reinterpreted the Islamic monuments of the Temple Mount through their own biblical understanding. The Dome of the Rock became known as the Templum Domini, the Temple of the Lord. The Al-Aqsa Mosque was identified with Solomon's Temple or Palace and became associated with the military religious order that would take its name from the site, the Knights Templar. Once again, Jerusalem's buildings acquired new meanings under new rulers. Islamic monuments became Christian sanctuaries. Arabic inscriptions existed beside Crusader additions. Sacred architecture was repeatedly adapted rather than simply erased. Crusader Jerusalem survived for less than a century. The great challenger emerged from the Muslim world under Saladin. After defeating the Crusader army at the Battle of Hattin in 1187, Saladin advanced toward Jerusalem. The city surrendered later that year. Unlike the massacre accompanying the Crusader conquest of 1099, the surrender negotiated with Saladin allowed many inhabitants to leave through ransom arrangements, while Christian holy places were generally preserved. Islamic worship returned to the Temple Mount. The Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque were restored to Muslim religious use, and Crusader alterations were removed or modified. Jewish settlement also revived. Saladin permitted Jews to return, and Jerusalem once again developed communities representing all three Abrahamic religions. The Crusaders were not finished. Richard the Lionheart arrived during the Third Crusade and won several important military victories against Saladin, but he never captured Jerusalem. Instead, negotiations eventually produced arrangements allowing Christian pilgrims access to the holy places while Jerusalem remained under Muslim control. The city's defenses, however, soon faced an unusual fate. In 1219, the Ayyubid ruler Al-Mu'azzam ordered Jerusalem's walls demolished. The decision was strategic. Rather than allow a future Crusader army to capture a heavily fortified Jerusalem and use it as a defensive base, the ruler preferred to leave the city difficult to hold militarily. For centuries afterward, Jerusalem would remain largely without the monumental walls that had protected earlier versions of the city. Yet political control continued to shift. During the Sixth Crusade, Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II achieved through diplomacy what earlier Crusader armies had failed to accomplish through war. In 1229, an agreement with the Ayyubid Sultan al-Kamil transferred control of Jerusalem to Frederick without a major battle. Frederick entered the city and crowned himself in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. But this restored Crusader presence proved temporary. In 1244, Jerusalem was violently captured by Khwarezmian forces allied with Egyptian interests, effectively ending meaningful Crusader control of the city. A new power soon emerged from Egypt. The Mamluks took control of Egypt in 1250 and eventually established dominance over Jerusalem and much of the surrounding region. Their rule lasted for centuries. Jerusalem was no longer a major political capital under the Mamluks, but its religious significance ensured continued investment in sacred buildings. The Temple Mount in particular received extensive architectural attention. Madrasas, fountains, gateways, arcades, and religious institutions appeared around the Haram al-Sharif. Many elements visible in Jerusalem's Old City today preserve the architectural legacy of this period. Jewish communities also continued to develop. Immigrants arrived from different parts of Europe and the Mediterranean world, including Spain and Italy. Scholars, rabbis, and pilgrims contributed to the gradual restoration of Jewish communal life. Competition over sacred spaces sometimes created tension among religious communities. Mount Zion became one such contested landscape, particularly around the traditional Tomb of David. Jerusalem remained without a complete defensive wall throughout most of the Mamluk period. That would change dramatically in the 16th century. In 1516 and 1517, the Ottoman Empire defeated the Mamluks and absorbed Syria, Palestine, and Egypt into its rapidly expanding imperial system. Jerusalem passed peacefully into Ottoman hands. A new age of construction followed. The ruler most closely associated with this transformation was Sultan Suleiman I, remembered in Europe as Suleiman the Magnificent. Under Suleiman, Jerusalem underwent one of its greatest architectural renewals since antiquity. Most visibly, the city received new walls. Jerusalem had been largely without complete fortifications since the early 13th century. Suleiman ordered the construction of a massive defensive circuit surrounding the historic urban core. The work continued through the 1530s and was essentially completed around 1541. These are, with modifications and restorations, the walls that still surround Jerusalem's Old City today. Their gates became some of the most recognizable landmarks of the city. Damascus Gate, Jaffa Gate, Zion Gate, Lions Gate, and the other entrances organized movement between the enclosed city and the roads leading toward the wider region. The Ottoman rebuilding gave Jerusalem the physical silhouette familiar to the modern world. Inside those walls, however, the city continued to evolve. Muslims, Christians, Armenians, and Jews occupied different neighborhoods while sharing markets, streets, water systems, and sacred landscapes. The city remained relatively small by imperial standards. Istanbul, Cairo, Damascus, and Aleppo were vastly larger economic and political centers. Jerusalem's importance came from something else. It was sacred. That fact ensured a constant flow of pilgrims, clergy, scholars, donations, diplomatic interest, and imperial attention. Jewish immigration also continued in waves. By the 18th century, new communities and religious institutions were appearing. One important episode involved Rabbi Judah Hasid and his followers, whose arrival became associated with the development of the synagogue, later known as the Hurva. But the greatest transformation came during the 19th century. For centuries, Jerusalem had existed largely within the walls built under Suleiman. population growth gradually made that arrangement impossible. Housing became crowded. Land outside the fortifications began to attract new settlement. In 1860, Mishkanot Sha'ananim was established outside the old city walls, becoming one of the earliest major modern Jewish neighborhoods beyond the traditional fortified city. The psychological significance was enormous. For generations, Jerusalem's walls had defined the limits of urban life. Now the city began escaping them. More neighborhoods followed: roads, hospitals, religious institutions, foreign consulates, schools, monasteries, and residential districts spread across the surrounding hills. Jerusalem was beginning to acquire the geography of a modern city. Its demographic composition was changing as well. By the later 19th century, Jews had become the largest single religious community in Jerusalem, according to several contemporary population estimates, although precise numbers vary according to the source and the boundaries used to define the city. At the same time, European involvement in Jerusalem increased dramatically. Britain, France, Russia, Austria, Germany, and other powers established institutions and competed for influence over Christian communities and holy places. Jerusalem had once again become entangled in international politics. The emerging Zionist movement added another dimension. In 1898, Theodor Herzl visited Jerusalem during the journey of German Emperor Wilhelm II to the region. Herzl's political project sought the establishment of a secure national home for the Jewish people, and Jerusalem inevitably occupied a powerful symbolic place within the broader movement, even though early Zionist political strategy involved much more than the city itself. The 20th century then arrived with an imperial catastrophe. World War I brought Ottoman rule in Jerusalem to an end. The Ottoman Empire entered the war on the side of the Central Powers, while British forces advanced from Egypt into Palestine. By late 1917, Jerusalem could no longer be defended effectively. Rather than allow prolonged fighting to destroy the sacred city, Ottoman forces withdrew. On December 9th, Jerusalem surrendered. 2 days later, General Edmund Allenby entered the city. His entrance was carefully staged. Rather than riding triumphantly through the gates, Allenby entered on foot, a gesture intended to demonstrate respect for Jerusalem's religious importance. 4 centuries of Ottoman government had ended, but Jerusalem had not been destroyed in the transfer. The walls constructed under Suleiman remained standing, the holy places survived, and a new political authority took control. British military administration was eventually replaced by the British Mandate for Palestine. For the next 3 decades, Jerusalem became the administrative center of an increasingly tense political struggle. Jewish immigration expanded. Arab nationalism developed. The Zionist movement created new political, economic, and social institutions. British authorities found themselves attempting to govern communities whose political ambitions were becoming increasingly difficult to reconcile. Jerusalem stood at the center of those competing aspirations. The city had already survived thousands of years of conquest and transformation, but the events of the 20th century would prove no less dramatic. In 1948, British rule came to an end. The State of Israel declared independence on May 14th, and war immediately followed between the new state and neighboring Arab forces. Jerusalem once again became a battlefield. By this point, however, the city bore the physical evidence of nearly every civilization that had ruled it. Beneath Islamic monuments lay layers associated with Byzantine, Roman, Herodian, Hasmonean, and earlier periods. Crusader masonry stood beside Islamic architecture. Mamluk schools and fountains lined streets enclosed by Ottoman walls. Christian churches preserved traditions reaching back to Constantine. Jewish sacred memory remained focused upon the Temple Mount and the surviving structures around it. Jerusalem had become something extraordinarily difficult to find anywhere else in the world, a city in which thousands of years of history had accumulated within an astonishingly small space. Every empire had attempted to reshape it. The Romans transformed Jerusalem into Aelia Capitolina. The Byzantines covered its landscape with Christian sanctuaries. Julian briefly tried to reverse that transformation by supporting the restoration of the Jewish temple. The Persians shattered Byzantine control. The early Muslim caliphates introduced monumental Islamic architecture. The Fatimids, Seljuks, Crusaders, Ayyubids, Mamluks, and Ottomans each left their own political and architectural imprint. Then the British arrived, bringing Jerusalem into the geopolitical struggles of the modern age. But none of these rulers ever completely erased what had come before. Instead, each new Jerusalem was built over an older Jerusalem. That is why the city cannot be understood as belonging to a single historical moment. Walk through Jerusalem and the centuries seem to collapse into one another. A Roman street may lead toward a Christian sanctuary. An Ottoman wall may stand above far older foundations. A Mamluk building may face a sacred enclosure whose history reaches back into biblical tradition. A Byzantine pilgrim could identify ancient ruins through the stories of his own age, just as Crusaders, Muslims, Jews, archaeologists, and modern visitors would interpret the same landscape in different ways centuries later. Jerusalem has repeatedly been conquered, rebuilt, renamed, expanded, restricted, opened, fortified, and divided. Its sacred spaces have been claimed, abandoned, restored, destroyed, and reconstructed. Yet the city itself endured. From Constantine's Christian Jerusalem to Julian's failed temple project, from the Persian conquest to the arrival of Islam, from the Crusader kingdom to Saladin, from Mamluk rule to Suleiman's Great Walls, and finally from Ottoman Jerusalem to the British Mandate, every generation inherited a city already burdened with the memories of those who came before. And every generation added another layer. That accumulation of memory is perhaps the defining feature of Jerusalem. It is not merely an ancient city that survived into the modern world, it is a city in which the ancient world never entirely disappeared. The walls that define Jerusalem's old city today belong largely to the Ottoman age. They were constructed during the reign of Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent in the 16th century, between the late 1530s and the beginning of the 1540s. Yet even these walls were not built entirely from a blank foundation. In several places, the Ottoman engineers followed much older defensive lines, sometimes building directly above fortifications that had protected Jerusalem centuries or even millennia earlier. Suleiman's decision to fortify Jerusalem was both practical and political. The city needed protection from raids and instability in the surrounding countryside, while the Ottoman government also wanted to discourage any possibility of renewed military intervention from Christian Europe. The memory of the Crusades had not disappeared, and Jerusalem remained one of the most symbolically important cities in the Mediterranean world. The resulting fortifications gave Jerusalem the silhouette that has become familiar today. The wall circuit stretches for roughly 3.8 kilometers around the old city and rises in many places to around 40 feet. Towers, gates, firing positions, defensive projections, and narrow passages turned the enclosed city into a formidable stronghold. These walls proved durable. Centuries after their construction, they were still standing through modern warfare, including the fighting surrounding Jerusalem in 1948. Yet Suleiman's builders did not enclose every location the Sultan apparently intended to protect. The ancient ridge known as the City of David remained outside the final wall line, as did much of the area traditionally identified with Mount Zion. A colorful later tradition claims that Suleiman was furious when he discovered this omission and ordered the architects responsible for the project to be executed. Two graves near the Jaffa Gate have long been identified in popular tradition with these unfortunate builders. Whether every detail of this story can be historically demonstrated is another matter, but the legend has become woven into the folklore surrounding Jerusalem's walls. Today, the old city is entered through a series of famous gateways. These include Jaffa Gate, Damascus Gate, Herod's Gate, Lion's Gate, Dung Gate, Zion Gate, New Gate, and the Sealed Golden Gate. Inside the walls, Jerusalem is traditionally divided into four major quarters: Muslim, Christian, Jewish, and Armenian. Together they form the compact urban world usually called the Old City. Modern Jerusalem, of course, extends far beyond this enclosure. Residential neighborhoods, commercial districts, roads, government buildings, universities, and entire communities now cover hills that once lay far outside the defensive perimeter. But the Old City remains the historic core. To understand its walls, it is important to remember that they were designed for warfare rather than appearance alone. Narrow vertical openings were built into defensive towers and walls so soldiers could fire arrows or later firearms while remaining protected. From outside, these openings appear extremely thin, reducing the area through which enemy missiles could enter. From the interior, however, the same openings widen dramatically. This design gave defenders a much broader field of movement. An archer could stand behind the narrow exterior slit and aim downward or sideways across a large section of ground while exposing only a minimal portion of his body to attackers. Along parts of Jerusalem's defenses, soldiers could look directly toward the deep valleys surrounding the city, including the Kidron Valley and the slopes leading toward the Mount of Olives. Another feature associated with medieval and early modern fortifications was the matriculation. These projecting defensive structures allowed soldiers to attack enemies who had reached the base of a wall, where ordinary arrows could no longer easily strike them. Openings in the floor of the projection made it possible to drop stones or other materials directly onto troops below. Popular imagery often describes defenders pouring boiling oil from such positions. In practice, heated liquids, stones, and other projectiles could all be used, but oil was expensive and dangerous to heat. Ancient sources nevertheless preserve examples of heated oil being employed in siege warfare. Josephus, describing fighting between Jewish defenders and Roman forces during the 1st century AD, gives a particularly graphic account of hot oil being poured onto soldiers attempting to climb fortifications. The liquid reportedly ran beneath armor and caused terrible burns, forcing attackers away from the wall. Although Josephus was writing about a much earlier war, his description helps illustrate why features allowing defenders to attack vertically downward remained useful in fortified cities for centuries. Jerusalem's Western Wall offers one of the clearest examples of how different historical periods were layered upon one another. Near Jaffa Gate and the Citadel, Ottoman masonry often follows lines used by earlier defenses. In some places, the 16th century wall stands almost directly above fortifications dating to the Hasmonean or Herodian periods. This was not an accident. Fortification builders repeatedly took advantage of the same geographical features. Solid bedrock provided the strongest foundation, and once a useful defensive line had been established, later rulers often followed it. The result is a wall system in which history can literally be read vertically. Ottoman stones may sit above medieval masonry, which in turn rests near or directly on much older blocks from the Second Temple period. Along parts of the Western Wall, bedrock projects visibly from the ground. The builders placed towers and walls directly upon these natural foundations because they provided greater stability than loose soil. This helps explain why Jerusalem's fortification lines often remained remarkably consistent across different historical periods. The rulers changed, the technology changed, the stones changed, but the underlying geography remained the same. Near this western section of Jerusalem once stood the monumental palace complex associated with Herod the Great. During the late Second Temple period, this district represented one of the most impressive royal areas of the city. Later, Christian tradition would associate nearby locations with events surrounding the trial of Jesus. Remains of Herodian masonry are still visible around portions of this western defensive line. Large, carefully cut blocks, characteristic of monumental construction from the Herodian age, survive beneath later walls and near ancient entrances. Some of these remains suggest the presence of earlier gateways and stairways connecting western Jerusalem with the royal district. Looking south from the citadel, the land drops toward the Hinnom Valley. Looking north, the wall continues toward areas shaped by centuries of urban expansion. Even here, fragments of older masonry survive close to the exposed bedrock, providing reminders that Suleiman's Jerusalem stood upon much earlier cities. The northern side of the old city presents a different defensive landscape. 3 major entrances punctuate this section: New Gate, Damascus Gate, and Herod's Gate. Of these, Damascus Gate is the most monumental. But before reaching it, the eastern side of Jerusalem presents one of the most symbolically powerful sections of the entire wall circuit. Here, the fortifications overlook the Kidron Valley. Across the valley rises the Mount of Olives. Between them stand cemeteries, sacred sites, pilgrimage routes, and traditions connected with Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Within this eastern wall are Lion's Gate and the sealed Golden Gate. The Golden Gate is unlike Jerusalem's other major entrances because it is no longer open. Its position facing the Mount of Olives has given it enormous religious significance. Jewish traditions connect the eastern side of Jerusalem with future messianic expectations. In some interpretations, the Messiah will approach the city from the Mount of Olives and enter through the Eastern Gate. Christian traditions also connect the area with events surrounding Jesus and with expectations concerning the end of history. Islamic traditions likewise developed around the Eastern Wall and the landscape of judgment and resurrection. These overlapping beliefs help explain why the eastern side of Jerusalem became crowded with graves. Muslim burials extend along portions of the wall, while an enormous Jewish cemetery covers part of the Mount of Olives across the Kidron Valley. The dead were buried in a landscape believed by many communities to have a role in the final events of human history. The Golden Gate itself was eventually sealed. Different explanations have been offered for when and why this happened, and the gate experienced several phases of closure and reopening. During the Crusader period, it was apparently opened for certain Christian ceremonies, including Palm Sunday observances. At other times, it remained blocked. Eventually, it was permanently sealed. The architecture visible today probably belongs to the late Byzantine or early Islamic centuries, rather than to the age of Solomon or Herod. Yet beneath the visible structure, there may be traces of an earlier gateway. A dramatic episode in 1969 brought renewed attention to this possibility. A young researcher named James Fleming was examining the area in front of the Golden Gate after heavy rain had softened the ground. Suddenly, the surface collapsed beneath him. He fell several feet into an underground cavity. The chamber contained human remains, indicating that he had entered part of the cemetery zone. But what caught his attention was the architecture visible beneath the modern gate. He observed large wedge-shaped stones forming what appeared to be an arch directly below the existing Golden Gate. The discovery suggested that an older entrance might survive beneath the later structure. Photographs were taken before the area was subsequently covered and made inaccessible. Because systematic archaeological excavation in this sensitive location has not been possible, the age and precise identity of the earlier gateway remain uncertain. Some have proposed a Herodian date. Others have suggested something older. More speculative interpretations have attempted to connect it with the periods of Nehemiah or even Solomon. The evidence available at present does not allow such early identifications to be established securely. Still, the discovery illustrates an important principle of Jerusalem archaeology. Beneath almost every visible structure may lie another Jerusalem. The same phenomenon can be seen more clearly at Damascus Gate, where archaeology has exposed earlier Roman period gateways beneath the Ottoman entrance. The name Golden Gate itself has an interesting history. It may have developed from confusion between Greek and Latin words during the transmission of Christian tradition. The New Testament refers to a gate called Beautiful, using the Greek term Horia. When later traditions passed through Latin, the concept became associated with the word aurea, meaning golden. Over time, the name Golden Gate became attached to Jerusalem's eastern entrance. Whether the biblical Beautiful Gate was actually the same structure is uncertain, but the linguistic association helped shape the later name. South of the Eastern Wall lies Jerusalem's southern defensive line. Today, this section contains Zion Gate and Dung Gate. The wall passes above areas filled with archaeological remains from several periods. Ancient aqueducts, Byzantine streets, Second Temple ritual baths, medieval towers, and residential remains can all be found near or beneath the later Ottoman fortifications. One particularly important feature is a section of the ancient aqueduct system associated with the Herodian period. Water management was always one of Jerusalem's greatest challenges. The city lacked a large river and depended heavily on springs, cisterns, channels, reservoirs, and long-distance aqueducts. As Jerusalem expanded, especially during the Second Temple period, water had to be brought from increasingly distant sources. Segments of these systems survived beneath later construction. nearby, remains associated with the Byzantine Naya Church, demonstrate once again how Suleiman's builders incorporated earlier ruins into their wall line. Parts of the Ottoman fortifications pass directly over ancient remains. A traveler walking along the wall today is therefore moving through a landscape where Roman, Byzantine, medieval, and Ottoman Jerusalem overlap. Second Temple period ritual baths, known as mikvahot, have also been discovered near the southern wall. These installations were particularly important in a city dominated by pilgrimage to the temple, where ritual purity played an essential role in religious life. The presence of numerous baths around the southern approaches reflects the movement of pilgrims toward the Temple Mount during the late Second Temple period. Nearby, ancient street paving survives beneath the later wall. One route continued in the direction of the Pool of Siloam. These buried roads reveal that modern walls do not always follow the street patterns of earlier Jerusalem. In some places, the Ottoman fortifications cut directly across roads that had once continued beyond them. The gates constructed under Suleiman were themselves carefully designed defensive machines. Originally, most major entrances did not allow a visitor to walk straight through the wall. Instead, they forced anyone entering to turn sharply. This L-shaped arrangement had a clear military purpose. An attacking army that succeeded in reaching a gate could not simply charge directly into the city. Soldiers were forced to slow down, turn, and expose themselves while defenders attacked from protected positions above and around them. Modern traffic eventually made some of these arrangements inconvenient. At several gates, walls were removed or openings altered to allow vehicles to pass more easily. But the original defensive concept can still be seen at others. Jaffa Gate is among the most famous. Its modern English name comes from the road leading westward toward the Mediterranean port of Jaffa, known historically as Joppa. In Arabic, however, the gate is traditionally called Bab al-Khalil, meaning the Gate of the Friend. The name refers to Hebron, known in Arabic as Al-Khalil, a title connected with Abraham as the friend of God. Thus, a single entrance carries memories of Jerusalem's relationship with both the Mediterranean coast and the biblical patriarchal landscape to the south. The gate sits beside the citadel, one of the most imposing fortified complexes in Jerusalem. The road immediately outside looks very different today from the narrow, fortified approach that existed during much of the Ottoman period. A major transformation occurred in 1898. German Emperor Wilhelm II was preparing to visit Jerusalem. To accommodate the imperial procession, Ottoman authorities opened the wall immediately beside Jaffa Gate and filled part of the old moat. This created a broad passage through which carriages could enter without negotiating the narrow traditional gateway. The alteration permanently changed the appearance of the entrance. A popular story claims that Sultan Abdul Hamid II wanted the German emperor to feel as though he had entered triumphantly through Jaffa Gate, while technically preventing him from fulfilling legends associated with conquerors entering Jerusalem through that gate. Whatever the intention, the new opening became an important part of modern access to the Old City. Less than 20 years later, another imperial army arrived. In December 1917, British General Edmund Allenby entered Jerusalem after Ottoman forces withdrew. Allenby deliberately entered on foot rather than riding through the gate. The gesture was presented as a sign of humility and respect toward the sacred city. He later addressed the assembled population near the citadel. Jaffa Gate again became strategically important during the fighting of 1948. Israeli forces attempted to reach the Old City from western Jerusalem but failed to capture the gate. The Old City remained under Jordanian control until 1967. Because Jaffa Gate and Zion Gate faced Israeli-held western Jerusalem, they were closed during the years of division. This forced traffic patterns within Jordanian-controlled East Jerusalem to change. Dung Gate consequently became more important as an entrance for vehicles. Zion Gate presents some of the most visible scars of the 1948 fighting. Its stone surface still carries numerous bullet and shell marks. The gate stands on the southern side of the Old City near Mount Zion. Its Arabic name, Bab Nabi Dawood, means the gate of the prophet David. The name reflects the long tradition locating David's tomb on Mount Zion. This identification emerged from later Jewish and Christian traditions, although the biblical city of David lies farther east and south. The location traditionally shown as David's tomb today therefore should not automatically be identified with the burial place described in the Hebrew Bible. Even so, the tradition became deeply established. For medieval pilgrims, Mount Zion was filled with memories of David and early Christianity. The gate eventually inherited that sacred geography. The marks left by modern battle created a new layer of memory. During the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, severe fighting took place around the Jewish quarter and southern approaches to the Old City. The damage visible on Zion Gate remains one of the most immediate physical reminders of that conflict. Dung Gate lies farther east. Unlike the Grand Damascus or Jaffa gates, it originally functioned as a much smaller secondary opening. Its pointed arch and narrow original design suggests the character of a postern gate, a minor entrance used for limited movement rather than ceremonial traffic. Such gates could also serve military purposes, allowing defenders to send small forces outside the walls or create alternative escape routes during a siege. The gate was dramatically altered in the 20th century. During Jordanian control of the Old City, it was widened so vehicles could pass through more easily. This became particularly important while gates facing Israeli-controlled Western Jerusalem remained closed. Today, Dung Gate provides one of the main approaches to the Western Wall Plaza and the southern side of the Temple Mount. Its unusual name may reflect older urban activities in the surrounding area. Traditions connect the district with refuse disposal or livestock markets. Cattle markets certainly existed near parts of the southern city, and tanneries operated nearby because animal hides required extensive processing. Ancient and medieval cities often concentrated such industries near gates and water sources because of the unpleasant smells and waste they generated. Golden Gate, by contrast, was never simply a practical entrance. Its meaning has always been dominated by religion. The visible structure probably dates from the late Byzantine or early Islamic period. At various points, it was sealed to restrict access to the Temple Mount and to control religious or political movements associated with messianic expectations. During the Crusader period, Christian rulers retained the gate in a closed condition for most of the year, but opened it during particular ceremonies. Palm Sunday was especially significant because Christian tradition commemorated Jesus entering Jerusalem from the direction of the Mount of Olives. The gate therefore became a ceremonial link between biblical memory and medieval ritual. After Crusader rule ended, it was closed again. It has remained sealed for centuries. The cemetery that extends in front of it has added another layer of sacred symbolism to the eastern wall. The possibility of an earlier gateway beneath the structure continues to fascinate historians and archaeologists. James Fleming's accidental discovery in 1969 remains one of the most dramatic episodes associated with the site. But without systematic excavation, claims about the exact age of the buried arch must remain cautious. Jerusalem frequently produces this tension between archaeology and tradition. A structure may be archaeologically difficult to date while carrying centuries of powerful religious interpretation. Lion's Gate lies north of the Golden Gate along the eastern wall. It is also known in Christian tradition as St. Stephen's Gate. The entrance was originally designed with the characteristic defensive turn used in Ottoman Jerusalem. Later modifications opened the approach for modern traffic. The gate's location has inspired several biblical associations. Some traditions identify this eastern entrance with the route taken by Jesus when approaching Jerusalem from the Mount of Olives. Others connect it with the martyrdom of Stephen, described in the book of Acts. The New Testament states that Stephen was dragged outside the city before being stoned, but it does not identify the precise gate. Different Christian traditions place the event at different locations around Jerusalem. The association with the modern Lion's Gate therefore reflects later sacred geography rather than a securely established historical identification. The most recognizable decorations on the gate are the pairs of animals carved into the stone. They are usually described as lions, yet their identity is not entirely certain. They may instead represent leopards or panthers. These animals may have been connected with Mamluk heraldic traditions, particularly those associated with Sultan Baybars, one of the most powerful rulers of the medieval Middle East. Baybars became famous for his campaigns against the Crusader states and Mongol armies. His emblem included a powerful feline image. When the Ottomans later rebuilt Jerusalem's walls, older decorative traditions may have been incorporated into the new gate. Whatever their original meaning, the animals eventually gave the entrance its modern name. An Ottoman inscription on the gate records the authority of Suleiman the Magnificent. It celebrates the Sultan responsible for Jerusalem's fortifications and also mentions his father, Selim I, whose conquests had brought the Holy Land under Ottoman control. The inscription dates the construction to the 16th century and connects the gate directly with the imperial rebuilding program. Moving north brings us to Herod's Gate. Despite its name, it has no genuine connection with the palace of Herod Antipas. The name developed from a later Christian misunderstanding. During the early modern period, some Christians believed a building inside this northern section of Jerusalem had been Herod's palace. It was actually a much later structure. Herodian royal architecture was concentrated elsewhere, particularly around the western side of the city near the citadel. The Arabic name Bab al-Zahra is generally associated with the decorative floral motif above the entrance. For this reason, it is sometimes called the Flower Gate. The form of the entrance seen today is also relatively recent. In the 19th century, Ottoman authorities modified the gate and created a more direct opening. Originally, it functioned through a smaller side entrance, preserving the defensive principle of forcing anyone entering the city to change direction. Even the road near Herod's Gate cuts through traces of an ancient aqueduct. This is another example of Jerusalem's modern circulation passing directly across much older infrastructure. Yet no gate demonstrates Jerusalem's archaeological layering more clearly than Damascus Gate. Approaching from the north, its monumental facade immediately dominates the landscape. Two projecting towers frame the entrance, creating a deeply recessed gateway designed both to impress visitors and to defend the city. Today, it opens into one of the busiest commercial districts of the Old City. Markets, shops, pedestrians, pilgrims, residents, and tourists crowd the streets beyond it. The English name refers to the ancient road leading north toward Damascus. Its Arabic name is Bab al-Amud, the Gate of the Column. This preserves the memory of a Roman column that once stood inside the gate area. The famous Madaba mosaic map of Jerusalem depicts such a column in the plaza of the Roman city. During the Roman period, Jerusalem had been rebuilt as Aelia Capitolina. Major streets radiated from monumental gates and public spaces according to Roman urban planning. The northern entrance became one of the city's most important gateways. The Ottoman Damascus Gate was eventually constructed above this much older entrance complex. Archaeological excavation beneath and around the modern gate has revealed significant remains from the 1st and 2nd centuries AD. These include earlier pedestrian entrances, defensive towers, and architectural elements from the period when Jerusalem expanded northward during the age of Herod Agrippa I. In the early 1st century AD, Jerusalem's population had grown beyond earlier defensive boundaries. Agrippa began extending the city walls to incorporate northern neighborhoods. This major fortification system is often associated with what Josephus later called the Third Wall. Parts of the gateway beneath modern Damascus Gate belong to this broad period of expansion. Later, Roman rebuilding changed the entrance again. After the Jewish revolts and the establishment of Aelia Capitolina under Hadrian, the city's northern gateway was reconstructed as part of the Roman urban system. Some architectural elements visible beneath Damascus Gate therefore represent more than one building phase. Early 1st century masonry survives alongside later Roman reconstruction. Walking through the Ottoman Gate today therefore means passing above a far older entrance used by inhabitants of Roman Jerusalem. Few places reveal the vertical structure of Jerusalem's history so dramatically. Above stands Suleiman's 16th century gate. Below are Roman remains. Beneath and around those remains lie traces of even earlier phases of the city. And this pattern repeats itself throughout the Old City. The walls surrounding Jerusalem are therefore much more than defensive architecture. They are a map of the city's changing boundaries. Every ruler had to answer the same questions. Which neighborhoods needed protection? Where was the strongest bedrock? Which hilltops were strategically necessary? Where should roads enter the city? How could an enemy be prevented from reaching the gates? And how could Jerusalem continue growing without making itself impossible to defend? The answers changed from one century to another. Hasmonean rulers constructed their walls. Herod expanded and reinforced them. Agrippa pushed the defenses farther north. Roman emperors rebuilt the city after revolt. Byzantines created new sacred landscapes. Medieval armies fought across the same ridges. Crusaders and Muslim dynasties altered gates and fortifications. Finally, Suleiman the Magnificent created the wall circuit that largely defines the old city today. Even those Ottoman walls were later changed. Gates were widened, roads were cut through fortifications, moats were filled. Battle damage scarred the stones. Modern vehicles replaced soldiers and caravans. Yet the basic outline survived. That survival is one reason walking around Jerusalem's old city can feel like moving through several different historical periods at once. At Jaffa Gate, Ottoman architecture meets 19th century imperial diplomacy and 20th century warfare. At Zion Gate, medieval religious tradition stands beside bullet scars from 1948. At Dung Gate, an old secondary entrance has become one of the busiest approaches to the Western Wall. At Golden Gate, archaeology, messianic expectation, burial traditions, and political sensitivity converge in a single sealed doorway. At Lion's Gate, Ottoman inscriptions and Mamluk imagery exist beside Christian traditions connected with the final days of Jesus. At Herod's Gate, an inaccurate historical identification became permanent enough to give the entrance its English name. And at Damascus Gate, one can stand above Roman gateways buried beneath one of the finest surviving monuments of Ottoman Jerusalem. The stones themselves preserve these contradictions. Jerusalem's gates were built to separate the city from the outside world. But historically, they have done exactly the opposite. They connected Jerusalem with Jaffa, Hebron, Damascus, Jericho, the Jordan Valley, Bethlehem, and the wider Mediterranean. Through them passed soldiers, merchants, pilgrims, rulers, refugees, craftsmen, priests, scholars, and ordinary families. Some entered Jerusalem peacefully, others came as conquerors. Some approached the city to pray, others came to defend it. Every one of them encountered the same walls, even if those walls belonged to different centuries. And beneath nearly every visible stone lay traces of an older Jerusalem. That is what makes the fortifications of the Old City so remarkable. They are not simply monuments from the age of Suleiman the Magnificent. They are the latest major expression of a defensive tradition stretching across thousands of years. The modern walls stand where earlier kingdoms, empires, and armies repeatedly confronted the same landscape. The valleys remain, the ridges remain, the bedrock remains, and Jerusalem continues to rise above them, layer upon layer, with each gateway preserving another fragment of the city's extraordinary past. Beneath Jerusalem's modern Damascus Gate lies the evidence of a much older entrance into the city. After the destruction and rebuilding that followed the revolts of the 2nd century AD, Emperor Hadrian transformed Jerusalem into the Roman colony of Aelia Capitolina. At the northern approach, a monumental gateway was created as part of this new Roman city. It was associated with what later came to be remembered as the Nia, or New, Gate. Excavations beneath the present Ottoman entrance have revealed just how deeply Jerusalem's history is compressed into this single location. Archaeologists have uncovered architectural moldings belonging to earlier gates, 1st century paving stones, and even a stone carrying the mark of Rome's 10th Legion, the military unit that maintained a long presence in Jerusalem after the Jewish revolt. Inside the Roman gate once stood a broad public plaza. At its center rose a monumental column, probably erected during the Roman period as a symbol of imperial authority. This column became such a recognizable landmark that the Arabic name for Damascus Gate, Bab al-Amud, literally means the gate of the column. The same urban feature appears on the famous Madaba mosaic map, created centuries later in Byzantine Jordan. The map depicts Jerusalem as a carefully organized Christian city while still preserving the memory of Roman streets, plazas, and monumental architecture. Not all of Jerusalem's present gates are ancient or even Ottoman structures from Suleiman's original building program. One of the youngest entrances is simply called the New Gate. It was opened in 1887, more than 3 centuries after Suleiman the Magnificent enclosed Jerusalem with his great defensive walls. The reason was practical. During the 19th century, Jerusalem was rapidly expanding beyond the old city. New homes, religious institutions, hospitals, pilgrim residences, and foreign compounds appeared north and west of the traditional walls. People living in these new neighborhoods needed easier access to the Christian quarter. The Ottoman government therefore cut a new opening into the northern wall. The gate also made travel easier for Christian pilgrims arriving from the nearby Russian compound. Russian pilgrimage to Jerusalem had increased dramatically during the 19th century, and thousands of visitors traveled to the city hoping to reach the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and other Christian holy places. Compared with Damascus Gate, the New Gate is architecturally modest. There are no enormous towers framing a monumental entrance and no elaborate defensive approach. Its simplicity reflects its purpose. This was not a gateway designed primarily to stop medieval armies. It was an opening created for a growing modern city. The contrast between Damascus Gate and New Gate illustrates something fundamental about Jerusalem. The city's walls may look like a single defensive system, but they contain elements created for very different historical circumstances. One entrance belongs to the monumental vision of Ottoman Jerusalem. Another preserves a Roman gateway beneath it. Another was opened only in the 19th century to serve expanding neighborhoods. Every gate tells a different part of the story. But understanding Jerusalem requires more than following its walls. Much of what is known about the ancient city comes from archaeology, and the archaeological exploration of Jerusalem has its own fascinating history. For most of the centuries following antiquity, scholars attempting to reconstruct biblical Jerusalem relied on religious texts, local traditions, travelers' descriptions, and the ruins visible above ground. The underground city remained almost entirely unknown. That began to change during the 19th century. Long before systematic excavation became possible, European scholars were already attempting to map the geography of the Holy Land. One early figure was the Dutch scholar Adrian Reland. Although he never personally traveled to Palestine, Reland produced a detailed geographical study during the late 17th century. His work attempted to organize ancient place names and historical geography using classical and biblical sources. Later researchers would increasingly combine such textual scholarship with direct observation of the landscape. One of the most influential was the American biblical scholar Edward Robinson. Robinson visited Jerusalem in 1838 and approached the city with an intense interest in identifying ancient locations. His investigations helped establish a more systematic method of biblical geography. Among the features associated with his work was the recognition of ancient remains near the southwestern corner of the Temple Mount. A surviving portion of a monumental arch became known as Robinson's Arch. The arch once formed part of an enormous structure associated with access to the Temple Mount during the Herodian period. Today, only part of it remains embedded in the retaining wall, but in antiquity it belonged to a much larger bridge or staircase system rising above the street below. Robinson also examined Jerusalem's ancient water systems and defensive remains. His publications became foundational for later explorers because they attempted to connect the physical landscape with historical descriptions rather than relying only on medieval tradition. By the middle of the 19th century, the investigation of Jerusalem was becoming increasingly ambitious. In 1860s, Jerusalem, modern infrastructure, unexpectedly created opportunities for archaeology. Charles Wilson originally came to Jerusalem in connection with efforts to improve the city's water supply, but the work allowed him to examine parts of the city that had rarely been studied systematically. He mapped underground structures, tunnels, arches, and chambers around the western side of the Temple Mount. One monumental arch discovered and documented in this area eventually became known as Wilson's Arch. The arch formed part of an ancient bridge system connecting the Upper Western City with the Temple Mount. What appears today as an isolated arch was once only one component of a much larger architectural system. Wilson's measurements and maps were extraordinarily valuable. Even today, later scholars continue referring to his documentation because he recorded structures that were difficult to access after subsequent urban development. But an even more dramatic phase of exploration followed. In 1867, Charles Warren began one of the most adventurous archaeological investigations ever conducted in Jerusalem. The Ottoman authorities imposed strict limitations on excavation immediately beside the Temple Mount. Warren therefore developed an indirect method. Instead of digging openly against the sacred enclosure, his team sank vertical shafts some distance away. Once underground, they tunneled horizontally toward the retaining walls. The work was difficult, uncomfortable, and at times extremely dangerous. But it allowed Warren to reach ancient foundation levels that had remained hidden for centuries. He documented enormous masonry blocks, drainage systems, underground passages, and some of the deepest courses of the Temple Mount walls. These discoveries revealed the extraordinary scale of Herodian construction. The stones visible above ground represented only a fraction of the entire engineering project. Massive foundation blocks continued far beneath the modern streets. Warren also investigated the area near Robinson's Arch and identified architectural supports associated with the ancient structure. His underground shafts became part of the archaeological history of Jerusalem in their own right. One of the features bearing his name, Warren's Shaft, lies in the City of David. For many years, it was interpreted as part of the water system associated with the ancient Jebusite city. Jerusalem archaeology developed gradually as explorers and archaeologists began investigating the ancient structures hidden beneath the modern city. Early studies of underground passages and water systems produced important discoveries, especially the Siloam inscription found inside Hezekiah's tunnel in 1880. The inscription describes how two groups of workers digging from opposite directions eventually met underground, providing remarkable evidence for Iron Age engineering. Further investigations revealed that Jerusalem possessed not merely a single tunnel, but an extensive network of channels, shafts, reservoirs, and water diversion systems constructed and modified over many generations. Archaeological work also transformed understanding of Jerusalem's original location. Earlier traditions often placed ancient Zion primarily on the Western Hill, but investigations increasingly demonstrated that the earliest fortified city occupied the narrow southeastern ridge south of the Temple Mount, now known as the City of David. Excavations by McAllister and Duncan uncovered major structures there, including the enormous stepped stone structure, while Kathleen Kenyon later introduced more rigorous stratigraphic excavation methods. Her work emphasized separating different occupational layers rather than simply trying to connect structures with famous biblical figures, creating a more reliable chronological framework for Jerusalem's long and complicated history. After 1967, archaeological investigation around the Temple Mount expanded dramatically. Benjamin Mazar's excavations south and southwest of the platform uncovered remains ranging across numerous historical periods. Particularly striking were the massive stones thrown onto a Herodian street during the Roman destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70. Archaeologists also discovered an inscribed stone associated with the place from which a priest may once have sounded a trumpet to announce sacred occasions. Excavations around the Ophel and southern approaches further revealed fortifications, buildings, ritual baths, streets, and facilities used by pilgrims approaching. The Temple. These discoveries helped reconstruct not only Jerusalem's monumental architecture, but also the everyday movements and religious practices of its inhabitants. Later excavations in the City of David generated major debates concerning the periods of David and Solomon. Eilat Mazar associated the monumental large stone structure with David's palace and proposed that other fortifications might date to Solomon. These interpretations remain disputed because archaeological structures cannot automatically be connected with individuals mentioned in ancient texts. Dating depends on pottery, stratigraphy, architectural relationships, radiocarbon evidence, and comparison with other sites. Jerusalem archaeology therefore constantly operates at the intersection of physical evidence, biblical traditions, historical interpretation, religion, and modern identity. Some discoveries occurred entirely by accident. In 1990, construction work uncovered a burial chamber containing several ossuaries from the late Second Temple period. Inscriptions mentioning Caiaphas and Joseph, son of Caiaphas, led scholars to associate the tomb with the high priestly family known from first-century sources. Although archaeology cannot prove that a particular individual buried there was the Caiaphas mentioned by Josephus and the New Testament, the discovery provides important evidence about elite burial practices. Ossuaries also preserve the names of individuals who otherwise would have disappeared completely from history, creating a more personal connection with ancient Jerusalem's population. Archaeology in Jerusalem remains unusually difficult because the ancient site is also a living and sacred city. Large areas cannot be systematically excavated because they lie beneath houses, cemeteries, religious buildings, streets, or the Temple Mount itself. Construction and renovation can expose ancient material but can also destroy archaeological layers. This creates a permanent tension between preserving the past and allowing a modern city and its religious institutions to function. New technologies such as radiocarbon dating, digital mapping, three-dimensional scanning, and sophisticated material analysis are nevertheless allowing archaeologists to extract increasing amounts of information even from small fragments, soil deposits, organic remains, pottery, stone, and metals. Jerusalem's geography explains why the city developed where it did. It was situated away from the great international highways and surrounded by rugged hill country, making access difficult for invading armies. More importantly, the Gihon Spring provided the dependable fresh water required for permanent settlement. The earliest fortified community therefore emerged on the narrow ridge immediately above the spring, despite the existence of higher and larger hills nearby. This ridge became the City of David, while Mount Moriah rose to the north. The western hill stood across the central valley, and the Mount of Olives dominated the eastern horizon. The combination of defensible terrain and reliable water made the southeastern ridge the logical location for Jerusalem's earliest settlement. Three major valleys shaped Jerusalem's defenses and expansion. The Kidron protected the east, the Hinnom surrounded much of the west and south, and the central or Tyropoion Valley separated the eastern and western ridges. The southern and eastern approaches were naturally difficult, but Jerusalem lacked a comparable valley on its northern side. As a result, the north remained the city's greatest military weakness, and major defensive structures were repeatedly concentrated there. Meanwhile, Jerusalem gradually expanded beyond the eastern ridge, particularly during Hezekiah's reign, when settlement crossed the central valley and spread toward the western hill. The Gihon Spring was simultaneously Jerusalem's greatest resource and a potential vulnerability. During a siege, inhabitants needed access to water without exposing themselves to enemy forces. Ancient engineers therefore constructed channels, pools, tunnels, and fortified access routes around the spring. Water engineering became inseparable from Jerusalem's survival and continued developing as the city expanded. The same geography also shaped historical events and religious traditions, particularly around the Kidron Valley, which became a route used by kings, pilgrims, armies, mourners, and religious processions, while also developing strong associations with burial, judgment, purification, and restoration. Modern Jerusalem conceals much of this ancient landscape. Valleys have been filled, hills covered with buildings, and roads constructed across terrain that once presented serious obstacles. Reconstructing ancient Jerusalem therefore requires imagining the modern city stripped away, the City of David as a narrow fortified ridge, the Central Valley as a deep separation between eastern and western hills, the Temple Mount rising prominently above the settlement, the Kidron as a much steeper barrier, and the northern approach as the principal route through which hostile armies could advance. Only within this landscape does the logic of Jerusalem's ancient development become fully understandable. More than a century of archaeology has gradually reconstructed this history. explorers investigated monumental remains, arches, shafts, tunnels, walls, tombs, streets, houses, ritual baths, and drainage systems. The Siloam inscription illuminated ancient engineering, excavations relocated the earlier city to the eastern ridge, stratigraphic methods improved chronological understanding, and investigations around the Temple Mount revealed the monumental scale of later Jerusalem. Yet discoveries frequently create new questions rather than final answers because structures were reused, traditions changed, and multiple generations built directly over earlier remains. Despite these uncertainties, the overall development of Jerusalem is clear. The city began as a remarkably small settlement on the eastern ridge above the Gihon Spring. Its valleys provided natural defenses, its northern side remained vulnerable, its water. Systems allowed its inhabitants to survive, and successive rulers expanded the settlement across surrounding hills. Palaces, temples, fortifications, streets, houses, and increasingly sophisticated infrastructure accumulated over centuries. Every generation constructed its Jerusalem upon the remains of an earlier one, eventually transforming a compact fortified settlement beside a spring into a city whose political and religious influence extended far beyond the hills where it began. Jerusalem's history cannot be understood without its geography. The ancient city developed among a series of hills and valleys that determined where people settled, how armies approached, where walls were constructed, and how the city expanded. The Kidron Valley protected the eastern side, while the Hinnom Valley curved around the west and south. Between the eastern ridge and the western hill ran the central or Tyropoion Valley, once a substantial ravine that has largely disappeared beneath thousands of years of construction, destruction, and accumulated debris. These natural barriers shaped Jerusalem's development from its earliest settlement to the monumental city of later centuries. The Hinnom Valley became especially important because its physical geography gradually acquired powerful religious meanings. Biblical traditions associated parts of the valley with Topheth and practices involving child sacrifice, which were condemned by prophets and targeted by the reforms of King Josiah. Over time, the Hebrew name Ge-Hinnom developed into Gehenna and became associated with judgment, destruction, and fire in Jewish and Christian thought. Yet the valley was also an important burial landscape, containing numerous tombs belonging to wealthy and prominent inhabitants of Jerusalem. It therefore combined ideas of death, punishment, memory, and social prestige within the same landscape. Across the Kidron Valley stood the Mount of Olives, another landscape deeply connected with Jerusalem's history. David crossed it while fleeing from Absalom, while later traditions associated parts of the ridge with religious practices established during Solomon's reign. In Christianity, the mountain became closely connected with the final days, ascension, and expected return of Jesus, leading Byzantine Christians to construct numerous churches there. Jewish traditions likewise connected the Mount of Olives with divine return, resurrection, and future redemption. These expectations contributed to the development of the enormous Jewish cemetery that still covers much of its slopes. Opposite the Mount of Olives stood Mount Moriah, which became the religious heart of Jerusalem. Biblical tradition connects the mountain first with Abraham and Isaac, and later with David's purchase of the threshing floor of Araunah or Ornan. Solomon subsequently constructed the temple in this area. Mount Moriah was not an isolated mountain, but part of the same ridge extending northward from the city of David. Jerusalem therefore developed progressively along this ridge, the earliest settlement. Occupied the lower southern section, while royal and religious construction gradually moved toward the higher ground in the north. As Jerusalem's population increased, settlement eventually crossed the Central Valley and expanded onto the Western Hill. This process accelerated during the 8th century BC as refugees arrived during the expansion of the Assyrian Empire. Hezekiah responded by extending Jerusalem's fortifications, including the massive broad wall, to protect these new neighborhoods. By the Second Temple and Roman periods, the Western Hill had developed into one of Jerusalem's wealthiest districts, containing elite residences and Herod the Great's palace complex. The meaning of geographical names also changed over time. The name Zion, originally associated with David's fortress on the southeastern ridge, eventually became attached to other parts of Jerusalem, including the southern western hill. Between the city of David and the Temple Mount lay the Ophel, a strategically important slope connecting Jerusalem's earliest political center with its developing religious center. Because anyone moving between these areas had to pass through or near it, the Ophel became heavily fortified. Jebusites, Israelite kings and later rulers, repeatedly constructed walls, gates, administrative buildings, and other structures there. Archaeological remains from different periods overlap across the area, showing that it remained important throughout much of Jerusalem's history. Jerusalem existed as an important settlement centuries before David. Biblical tradition first introduces Salem through Melchizedek, described as both king and priest, who blessed Abraham after his victory over a coalition of kings. Outside the biblical narrative, Egyptian and other Near Eastern records preserve early forms of Jerusalem's name, demonstrating that it already belonged to the political landscape of Canaan during the 2nd millennium BC. The Amarna letters provide particularly valuable evidence. Jerusalem's ruler, Abdi-Heba, corresponded directly with the Egyptian pharaoh, describing warfare, political instability, and threats from surrounding groups. These documents reveal Jerusalem as a recognized Canaanite political center connected to the wider diplomatic world of Egypt and the Near East. Jerusalem later appears under Jebusite control. Biblical traditions describe conflicts involving Adoni-Zedek and subsequent Israelite attacks, but these did not produce immediate permanent occupation. The Jebusites continued controlling their fortified city for generations. By David's time, Jerusalem remained a compact but strongly defended settlement occupying the eastern ridge. Its location between Israelite tribal territories made it an attractive choice for a new capital because it was not deeply associated with any single tribe. David eventually captured the fortress, established his residence there, and transformed it into the City of David. Jerusalem consequently changed from a Jebusite stronghold into the political center of an emerging kingdom. Despite political changes, Jerusalem remained constrained by its natural environment. The Gihon Spring provided water, the Kidron and Hinnom valleys offered natural protection, the Central Valley separated the eastern and western hills, Mount Moriah provided higher ground to the north, and the Ophel connected the different sections of the ridge. Consequently, Jerusalem's history was shaped as much by geology and topography as by kings and armies. Settlements expanded where population pressure demanded it, walls followed defensible terrain, religious monuments occupied elevated locations, tombs spread across rocky slopes, and water systems followed natural formations beneath the limestone. One of the clearest examples of adapting to this difficult landscape was the system traditionally associated with the Millo. Massive terraces and retaining structures stabilized the steep eastern slope and created artificial platforms capable of supporting buildings. The enormous stepped stone structure preserves evidence of this engineering and appears to contain construction from several different periods, including phases predating Israelite control. Jerusalem was therefore already a sophisticated fortified settlement before David captured it. Later, inhabitants continued building houses directly into this engineered landscape. The House of Ahil provides an unusually detailed glimpse of everyday life within the later monarchic city. Unlike Jerusalem's palaces and temples, it was an ordinary domestic structure with rooms, pillars, stairs leading toward the roof, and even a stone toilet positioned above a cesspit. Nearby discoveries demonstrate the violent end of this neighborhood. Burned rooms containing charred timber, collapsed architecture, pottery, and other possessions are generally associated with the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem in 586 BC. These remains transform accounts of the destruction from abstract historical events into evidence of individual houses consumed by fire and buried beneath rubble. Administrative life is represented by the House of Bulla, where numerous clay seal impressions were discovered. These bullae originally sealed documents and survived even after the papyrus or parchment documents themselves disappeared. Their concentration suggests that the building may have functioned as an archive or administrative center. Some preserve Hebrew names, including Gemariah son of Shaphan, a name also known from the book of Jeremiah. Combined with weapons, burned buildings, collapsed walls, and household objects, these discoveries provide a vivid archaeological picture of Jerusalem during its final years before the Babylonian conquest. Water was perhaps the most important factor determining whether Jerusalem could survive. The Gihon spring at the bottom of the eastern slope was the principal natural water source, but its location also created a dangerous weakness during siege. Jerusalem's inhabitants therefore developed reservoirs, channels, tunnels, shafts, and fortified corridors allowing water to be accessed and controlled. Three systems became especially significant: the complex associated with Warren's Shaft, the earlier Canaanite or Siloam Channel, and the later tunnel traditionally associated with Hezekiah. Together, they demonstrate centuries of experimentation with the same fundamental problem of securing water inside a fortified city. Warren's Shaft illustrates how Jerusalem's inhabitants adapted natural geology for defensive purposes. Ancient engineers modified underground passages and natural formations so that water could be reached without inhabitants exposing themselves outside the walls. The system has often been associated with David's conquest because 2 Samuel mentions some form of water passage during the attack, and older theories imagine David's soldiers entering through Warren's Shaft. Modern archaeology has made that identification uncertain, however, and the precise route remains debated. What is clear is that Jerusalem possessed an extensive underground water network that simultaneously strengthened the city and potentially created hidden routes beneath its defenses. Massive fortifications surrounding the Gihon demonstrate how seriously Jerusalem protected its water supply. Some of these defenses predate David by centuries, revealing the sophistication of Canaanite Jerusalem. David therefore did not conquer a primitive settlement, but an established and heavily defended urban center possessing substantial engineering infrastructure. Earlier channels carved through the limestone directed water along the eastern slope, while later generations continually expanded and modified the system. Long before Hezekiah constructed his famous tunnel, an extensive subterranean network already existed beneath Jerusalem. Overall, ancient Jerusalem emerged through the interaction of landscape and human adaptation. The Jebusites fortified its natural defenses. David transformed it into a royal capital. Later kings expanded its political and religious centers. Hezekiah enclosed its growing western neighborhoods, and subsequent rulers repeatedly reshaped the same hills. Yet beneath all these changes remained the same geographical framework of ridges, valleys, springs, and limestone. Jerusalem's buildings, rulers, religions, and empires changed repeatedly, but its landscape continued to determine how the city could grow, defend itself, obtain water, and express its sacred importance. Cedar timber, craftsmen, and stoneworkers were sent to Jerusalem for the royal project. Jerusalem's development from a small, fortified settlement into a major political and religious capital was shaped by a continuous interaction between geography, royal ambition, warfare, and engineering. The earliest city grew around the Gihon Spring on the narrow eastern ridge, where steep terrain required massive terraces, retaining structures, fortifications, and carefully designed water systems. Archaeological remains such as the stepped stone structure and the large stone structure demonstrate the scale of construction in this area, although attempts to identify specific buildings with. Figures such as David remain debated. The evidence clearly indicates, however, that the transition into the monarchic period brought increasingly ambitious construction and a major transformation of Jerusalem's urban landscape. Under David, Jerusalem became the political center of the kingdom and began expanding beyond the limits of the earlier Jebusite settlement. The biblical tradition connects David with the acquisition of Araunah's threshing floor on Mount Moriah, a location that would later become central to Jerusalem's religious identity. Under Solomon, this northern expansion accelerated dramatically. The temple and associated royal buildings transformed Mount Moriah and the Ophel into a monumental sacred and administrative district. Creating such a complex required extensive leveling, retaining walls, enormous quantities of fill, and carefully prepared stone, turning the rugged ridge into an architectural platform unlike anything that had existed in the earlier city. The Temple Mount itself continued to change long after Solomon. Later expansions, particularly during the Hasmonean and Herodian periods, enlarged and reshaped the sacred enclosure so extensively that reconstructing its earliest form is extremely difficult. Earlier walls were incorporated, covered, modified, or destroyed by subsequent construction. Because systematic excavation of the Temple Mount is impossible, attempts to reconstruct its ancient appearance depend on surviving masonry, exposed bedrock, tunnels, architectural alignments, historical descriptions, and subtle changes in later structures. Modern Jerusalem therefore preserves not one Temple Mount, but the accumulated physical legacy of many successive periods. Archaeological remains throughout the city of David reveal different dimensions of everyday and administrative life within the growing capital. Houses preserve evidence of domestic existence, clay bulli reveal the activities of scribes and officials, destruction layers record warfare, water installations demonstrate the struggle to secure essential resources, and monumental structures reflect increasingly centralized royal authority. Together, these discoveries show how Jerusalem's inhabitants repeatedly overcame the limitations of their environment by stabilizing slopes, constructing terraces, extending walls, protecting springs, carving passages through bedrock, and erecting monumental buildings. The Ophel became particularly important as Jerusalem expanded northward. Archaeological discoveries there include substantial fortifications, monumental gateways, towers, and storage vessels associated with organized administration. These remains suggest deliberate urban planning rather than uncontrolled expansion. The biblical description of Solomon's royal complex similarly presents an extensive palace district containing several major buildings, including the House of the Forest of Lebanon, a throne hall, royal residences, courtyards, and other structures. Sacred and political authority were therefore increasingly concentrated in the northern part of Jerusalem, while the city's defensive perimeter had to be expanded to accommodate this growth. Jerusalem's monumental architecture depended heavily upon the limestone beneath the city itself. Zedekiah's Cave, also known traditionally as Solomon's Quarries, preserves extensive evidence of ancient stone extraction, including chisel marks, unfinished blocks, and quarry scars. Although it cannot be demonstrated that every section was exploited during Solomon's reign, the cavern illustrates the enormous labor required to construct Jerusalem's walls, palaces, towers, and sacred complexes. Later builders, particularly during the reign of Herod the Great, likewise required immense quantities of carefully dressed limestone for their projects. The underground landscape also became the source of later legends. Zedekiah's attempted escape from Jerusalem during the Babylonian conquest was eventually associated with subterranean passages, although the biblical account itself only describes a nighttime flight through a gate. Similar speculation developed around the disappearance of the Ark of the Covenant, with later traditions proposing that it might have been concealed beneath Mount Moriah before Jerusalem's destruction. No archaeological evidence has confirmed such claims, but Jerusalem's extensive network of caves, cisterns, tunnels, and quarries provided an ideal setting for generations of stories concerning hidden chambers and lost sacred objects. One of the most dramatic transformations occurred during Hezekiah's reign in the 8th century BC. Assyrian expansion, the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel, and the arrival of refugees caused Jerusalem's population to grow rapidly westward. New neighborhoods spread beyond the old eastern ridge, forcing the city to construct a much larger defensive perimeter. The massive broad wall was built across existing residential areas, with some houses apparently demolished to make room for the fortification. Jerusalem was being reorganized specifically to withstand the threat posed by the Assyrian Empire. Defensive walls alone could not protect a city during a prolonged siege, because Jerusalem's principal natural water source, the Gihon Spring, remained vulnerable outside or near the eastern defenses. Hezekiah's response was an extraordinary engineering project. A long underground tunnel carved through the limestone beneath the city of David to redirect water toward the Pool of Siloam inside the protected urban area. Two teams apparently excavated from opposite directions until they eventually met underground. The winding course of the tunnel and the surviving pick marks demonstrate both the difficulty of the project and the remarkable abilities of its builders. The Siloam inscription provides exceptional evidence for this achievement. Discovered inside the tunnel in 1880, It describes the moment when the two groups of workers approached one another through the rock, heard their counterparts, broke through the final barrier, and allowed the water to flow. Unlike many ancient inscriptions centered on rulers or military victories, it preserves the experience of the workers themselves. The inscription was eventually removed and taken to Istanbul, while the tunnel continues to carry water along the route carved through Jerusalem more than 2.5 millennia ago. The Pool of Siloam remained important long after Hezekiah. During later periods, it became associated with religious traditions, and by Byzantine times, a Christian pilgrimage complex and church had developed around the waters. Archaeological discoveries in 2004 and 2005 revealed monumental steps belonging to a much larger Second Temple period pool than previously understood. The discovery demonstrated once again how later construction repeatedly concealed earlier Jerusalem and how modern infrastructure projects can unexpectedly expose major elements of the ancient city. The Broad Wall and Hezekiah's Tunnel ultimately represent two parts of the same defensive strategy. One protected Jerusalem physically, while the other secured its water supply. When Sennacherib invaded Judah in 701 BC, numerous fortified cities fell, including Lachish, but Jerusalem survived. Whatever explanation is given for the Assyrian withdrawal, the archaeological remains demonstrate the extraordinary scale of Jerusalem's preparations. The city emerged from this period substantially larger than before, with the Western Hill incorporated into its urban landscape and new fortifications and infrastructure connecting areas that had previously stood beyond the ancient settlement. Jerusalem's transformation was therefore not the achievement of a single ruler or generation. David established a political center. Solomon expanded royal and sacred architecture northward. Later kings inherited and modified these spaces, and Hezekiah extended the city westward while strengthening its defenses and water systems. Each period added another layer: palaces, walls, quarries, tunnels, terraces, roads, reservoirs, and sacred enclosures. What appears today as one ancient city is actually the accumulated result of centuries of construction, destruction, adaptation, and rebuilding. Behind the famous kings, wars, and religious monuments stood the people who physically created Jerusalem. Engineers designed fortifications and water systems, quarrymen extracted limestone, masons shaped enormous blocks, scribes administered royal resources, and laborers worked underground in darkness to carve tunnels through solid rock. Their surviving marks provide some of the most direct connections with ancient Jerusalem. The history of the city is therefore not simply the history of rulers and armies, but also the history of generations of workers who continually reshaped an exceptionally difficult landscape until a small settlement surrounding a spring became one of the most enduring cities of the ancient world. Near Jerusalem's Jaffa Gate, archaeological remains inside the citadel reveal traces of an imposing defensive complex. Among the surviving structures is the corner of a massive tower, preserved to a height of roughly 8 meters. Archaeologists have connected these remains with a gateway that once formed part of the northern defenses, protecting Jerusalem's expanding western districts during the age of King Hezekiah. This gateway may also have witnessed one of the darkest moments in the city's ancient history. In June of 586 BC, Babylonian commanders entered Jerusalem as the kingdom of Judah collapsed before the forces of Babylon. The book of Jeremiah describes Babylonian officials assembling at a place called the Middle Gate. The archaeological evidence from the surrounding area paints a vivid picture of the violence that accompanied the conquest. Signs of an intense fire have been discovered outside the gate, together with both Babylonian and Israelite arrowheads. These small objects preserve the physical traces of a battle fought more than 2,500 years ago. Jerusalem eventually rose again from destruction. After the Babylonian exile, the returning Jewish community faced the enormous challenge of restoring both the city and its defenses. According to the biblical account, Nehemiah organized the rebuilding of Jerusalem's walls in 445 BC. Remains associated with this defensive system can still be identified along the eastern side of the city of David, below the palace area and close to the ancient stepped stone structure. Centuries later, parts of these defenses would be repaired and incorporated into the fortifications of another powerful Jewish dynasty, the Hasmoneans. Jerusalem entered another turbulent era during the struggle between the Maccabees and the Seleucid Empire. In 164 BC, Judas Maccabeus gained control of Jerusalem, purified the temple, and began restoring the city's damaged defenses. His victory did not immediately eliminate Seleucid influence, however. A powerful fortress known as the Acra remained a major obstacle to complete Jewish control of Jerusalem. The Acra stood beside the Temple Mount and functioned as a Seleucid military stronghold. From this strategic position, its garrison could watch the surrounding Jewish population and maintain pressure on the temple area. Throughout much of the Maccabean revolt, the fortress represented the continuing presence of Seleucid power inside Jerusalem itself. Political circumstances changed dramatically by 160 BC. Demetrius, king of the Seleucid Empire, sent Jonathan Maccabeus a letter recognizing him as an ally and granting him significant authority. Jonathan received permission to recruit troops and produce weapons, while Jewish hostages held by the Seleucid garrison in the Acra were ordered to be released. Jonathan carried the royal message directly into Jerusalem and publicly announced its contents. The declaration transformed the political situation. The men occupying the fortress realized that Jonathan now possessed official authority to organize an armed force. The hostages were surrendered and reunited with their families, while Jonathan established himself in Jerusalem and turned his attention towards strengthening the city. Reconstruction became one of his priorities. Jerusalem's walls and the defenses surrounding Mount Zion were reinforced with carefully shaped stone blocks. Jonathan later met with the elders and developed a broader defensive strategy for Judea. Fortresses were strengthened, Jerusalem's walls were raised, and a substantial barrier was constructed to separate the Acra from the rest of the city. The intention was simple but effective: isolate the Seleucid garrison and prevent its occupants from obtaining supplies through normal trade with Jerusalem. The pressure eventually worked. By 141 BC, under Simeon Maccabeus, the Seleucid presence in the Acra had become increasingly difficult to maintain. Cut off from access to the countryside and unable to purchase sufficient food, the defenders suffered severe shortages. Starvation weakened the garrison until its occupants finally sought peace. Simeon accepted their surrender but expelled them from the fortress. The Acra was then purified, symbolically removing one of the last visible reminders of Seleucid domination over Jerusalem. Simeon strengthened the Temple Hill on the side facing the former fortress and established himself there with his men. The fall of the Acra represented far more than the capture of a military position. It marked a decisive stage in Jerusalem's emergence from foreign occupation. The Hasmoneans continued transforming the city's defenses. Simeon and John Hyrcanus I constructed what later became known as the First Wall around the southern districts of Jerusalem's Western Hill, an area commonly identified as the Upper City. Their fortifications soon faced a serious test. Between 134 and 132 BC, Seleucid forces attacked Jerusalem but were unable to break through the walls. Eventually, John Hyrcanus reached an agreement with the attackers. The treaty required portions of Jerusalem's reconstructed fortifications to be demolished, but in exchange the siege ended and Seleucid recognition of Jerusalem's political independence followed. As the city continued expanding northward, residential districts appeared beyond the older defensive line. A new system, traditionally called the Second Wall, was eventually constructed to protect these growing neighborhoods. Physical traces of Hasmonean Jerusalem remain visible today. Archaeological remains in the northern part of the Jewish quarter preserve sections of the old First Wall and elements of a gateway that once guarded the western part of Jerusalem's northern. Defenses. The lowest courses contain masonry associated with Hasmonean construction from around 150 BC. The arrangement of the surviving stones helps reconstruct the original defensive system. Part of the structure formed the base of a tower positioned beside the city entrance. A clear seam in the masonry separates different sections of the ancient construction. Centuries later, the landscape changed again when Roman and Byzantine Jerusalem developed above these earlier remains. A column associated with the Cardo, the great urban street running through the city, was eventually erected over part of the Hasmonean Wall. This layering of architecture is one of the most striking features of Jerusalem. A visitor can encounter structures belonging to completely different civilizations occupying almost the same physical space. Hasmonean defenses lie beneath later Roman streets, while medieval and Ottoman structures incorporate or stand above masonry dating from antiquity. Jerusalem was repeatedly rebuilt rather than simply abandoned, causing the remains of successive periods to accumulate upon one another. The Hasmonean defensive line continued southward from the citadel beneath sections of the present western wall of the Old City. It curved eastward and reappeared in areas of the Jewish quarter near the Broad Wall and the Cardo. Portions of the ancient masonry can also be identified beneath later construction in the western defenses. One surviving tower demonstrates this continuity particularly well. Although restored during the reign of Sultan Suleiman in the 16th century, its lower sections preserve Hasmonean masonry resting directly on the bedrock. 11 courses of carefully shaped ashlar blocks survive in places. Their distinctive appearance helps identify the construction technique. Smooth margins were cut around the edges of the blocks, while the central surfaces were deliberately left rough and projecting. The Hasmonean builders even carved exposed bedrock to imitate this same masonry pattern. Instead of leaving the natural rock untouched, they shaped its surface to resemble the blocks used in the tower above it. The result created the visual impression of a continuous monumental stone structure rising directly from Jerusalem's rocky landscape. The Hasmoneans also reused earlier defenses. On the eastern side of the City of David, a section of the wall traditionally associated with Nehemiah's rebuilding program of 445 BC appears to have been reconstructed around 150 BC. Nearby stand the ancient stepped stone structure and even older retaining walls, dating back centuries before the Hasmonean period. Once again, a single location preserves evidence from several very different stages of Jerusalem's development. Water management was equally important to the growing city. Around 150 BC, the Hasmoneans cut an aqueduct into the bedrock north of the northwestern corner of the Temple Mount. The channel carried water from nearby pools into Jerusalem, providing an important resource for the city and its inhabitants. The system did not remain unchanged. When Herod the Great began expanding the Temple Mount in 19 BC, his enormous construction project reached the area occupied by the earlier aqueduct. Sections of the channel were disrupted, and the flow of water had to be redirected. The surfaces of the ancient channel became polished through prolonged contact with running water, leaving another physical indication of its original function. Reservoirs connected with this water system were located near the northwestern corner of the later Herodian Temple Mount. During the Hasmonean period, they were open pools connected with the aqueduct. In Herod's time, the water also became associated with the defensive environment around the fortress of Antonia, where it could serve as part of a moat on the northern side. Jerusalem changed again under Roman rule. Following the upheavals of the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, Emperor Hadrian reshaped parts of the city. Around 135 AD, arched supports and vaulted structures were constructed over these earlier reservoirs. The former open pools were transformed into cisterns, while the space above them could support activity at street level, including a marketplace. What had begun as part of a Hasmonean water system was therefore incorporated into a completely different Roman urban landscape. The history of the Acra followed a similarly dramatic transformation. The fortress had been established as a Seleucid military position on the Ophel beside the Temple Mount. For decades, it allowed Seleucid soldiers and their supporters to oversee the Jewish population and monitor activities around Jerusalem's sacred center. After the Hasmoneans finally removed the garrison in 141 BC, the fortress lost its original purpose. The area was transformed, and the Temple Mount was extended southward over much of the former stronghold. New access routes were incorporated into this expansion, including tunnels with stairways leading toward the elevated temple platform. These passages later became part of an even larger architectural system under Herod. During his reconstruction and expansion of the Temple Mount, beginning in 19 BC, earlier Hasmonean structures were absorbed into his monumental project. The southern expansion covered much of what remained of the old Seleucid fortress, while access routes developed in this area were eventually connected with the entrances known as the double and triple gates. Parts of this complicated construction history can still be traced in the masonry of the Temple Mount. Differences in building phases reveal where Hasmonean additions were made and where Herodian expansion later extended the platform farther south. These architectural seams preserve a silent record of Jerusalem's political history. Seleucid occupation, Hasmonean independence, and Herodian transformation all left their mark on the same landscape. Yet Jerusalem's ancient story is not preserved only in walls, towers, and fortresses. The landscape surrounding the city contains another enormous archaeological archive, its tombs. Ancient Jewish burial practices generally placed the dead outside the inhabited city. As Jerusalem expanded, burial grounds developed in the valleys and hills surrounding its walls. Tombs appeared in the Hinnom Valley to the west, near the meeting point of the Hinnom and Kidron valleys to the south, beyond the northern limits of the city, and especially along the Kidron Valley to the east. The Eastern Cemetery possessed particular religious significance. Jewish traditions connected this landscape with expectations concerning resurrection, divine judgment, and the future appearance of the Messiah. Facing the Temple Mount and Mount Moriah, the Kidron Valley therefore became both a burial landscape and a place deeply connected with religious memory and expectation. During the Hasmonean era, burial architecture became increasingly elaborate. Hellenistic artistic traditions influenced the appearance of monumental tombs, combining local religious customs with architectural ideas circulating throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. This tendency continued into the Herodian and New Testament periods. The scale of burial around Jerusalem was extraordinary. Hundreds of tombs from the Herodian period have been identified within only a few miles of the ancient city. Rock-cut burial chambers, monumental facades, inscriptions, columns, and decorative architectural forms turned the surrounding hills into an extensive landscape of remembrance. The New Testament places the burial of Jesus outside Jerusalem's walls to the west, in a tomb associated with a member of the Sanhedrin. The Gospel narratives also show how familiar monumental tombs were within Jerusalem's visual environment. Anyone walking through the Kidron Valley or looking eastward from the Temple Mount would have encountered these impressive structures. This background gives additional force to the Gospel image of whitewashed tombs. Monumental burial structures could appear beautiful and carefully maintained from the outside while concealing human remains within. For an audience familiar with Jerusalem's elaborate tomb architecture, the comparison would have been immediate and visually powerful. Several important monuments survive in the Kidron Valley. One is associated with the Bene Hezir, or the Sons of Hezir, a priestly family identified through an inscription carved into the monument. Its facade contains two Doric columns and reflects the growing influence of classical architecture in Judea. The Hebrew inscription names several members of the family, including Alexander, Hananiah, Yoezer, Judah, Simon, and Johanan, and identifies individuals belonging to a priestly lineage. The text provides rare evidence connecting monumental burial architecture with an actual family group. Rather than relying entirely on later tradition, the inscription allows the monument to speak directly about the people for whom it was created. Beside the Hezir monument stands another striking rock-cut structure traditionally called Zechariah's tomb. Its appearance immediately distinguishes it from an ordinary burial cave. The monument was carved from the living rock as a nearly cubic structure, decorated with lonic pilasters and crowned by a pyramid-shaped top. Despite its traditional name, the precise identity of the person or people associated with the monument remains uncertain. The name Zechariah was extremely common in antiquity, and numerous biblical figures carried it. The structure itself belongs to the architectural world of Jerusalem around the late Second Temple period, rather than providing straightforward evidence for the burial of a particular biblical Zechariah. A corridor with steps beside the monument provides access toward the burial complex of the Hezir family. Beneath part of the structure is a small chamber that could serve a funerary purpose, while farther south lies another tomb that was never completed. It is possible that the monument traditionally called Zechariah's tomb was intended to commemorate individuals associated with this unfinished burial complex. Not far away stands another famous monument traditionally known as the Pillar of Absalom, or Absalom's Monument. Despite the ancient biblical association implied by its modern name, the structure belongs to a much later architectural period. Its true owner remains unknown. The monument's identity changed repeatedly over the centuries. The Bordeaux pilgrim visiting Jerusalem in 333 AD referred to it as the Tomb of Hezekiah. Much later, Benjamin of Tudela connected it with Absalom in the 12th century, drawing upon the biblical account describing the monument Absalom erected for himself. The association endured, even though the architecture does not support a date in the lifetime of the biblical Absalom. Its design reveals a fascinating combination of cultural influences. Egyptian and Greek architectural traditions appear side by side, reflecting the political environment of Judea during the centuries before Roman domination. The Ptolemies of Egypt and the Seleucid, rulers of Syria, both exercised power over the region, and elements associated with their wider artistic worlds entered local architecture. The lower square portion of the monument was carved directly from the bedrock. Above it rises a carefully worked circular element crowned by a conical form, carved from a single piece of stone. The result is an extraordinary monument combining rock-cut construction with the visual language of monumental architecture. Immediately beside it lies an 8-chambered burial complex known as the Cave of Jehoshaphat. Its carefully carved stonework has survived remarkably well. The monument called the Pillar of Absalom may originally have served as a memorial associated with the burial chambers cut into the cliff behind it. Later generations added their own interpretations to the monument. An inscription dating to roughly the 5th century AD identifies the structure with Zachary, described as a holy priest and the father of John the Baptist. Another later inscription preserves little more than the name Simon. These inscriptions are valuable for understanding how later communities interpreted the site, but they do not reliably identify the original owner of the ancient monument. Farther south, beneath the modern village of Silwan, stands another remarkable rock-cut monument known as the Tomb of Pharaoh's Daughter. Despite its traditional name, the individual for whom it was constructed remains unidentified. The tomb appears to belong to the Hasmonean period or shortly afterward. Its architecture originally gave the impression of a small stone house carved directly from the rock. Above it stood a pyramid-shaped roof, itself fashioned from a single mass of stone. The monument must once have presented a striking silhouette against the surrounding landscape. Unfortunately, later generations dramatically altered its appearance. Sometime after the 7th century AD, the pyramid-shaped roof was dismantled and cut into reusable building blocks. This process severely damaged the monument and permanently changed its original form. Further destruction occurred when a hermit used the tomb as a dwelling. An ancient Hebrew inscription had once survived near the upper left side of the entrance, but the doorway was widened during the tomb's later occupation. Most of the inscription disappeared in the process, leaving only 2 surviving letters. These monuments reveal how Jerusalem's physical landscape was constantly reused, reinterpreted, damaged, restored, and transformed. A Hasmonean wall might become the foundation for later construction. An ancient reservoir could become a Roman cistern. A forgotten tomb could acquire the name of a biblical figure centuries after it was built. Every generation encountered the remains of the previous one and gave them new functions or new meanings. This is what makes the archaeology of Jerusalem so extraordinary. The city cannot be understood as the product of a single kingdom or historical moment. Its stones preserve a continuous sequence of conflict, reconstruction, religious devotion, political ambition, and cultural exchange. From the defensive works associated with Hezekiah and the destruction inflicted by Babylon, to Nehemiah's rebuilding program, the Maccabean struggle against Seleucid power, the rise of the Hasmonean state, the monumental projects of Herod, and the transformations imposed under Roman rule, Jerusalem repeatedly changed while remaining centered on the same ancient landscape. Walls that once protected armies became archaeological ruins. Fortresses built to dominate populations disappeared beneath later sacred architecture. Aqueducts were redirected, reservoirs were covered by vaults, streets were constructed over earlier defenses, and tombs acquired identities their original builders could never have imagined. Yet precisely because Jerusalem was rebuilt so many times, fragments of these different eras survive together. Beneath later streets and walls are traces of earlier cities, and beneath those structures lie still older layers. Archaeology allows these fragments to be separated and examined, gradually revealing how Jerusalem evolved from one historical period to another. The result is a city whose history is not simply recorded in ancient texts. It is physically embedded in towers, ashlar blocks, gateways, water channels, burial chambers, inscriptions, and layers of destruction. Each surviving feature adds another piece to a story stretching across centuries, a story in which Jerusalem was conquered and liberated, destroyed and reconstructed, expanded and transformed, yet continued to occupy a unique place at the crossroads of politics, culture, and faith. When Herod the Great ruled Jerusalem from 37 to 4 BC, the city entered one of the most ambitious periods of construction in its long history. Herod governed as a client king within the Roman political world, but his ambitions went far beyond maintaining power. He wanted Jerusalem to become a monumental capital, filled with architecture capable of expressing royal authority, wealth, and technical sophistication. Mountains, valleys, political resistance, and enormous financial costs rarely stopped him. When the landscape created a problem, his engineers found a way around it. The result was a remarkable transformation of Jerusalem. Herod sponsored paved streets and sophisticated water systems, constructed a theater, developed an amphitheater or hippodrome, and strengthened the city with major military installations such as the Antonia Fortress. These projects introduced architectural features associated with the wider Greco-Roman world while simultaneously reshaping Jerusalem according to Herod's own political vision. His personal residence was equally impressive. Herod created an enormous palace complex protected by formidable walls and towers. Inside were reception halls designed for royal ceremonies, private apartments, accommodations for his guards, landscaped gardens, fountains, and elaborate bathing facilities. Skilled craftsmen decorated these buildings with colorful mosaics and painted frescoes. Even the traditional Jewish mikveh, the ritual immersion pool, could be adapted within Herodian architecture to resemble the luxurious bathing environments familiar throughout the Roman Mediterranean. Yet all these achievements were overshadowed by one project. Herod's reconstruction of the temple and his enormous expansion of the Temple Mount became the defining architectural achievement of his reign. The project was breathtaking in scale. The existing sacred platform was dramatically enlarged, while the temple itself was reconstructed as a monumental structure that dominated Jerusalem's skyline. Ancient descriptions portray a building rising more than 15 stories and decorated extensively with marble and gold. Whatever visitors thought of Herod as a ruler, the scale of the sanctuary was intended to leave them in awe. Building such a complex on Jerusalem's uneven terrain required far more than decorative ambition. Herod's engineers had to create an enormous artificial platform capable of supporting the temple courts and surrounding structures. Massive retaining walls were constructed around the expanded area, and the spaces behind them were filled and reinforced until a broad elevated surface had been created. The stones used in these structures became one of the most recognizable signatures of Herodian architecture. Archaeologists commonly describe them as Herodian ashlars, enormous rectangular limestone blocks cut and dressed with extraordinary precision. Their appearance is distinctive. A narrow, carefully finished margin runs around the edge of each block, while the center forms a slightly raised surface known as the boss. Not every boss was finished in exactly the same way. Many Herodian examples have remarkably smooth central faces, while other blocks preserve rougher surfaces. Earlier, Hasmonean builders had also used ashlar masonry, often leaving more irregular bosses. These differences help archaeologists distinguish between construction phases when examining the surviving walls of Jerusalem. Some of the clearest examples remain visible around the Western Wall and other portions of the Temple Mount enclosure. The precision of the masonry is particularly striking. The blocks were shaped so carefully that neighboring stones could fit tightly against one another without requiring mortar or cement to bind them together. 2,000 years later, many of those joints remain remarkably tight. This construction method also helps explain both the durability and the vulnerability of the complex. Because the blocks depended primarily upon their enormous weight and precise positioning rather than mortar, Roman soldiers could dismantle substantial portions of the upper structures after the destruction of Jerusalem. Yet the deepest and heaviest courses of the retaining walls proved far more difficult to remove. The surviving stones therefore represent the lower structural skeleton of Herod's monumental platform rather than the complete temple complex that ancient visitors would have seen. The builders introduced another subtle engineering feature. Instead of placing every course directly above the one below it, successive rows of masonry were slightly recessed. Each new course was positioned roughly half an inch farther inward. Across a wall of enormous height, this small adjustment contributed to the stability of the entire structure while producing an almost imperceptible inward slope. Herodian stonework did not remain confined to the Temple Mount. After Roman destruction transformed Jerusalem, blocks from earlier buildings were repeatedly reused. Over the following centuries, Herodian stones found their way into later walls, structures, and rebuilding projects throughout the city. Jerusalem therefore became a place where ancient masonry could survive far from its original architectural setting. Herod's builders also employed simpler rectangular blocks with smooth surfaces and without the immediately recognizable combination of margin and boss. These stones are more difficult for modern visitors to identify, but they belong to the same enormous building tradition that transformed Jerusalem during the late 1st century BC. The true scale of Herodian engineering becomes especially clear at the southwestern corner of the Temple Mount. Here, some of the largest surviving stones in the entire complex were installed. One monumental block measures approximately 39 feet 4 inches in length, nearly 8 feet in width, and more than 3.5 feet in height. Its estimated weight reaches roughly 80 tons. Moving a stone of that size would be difficult even with modern machinery. For builders working more than 2,000 years ago, quarrying, transporting, positioning, and aligning such blocks required extraordinary organization. These giant stones were not placed randomly. At the corners, the builders alternated their orientation through a system known as header and stretcher construction. Some blocks extended deeply into one wall, while others followed the direction of the adjoining wall. By alternating their arrangement, the builders effectively locked the corners together. The enormous size of the stones added another layer of stability. Larger blocks strengthened the masonry beneath and helped create corners so massive that even the Roman destruction of Jerusalem failed to remove them completely. At the southwestern corner, original Herodian masonry survives to an impressive height. 12 courses have been preserved in sections of this area, providing a remarkable window into the original construction technique. Nearby, the remains of Robinson's Arch reveal another component of the complex transportation and access system that once surrounded the Temple Mount. The pavement beside this corner also preserves traces of Herodian Jerusalem. Original paving stones and steps once continued along the southern side of the Temple Mount, connecting different entrances and monumental approaches. These routes eventually reached the areas of the double and triple gates, where visitors could enter passages leading toward the elevated temple platform. Another surviving cornerstone measures roughly 33 feet long, 7 feet wide, and 3 feet high, with an estimated weight of around 50 tons. Despite centuries of earthquakes, warfare, rebuilding, and human activity, the horizontal and vertical joints between many of these blocks remain extraordinarily precise. Producing this masonry required an immense amount of labor before the stones ever reached the construction site. Estimates suggest that a workforce of around 200 laborers might produce approximately 8 cubic meters of dressed stone in a single day. On that basis, preparing only 1 cubic meter of finished ashlar could require around 120 hours of combined labor. When multiplied across the enormous volume of stone used around the Temple Mount, the scale of human effort becomes staggering. First, the limestone had to be separated from the quarry. Then the blocks needed to be roughly shaped, dressed, transported, maneuvered through the city, and finally positioned with extreme precision. Transportation presented one of the greatest challenges. One solution involved rollers. Heavy stones could be placed on wooden rollers and pulled forward, sometimes by teams of oxen. As the block moved, rollers emerging from the rear could be carried forward and placed in front again, allowing the enormous stone to advance gradually toward its destination. Herod's workers sometimes deliberately left projections of uncut rock extending from the sides or faces of the blocks. These projections functioned as temporary handles or attachment points. Ropes could be secured around them, allowing workers or draft animals to pull the stone and giving lifting equipment a secure point from which to manipulate it. Several surviving stones on the southern and eastern sides of the Temple Mount still preserve these projections. They are particularly noticeable near the southeastern corner. What might initially look like unfinished workmanship may therefore preserve evidence of the transportation system used by the original builders. Once a block arrived at the construction site, cranes and hoisting devices could assist in its final positioning. A wooden A-frame crane equipped with ropes could raise or shift the stone sufficiently for workers to align it with the surrounding masonry. But Herod's engineers may have reduced the need to lift these enormous blocks through a clever construction sequence. Imagine the retaining wall being built outward while the area behind it was gradually filled. Workers could place the first course of stones at ground level and then add fill behind that course until the interior surface reached approximately the same height. The next row of stones could then be dragged or rolled across the newly raised interior surface instead of being lifted from the ground all the way to the top of the wall. Once the second course was finished, more fill could be added. The working surface rose again, allowing the third course to be positioned in much the same way. In this manner, wall construction and platform construction advanced together. The retaining walls became progressively higher while the artificial ground behind them rose at nearly the same pace. Cranes would only need to lift a block enough to adjust its position rather than suspend an 80-ton stone high above the construction site. The result was a gigantic engineered platform that effectively reshaped Jerusalem's topography. Evidence of different structural requirements can also be seen along the southern wall. Between the double and triple gates survives a particularly massive course of Herodian stones. These blocks are approximately 6 feet high, roughly twice the height of many other Herodian courses. This unusually large band of masonry functioned as a stabilizing element and is sometimes described as the Great Course. Its scale reflects the enormous structural forces created by the retaining walls and the artificial platform behind them. Other monumental blocks survive in the western wall tunnels. One of the largest is often identified as the Master Course Stone. Like other Herodian masonry, successive courses show the characteristic slight setback that helped stabilize the wall, yet these stones also reveal how Jerusalem's architecture continued changing after Herod. At some point, sections of the ancient wall were incorporated into an underground water storage system. To turn the space into a cistern, builders needed to cover the masonry with waterproof plaster. Rectangular holes were cut into some of the ancient stones, and smaller elongated blocks were inserted into them. Thick plaster could then grip these connectors and remain attached to the wall. A single section of masonry can therefore preserve several different chapters of Jerusalem's history at once. The original Herodian ashlar, later holes cut into its surface, inserted stone connectors, and traces of plaster from the period when the ancient structure served as part of a cistern. Understanding the Temple Mount itself requires looking even further back. According to the reconstruction presented in the source, the earlier sacred platform associated with Solomon's temple formed a square measuring 500 cubits by 500 cubits, approximately 861 feet on each side. The area inside these retaining walls was filled to create the elevated platform upon which the earlier temple complex stood. The Hasmoneans later expanded the sacred enclosure toward the south, adding roughly 134 feet. Evidence of this construction phase can be identified along the eastern wall, where a subtle change in direction appears in the masonry. The bend is not dramatic, but it provides an architectural clue marking the point where the later extension began. Herod inherited this already modified landscape and expanded it on an even greater scale beginning around 19 BC. One of the clearest markers of his work appears on the eastern wall at what is known as the straight joint. Here, Herodian blocks meet the earlier Hasmonean masonry directly rather than overlapping it. The straight vertical line created where the two building phases meet remains visible and provides an unusually clear boundary between the earlier and later construction programs. From this joint, Herod extended the platform farther south by approximately 105.5 feet, eventually creating the southern boundary familiar from the later Temple Mount enclosure. The finished complex was therefore not created in a single construction campaign. It represented centuries of architectural development. An earlier sacred platform formed the core. Hasmonean rulers expanded it southward. Herod then incorporated that enlargement into a far more ambitious reconstruction, pushing the boundaries outward again and creating the monumental enclosure associated with Jerusalem in the late Second Temple period. The southern side of Herod's Temple Mount contained an elaborate system of stairways, gateways, tunnels, and elevated approaches. Among the most important surviving features are the double and triple gates. Monumental stairs once carried crowds toward these entrances, after which internal passages and stairways allowed visitors to ascend through the structure and emerge onto the Temple Mount above. These were not simply openings in a defensive wall. They were part of a carefully organized circulation system designed to move enormous numbers of worshippers through one of the most important religious complexes of the ancient world. The source connects the Triple Gate area with the beautiful gate mentioned in the Book of Acts, where Peter is described as healing a man who had been unable to walk. The surviving tunnels and stairways demonstrate the scale and complexity of the ancient entrance system, even though access to some of these passages is restricted today. Farther west stood another extraordinary entrance complex associated with Robinson's Arch. The surviving spring of this enormous arch can still be identified on the western wall. Originally, however, it was only one component of a much larger structure. An elevated passage and staircase connected the upper city with the Temple Mount, allowing people to approach the sacred enclosure without navigating the crowded streets below. Other gateways and arches formed part of the western access system. Barclay's Gate survives partially within the western wall, with elements of its original lintel still identifiable. Wilson's Arch represents another major surviving component of the ancient approach system, while Warren's Gate can be seen within the western wall tunnels. Warren's Gate was particularly significant because of its position relative to the sacred center of the temple complex. According to the reconstruction described in the source, it lies extremely close to the location traditionally associated with the most holy place. An ancient stairway and passage once led upward from this gateway toward the Temple Mount, although the route has long since been blocked. Standing today at the Western Wall Prayer Plaza, visitors see only a fraction of the original Herodian enclosure. The visible wall continues far below the modern ground level. Streets, buildings, debris, and centuries of urban development gradually buried large portions of ancient Jerusalem, leaving only certain sections exposed. Archaeological excavation and underground tunnels have revealed additional courses that once stood at street level during the time of Herod. The northeastern and southeastern sections of the eastern wall provide additional clues to the earlier geometry of the sacred platform. Measurements described in the source identify a distance of 500 cubits along the eastern side between specific architectural points associated with the earlier enclosure. A comparable measurement can be reconstructed along what would have formed the northern boundary. These relationships have been used to reconstruct the approximate dimensions and orientation of the older Temple Mount before later expansions transformed it. The southeastern section is particularly revealing because several building phases can be read directly in the wall. First comes the earlier line associated with the original platform. Then the masonry changes direction slightly where the Hasmonean extension begins. Farther south, another unmistakable transition appears where Herod's stones meet the Hasmonean construction at the straight joint. Instead of blending the masonry invisibly, the Herodian blocks terminate against the earlier wall, leaving a clear vertical boundary between the two phases. The Hasmonean expansion had already extended the Temple Mount over part of the area associated with the former Seleucid Acra fortress. Herod then pushed the platform still farther south, extending it from the Hasmonean boundary toward the present southern wall and incorporating the monumental entrance systems of the double and triple gates. Seen in this way, the Temple Mount becomes almost like a gigantic architectural timeline. Its stones record successive generations of political and religious ambition. Earlier, rulers established the sacred platform. Hasmonean kings enlarged it after achieving political independence. Herod transformed it into one of the most ambitious monumental complexes of the ancient Mediterranean. But perhaps the most impressive part of the story is not simply the size of the finished structure. It is the engineering process hidden behind it. Every giant block had to be quarried. Every surface had to be shaped. Every margin and boss required skilled labor. Stones weighing tens of tons had to travel from quarry to construction site using human strength, animals, ropes, rollers, cranes, ramps, and carefully organized teams. Then, those blocks had to be placed with enough precision that the joints between them could remain tight for thousands of years. Herod's builders were not merely stacking stones, they were changing the shape of a mountain. By constructing enormous retaining walls and progressively filling the spaces behind them, they created an artificial platform on a scale rarely attempted in the ancient world. Valleys and irregular slopes were absorbed into a carefully controlled architectural landscape. What nature had provided as uneven terrain was transformed into the foundation of a monumental religious complex. And although the temple itself eventually disappeared, the engineering beneath it survived. The Romans could destroy buildings, topple upper courses, and scatter stones across the streets below, but removing the largest foundation blocks was another matter entirely. Some were simply too massive and too deeply integrated into the structure to be worth dismantling. Those surviving stones now provide a physical connection with Jerusalem during the age of Herod. Their margins still frame their faces. Their bosses remain visible. Tool marks survive on their surfaces. Temporary projections used during transportation can still be identified. Ancient joints continue to show the extraordinary precision achieved by the builders. The walls, therefore, reveal something that written descriptions alone cannot fully communicate: the immense scale of organization required to create Herod's Jerusalem. Behind every monumental block stood quarrymen, stone cutters, engineers, animal handlers, carpenters, crane operators, laborers, architects, and administrators. The Temple Mount was not simply the vision of a king. It was the product of an enormous workforce whose combined labor transformed that vision into stone. More than 2,000 years later, much of Herod's magnificent city has vanished. His palace no longer dominates Jerusalem. His theater and many of his public buildings survive only through archaeology and historical reconstruction. The temple that became the centerpiece of his reign was destroyed. Yet the foundation of his greatest architectural project remains embedded in Jerusalem itself. Along the Western Wall, beneath modern streets, inside archaeological tunnels, and around the southern and eastern edges of the Temple Mount, the surviving masonry still preserves the scale of Herod's ambition. These stones have endured Roman destruction, earthquakes, conquest, rebuilding, religious transformation, and the continuous life of one of the world's most contested cities. And, because they survived, they continue to tell the story of an extraordinary moment when engineering, royal ambition, religious devotion, and enormous human effort came together to reshape the heart of ancient Jerusalem. The western retaining wall of the Temple Mount stretches for roughly 1,600 feet, but only one relatively small section has become famous throughout the world as the Western Wall. This exposed section, facing the large modern prayer plaza, extends for approximately 187 feet. What visitors see today, however, represents only a fraction of the enormous structure created during the age of Herod the Great. 7 original courses of Herodian masonry are visible above the present ground level at the prayer plaza. Beneath them, another 17 courses remain hidden underground. In other words, the familiar Western Wall continues far beneath the feet of the people standing before it. Modern Jerusalem has risen around the ancient structure, gradually burying the lower portions beneath centuries of construction, destruction, debris, and rebuilding. The complete wall at this location contains 45 courses of stone. 17 remain below ground, while 28 stand above the modern plaza. From its foundations to its highest surviving point, the wall reaches approximately 105 feet. Around 43 feet of that height lies beneath the plaza, leaving roughly 62 feet visible above ground. But not every visible stone belongs to the time of Herod. The 7 lowest exposed courses are Herodian. Above them are additions made during much later periods of Jerusalem's history. 4 courses were added during the Umayyad era in the 7th century. 14 more layers appeared during the Ottoman period in 1866, and another 3 courses were added before 1967. The wall therefore preserves not one historical moment, but a vertical sequence of Jerusalem's changing rulers and communities. Today, the site is commonly called the Kotel, derived from the Hebrew expression Kotel Hama-Aravi, meaning the Western Wall. At almost any hour, the plaza can be filled with worshippers and visitors. Even late at night, people gather beside the ancient stones to pray, read, reflect, or simply stand before one of Jerusalem's most recognizable monuments. The plaza itself is surprisingly modern. For centuries, there was no enormous open space in front of the wall. Instead, a narrow alley only about 12 feet wide ran beside a relatively short exposed section. Buildings crowded close to the ancient masonry, creating a completely different environment from the vast prayer plaza familiar today. After the 1967 war, buildings in front of the wall were removed and the area was transformed into the much larger plaza that now exists. Archaeological work also exposed additional sections of the western retaining wall farther south. Another smaller, exposed portion, usually called the Small Western Wall, survives within the Muslim quarter. The limestone blocks in the Herodian courses reveal the same extraordinary craftsmanship visible elsewhere around the Temple Mount. Many were probably quarried from areas beneath or near what is now the Muslim quarter, including the extensive underground quarry traditionally known as Zedekiah's Cave or Solomon's Quarries. A typical Herodian block in the Western Wall is already enormous by ordinary standards. Many weigh somewhere between 2 and 8 tons and measure around 15 feet across. Their edges were carefully dressed, producing the characteristic recessed margins associated with Herodian masonry. These borders were carved slightly into the stone and could vary considerably in width. Yet even these massive blocks appear modest beside the giants hidden farther north. Deep inside the Western Wall, tunnels lies one of the most extraordinary stones associated with Herod's construction program. Known as the Master Course Stone, it stretches for roughly 44 feet. Measurements given for the block place its height at approximately 11.5 feet and its width at around 15 feet. Its estimated weight ranges from approximately 570 to 630 tons. To understand the scale, imagine moving a stone weighing several hundred tons through ancient Jerusalem without modern engines, hydraulic cranes, or heavy transport vehicles. Quarrying such a block was only the beginning. It then had to be separated from the bedrock, transported, maneuvered into the construction zone, aligned with the wall, and positioned accurately enough to become part of an enormous retaining structure. The Master Course Stone had an important structural purpose. It helped stabilize smaller blocks beneath it, acting almost like an enormous stone belt within the wall. It rests roughly 20 feet above the ancient Herodian street level and around 33 feet above the natural bedrock. When Roman forces dismantled the temple complex in AD 70, they attempted to destroy portions of the retaining wall as well. Evidence around the Master Course Stone suggests that workers chipped at the massive block during this destruction, but eventually the dismantling stopped at this level. Its sheer size had helped preserve it. Centuries later, the same stone acquired an entirely different purpose. Rectangular holes were cut into its surface when underground spaces were adapted for water, storage. Small blocks or other supports could be inserted into these openings, giving waterproof plaster something to grip. Traces of this plaster still survive in places. A stone quarried for Herod's Temple Mount could therefore become part of a Roman era or later cistern while remaining embedded in the same ancient wall. The Western Wall tunnels reveal many such layers. From the modern prayer plaza, a vaulted passage leads toward Wilson's Arch and then into the tunnel system running northward beside the retaining wall. Moving through these passages gives an entirely different impression of the Western Wall. Above ground, visitors encounter only a famous exposed section. Underground, the true scale of Herod's western retaining wall becomes much clearer. When Herod expanded the Temple Mount, he enlarged the sacred platform toward the north, south, and west. Along the western side, builders anchored the retaining wall directly onto the natural bedrock wherever possible. This western wall extends for approximately 1,591 feet, making it the longest of the four sides of the Temple Mount enclosure. The destruction of AD 70 radically altered the landscape. Roman forces demolished the temple and many surrounding buildings. Upper sections of the retaining walls were dismantled, while enormous quantities of architectural debris collapsed around the lower courses. Ironically, this destruction helped protect some of the deepest Herodian masonry by burying it. As centuries passed, Jerusalem continued growing above the ruins. Streets rose, new buildings appeared, earlier spaces disappeared beneath later construction. What had once stood in open daylight gradually became part of an underground archaeological world. Walking north through the Western Wall tunnels is therefore almost like moving backward into the city that existed 2,000 years ago. One of the most fascinating places encountered along this route is Warren's Gate. Located roughly 150 feet inside the tunnel, the gateway once provided access into the Temple Mount complex. Decorative carving can still be observed around part of its jamb, while original Herodian paving survives nearby. These paving stones once formed part of the street used by people approaching the entrance during the late Second Temple period. Beyond the now blocked gateway lies an ancient stairway extending beneath the Temple Mount. Worshippers could once pass through the entrance and climb upward toward the sacred platform. The gate received its modern name after Charles Warren identified it during 19th century exploration in 1867. Even the large threshold stone belongs to the Herodian period, preserving part of the original entrance used approximately 2,000 years ago. But Warren's Gate did not disappear from religious memory when the temple was destroyed. During the Middle Ages, Jewish worshippers used the area associated with the gate and its passage as a synagogue known as the Cave. Its location made it particularly important because it stood close to the traditional position of the Holy of Holies. This use ended after the Crusader conquest of Jerusalem in 1099, when Jews were prevented from entering the city. Later, after Saladin captured Jerusalem in 1187, the area became inaccessible. The location nevertheless retained extraordinary religious significance. Only a short distance north of Warren's Gate is a place situated directly west of the traditional location of the Holy of Holies. Because access onto the Temple Mount itself is complicated by religious and political restrictions, this underground point has become one of the closest locations from which Jewish worshippers can approach the place traditionally associated with the innermost sanctuary of the ancient temple. The area is also connected with traditions concerning the Ark of the Covenant. According to a tradition recorded by Maimonides in the Middle Ages, Solomon understood that the temple might someday be destroyed and prepared a hidden underground chamber where the Ark could be protected. In this tradition, King Josiah later ordered that the Ark be placed in the secret location before disaster overtook Jerusalem. 2 Chronicles contains a passage in which Josiah instructs the Levites concerning the Holy Ark and the temple built by Solomon. Later interpretation connected this statement with the idea that the Ark had been removed from its normal location and concealed in a specially prepared underground chamber. Whether such a chamber can be identified archaeologically is another question. What matters historically is that the tradition became deeply connected with the underground world surrounding the Temple Mount. Continuing north through the tunnel reveals just how deeply the Herodian wall descends. Excavated sections allow visitors to look downward past course after course of massive ashlar blocks until the masonry finally reaches natural bedrock. In some places, the preserved stones look remarkably fresh compared with masonry exposed above ground for centuries. Protected from weather, warfare, and constant human contact, Their surfaces retain details that have disappeared from stones exposed outdoors. As the tunnel continues north, however, the depth of the wall gradually decreases. This does not mean the builders suddenly used fewer stones. Instead, the natural bedrock rises toward the northern end of the Temple Mount. Herod's engineers adapted the retaining structure to Jerusalem's uneven terrain. Eventually, the tunnel reaches another remarkable piece of the ancient city, a Herodian street. Approximately 2,000 years ago, this area was open to the sky. A north-south road ran beside the western retaining wall, while another colonnaded street approached from the west, forming a T-shaped intersection. Archaeological remains of columns still mark the route of this second street. Standing there today requires an unusual act of imagination. What is now an enclosed underground archaeological space was once part of a busy urban environment filled with sunlight, pedestrians, merchants, pilgrims, animals, and the noise of Jerusalem. The streets around the Temple Mount must have been particularly crowded during major religious festivals. Pilgrims arriving from across Judea and the wider Jewish diaspora moved through these approaches on their way toward the sacred enclosure. Close to this northern section of the tunnels, archaeologists also identified quarrying activity. The quarry lies only a short distance from the Herodian road and an earlier Hasmonean water system. According to the source, much of the stone used in the western wall was extracted from this general area. Evidence of ancient quarrying survives directly in the bedrock. One unfinished block demonstrates how workers could separate stone from the quarry floor. A groove was cut into the rock, and wooden wedges could be driven into it. Water was then applied to the wood. As the wedges absorbed moisture, they expanded, increasing pressure within the cut until the stone eventually fractured along the intended line. From there, the enormous block could begin the much more difficult process of shaping and transportation. Nearby survives another structure belonging to an earlier phase of Jerusalem, the Hasmonean aqueduct. Cut directly through bedrock, this channel carried water toward pools located near the northwestern corner of the Temple Mount. The walls of the channel were gradually polished by the continuous movement of water, leaving physical evidence of its long use. Herod later redirected parts of this water system as his expansion transformed the northern edge of the Temple Mount. The tunnels continue through sections associated with the Hasmonean aqueduct toward the ancient cisterns and pools farther north. Here, once again, Jerusalem's archaeological layers overlap. Hasmonean water engineering, Herodian streets and retaining walls, Roman modifications, and later construction all occupy the same relatively small area. One important reservoir in this northern zone is the Struthion Pool. Originally, the Struthion Pool was open to the sky. It collected rainwater and also received water from the Hasmonean aqueduct. Its function was practical, providing water for Jerusalem, but its location also gave it a defensive role. The reservoir could serve as part of the moat system associated with the Antonia fortress. The appearance of the pool changed dramatically under Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century AD. Around AD 135, vaulted ceilings were constructed over the open reservoirs. The pools were transformed into covered underground water storage spaces, while a marketplace could operate at street level above them. Openings in the vaulted ceilings allowed people standing above to lower buckets on ropes and draw water from the reservoirs below. This arrangement captures Jerusalem's extraordinary ability to reuse its own past. A Hasmonean water system could become part of Herodian Jerusalem, then be covered and adapted within Hadrian's Roman city, while later generations continued building above it. Even modern history has become part of the story of these tunnels. In 1996, the northern exit of the Western Wall Tunnel was opened near the Via Dolorosa. The decision triggered intense political and religious controversy. Many Palestinians feared that the excavation threatened the Temple Mount or represented an attempt to alter control over sensitive areas of the Old City. Violent unrest followed the opening, and people were killed during clashes over the following days. The episode demonstrated that archaeology in Jerusalem is rarely concerned only with the ancient past. Stones, tunnels, gates, and underground passages can carry enormous religious and political meaning in the present as well. Another important element of the archaeological landscape around the Temple Mount is far smaller than the monumental walls, but equally revealing about everyday religious life. These structures are the mikvaot, or Jewish ritual baths. The Hebrew word mikvah refers to a collection or gathering of water used for ritual purification. Jewish religious practice required immersion under various circumstances associated with ceremonial purity. Conversion to Judaism also involved immersion. A properly constructed mikvah therefore needed to satisfy specific requirements. It had to contain appropriate water, traditionally connected either to a naturally flowing source or collected rainwater. The pool needed to be large enough for a person to immerse the entire body. Steps allowed users to descend into the water and climb back out. Many examples include a low dividing wall along the staircase. This separation could help distinguish the route taken before immersion from the route used afterward, physically separating the unpurified and purified stages of the ritual. The concentration of these baths around the Temple Mount is enormous, particularly on the southern side. That makes sense when the function of the temple is considered. Large numbers of worshippers approaching the sacred precinct needed opportunities to perform ritual purification before entering. During pilgrimage festivals, when Jerusalem's population swelled dramatically, these installations would have played an essential role in managing the religious needs of enormous crowds. Many first-century mikvaot survive around the southern approaches. One example lies near the base of the monumental stairs leading toward the double gate. People using this bath during the 1st century would have emerged only a short distance from one of the principal entrances into the Temple Mount complex. The source also connects these numerous ritual pools with the account of Pentecost in the Book of Acts. Acts describes approximately 3,000 people accepting the message preached by Peter and being baptized. The presence of so many ritual immersion pools around the Temple Mount provides a possible physical setting in which a large number of baptisms could have occurred within a relatively short period. The argument does not require imagining the construction of special baptismal facilities. Jerusalem already contained numerous pools designed for full-body ritual immersion. One particularly impressive mikvah was discovered in 2009, only about 65 feet west of the Western Wall. Dating to roughly 2,000 years ago, it is among the largest ritual baths found in the area. 11 steps descend into the pool, indicating that it could accommodate substantial use. Its location is especially interesting because it stood close to major Temple Mount access routes near Wilson's Arch and Warren's Gate. Large numbers of people approaching the sacred precinct from the western side could therefore have used the bath before continuing toward the temple. The quality of its construction is equally remarkable. Finely dressed stone and elaborate workmanship place it within the architectural environment associated with some of Jerusalem's most prestigious Herodian buildings. This was not simply a rough pool carved for basic practical use. Considerable resources were invested in its appearance and construction. Ancient literary traditions add another intriguing possibility. Josephus places important governmental activity in this general area west of the Temple Mount, while later rabbinic tradition associates the region with the Sanhedrin. Because of its location and unusually refined construction, the large mikvah may have belonged to an important administrative complex. It is possible that officials working in such a building could have used the bath for ritual purification while conducting governmental or religious business near the temple. From this underground ritual space, the story returns to one of the most impressive engineering features along the Western Wall, Wilson's Arch. Today, only part of the arch is visible, but in the 1st century, it formed part of a monumental bridge system spanning the valley between the Temple Mount and Jerusalem's upper city. The arch itself crossed approximately 42 feet. Above it ran a roadway positioned roughly 75 feet above the Herodian street and valley floor below. The elevated road approached a gateway situated approximately level with the surface of the Temple Mount. This meant that people traveling from the upper city could cross the valley at a high elevation rather than descending to the bottom and climbing again. Josephus refers to a bridge connecting the Temple Mount with the upper city on Jerusalem's western hill across the central, or Tyropoion, valley. Wilson's Arch formed part of this larger system. But the bridge did more than carry people. An aqueduct also crossed along this route, bringing water toward the Temple Mount from the system associated with Solomon's pools. The structure therefore combined transportation and water infrastructure within the same monumental crossing. Charles Wilson identified the arch during 19th century exploration in 1864, and it has carried his name ever since. The modern appearance of the structure can be deceptive. Today, the distance between the surviving arch and the pavement beneath it is only around 20 feet. In the 1st century, however, the ancient street level lay dramatically lower. The arch once towered approximately 75 feet above the pavement. Centuries of destruction and rebuilding gradually filled the valley. Debris accumulated. Buildings rose over earlier ruins. Streets were rebuilt at increasingly higher elevations. What had once been an enormous open space beneath a towering bridge slowly became buried. The original Herodian pavement associated with the arch now lies roughly 50 feet below the modern level in some reconstructions. This dramatic difference illustrates one of the most important facts about Jerusalem archaeology. The modern city does not simply stand beside the ancient city. Herod's Jerusalem has never completely disappeared. Much of it now lies beneath modern streets, houses, religious buildings, plazas, and later construction. Ancient roads have become underground passages, while monumental bridges and gateways survive only as fragments surrounded by newer architecture. Yet the Western Wall, buried Herodian stone courses, ancient paving, water channels, ritual baths, gates, and arches still reveal the enormous scale of the late Second Temple city. The Temple Mount was surrounded by a vast urban network rather than standing as an isolated sanctuary. Streets carried merchants and pilgrims through crowded districts, bridges connected different parts of Jerusalem, aqueducts supplied water, reservoirs stored it, and ritual baths allowed worshippers to purify themselves before entering the sacred precinct. Monumental stairways and gateways controlled the movement of thousands of people, particularly during major religious festivals. Among the surviving western entrances is Warren's Gate, once part of a staircase leading upward through the retaining wall toward the Temple Mount. During later centuries, the underground area near the gate acquired religious significance for Jewish worshippers because of its proximity to the traditional location of the Holy of Holies. The synagogue established there eventually disappeared after the Crusader conquest, and parts of the space were converted into a cistern, although fragments of the original Herodian entrance survived. Farther south stood Barclay's Gate, another enormous entrance through the western retaining wall. Much of it is hidden by later construction, but its gigantic lintel still demonstrates the scale of Herodian engineering. Ancient stairs continue behind the blocked entrance toward the Temple Mount, while later Islamic structures developed around and above the original gateway. The site demonstrates how Jerusalem repeatedly built new religious and architectural landscapes directly over older ones. Robinson's Arch formed one of the most spectacular approaches to the Temple Mount. The surviving fragment once belonged to a massive elevated staircase extending outward from the western wall. Visitors approaching from the southwest could climb toward an entrance positioned high above the street. Beneath the staircase were shops and commercial spaces, meaning that monumental religious architecture literally stood above everyday economic activity. The area around Robinson's Arch was extremely busy during the 1st century. Pilgrims approached the temple, while merchants sold goods from shops lining the street below. Excavations revealed shop entrances, supporting structures, paved surfaces, stairways, and commercial buildings constructed directly against the western wall. What initially appeared to be a small, surviving arch was eventually understood as part of a much larger transportation and commercial system. Later generations continued modifying this architecture. During the Umayyad period, channels were cut into Herodian masonry to support water pipes, while stones scattered after the Roman destruction were reused in new buildings. A single block originally quarried for Herod's monumental construction could therefore become part of an Islamic structure centuries later. This constant reuse is one of the reasons Jerusalem's architectural history became so deeply layered. Below Robinson's Arch survives a major Herodian street that once followed the western side of the Temple Mount and continued south toward the City of David and the Pool of Siloam. Beneath its carefully laid pavement ran a substantial drainage system large enough for people to enter. Vaults, foundations, drains, shops, and retaining structures formed an elaborate engineering network hidden beneath the visible roadway. The Roman destruction of AD 70 permanently transformed this landscape. Enormous blocks fell from the structures above and crashed onto the street. Some were so heavy that they shattered the pavement and collapsed sections into the drainage channel. Underneath, several fallen stones remain where they landed, preserving the physical violence of Jerusalem's destruction almost 2,000 years later. The street had previously been an important commercial district. Shops provided food, animals, ritual objects, and other supplies required by the enormous population attracted to the temple. Archaeologists even identified ovens belonging to a bakery near the southwestern corner. Such discoveries show that the Temple Mount was surrounded not only by religious activity, but also by ordinary urban life involving trade, cooking, transportation, and work. One of the most remarkable discoveries from the destruction debris is the trumpeting stone. Originally positioned near the upper southwestern corner of the Temple Mount, it bears a fragmentary Hebrew inscription referring to a place of trumpeting. Josephus describes a priest sounding a trumpet to announce the beginning and end of the Sabbath. The archaeological discovery provides a striking physical parallel to this ancient description. Before AD 70, the trumpet could have been heard across the surrounding city as merchants completed their work and families prepared for the Sabbath. During the Roman assault, however, the stone fell from its elevated position onto the street below. Its broken inscription survived among the ruins, preserving a direct connection between temple ritual and the everyday rhythm of Jerusalem. The destruction itself was catastrophic. Roman forces eventually overwhelmed Jerusalem after a brutal siege, and the temple became one of the central locations of the final fighting. Josephus describes fire spreading through buildings and colonnades as soldiers advanced through the sacred complex. People were killed, buildings were looted, and the enormous wealth stored around the temple was either destroyed or seized. After resistance collapsed, Roman forces systematically demolished much of Jerusalem. Most defensive structures were destroyed, although several great western towers and portions of the walls were deliberately preserved. These surviving fortifications provided facilities for the Roman garrison while simultaneously demonstrating the impressive strength of the city Rome had defeated. The 10th Legion remained among the ruins after the conquest. Archaeology around Robinson's Arch preserves the consequences of this catastrophe. Shops disappeared beneath debris, streets were crushed, staircases collapsed, and gigantic stones remained scattered across the pavement. Instead of completely clearing these remains during modern excavation, some destruction debris was deliberately preserved, allowing the consequences of AD 70 to remain visible in their archaeological context. The southern side of the Temple Mount reveals another major part of Herodian Jerusalem. A paved road followed the retaining wall before climbing toward the monumental southern entrances. Because the natural ground descended sharply, engineers constructed arches and vaulted chambers beneath portions of the roadway. These structures supported the street while simultaneously creating commercial spaces underneath. The enormous staircase approaching the double gate was one of the most impressive features of this landscape. Its steps varied deliberately between broad and narrow dimensions, making rapid movement difficult and naturally slowing people as they climbed toward the temple. The staircase therefore transformed the approach into a measured ascent and also served as a large public gathering space. Numerous mikvahot were constructed around these southern approaches. Pilgrims arriving in Jerusalem could immerse themselves for ritual purification before climbing the monumental stairs and entering the Temple Mount. During major festivals, these facilities could accommodate large numbers of worshippers. This environment also provides a plausible physical setting for the large-scale ritual immersions described in the Book of Acts, although individual surviving pools cannot be directly connected with specific biblical events. At the top of the staircase stood the double gate. Worshippers passed through the entrance into elaborate passages running beneath the enormous artificial platform. Internal stairways then carried them upward until they emerged onto the Temple Mount itself. Visitors were therefore not simply passing through a wall, but moving through the interior of one of antiquity's greatest engineered platforms. Parts of the original double gate remain visible despite centuries of reconstruction. Herodian stones survive alongside later Islamic decoration and Crusader modifications. A particularly striking example of architectural reuse is an inscribed Roman block placed upside down in a later wall. Originally associated with Emperor Antonius Pius, the stone eventually lost its imperial function and became ordinary construction material. Farther east stood the Triple Gate. Like the Double Gate, it opened into underground passages and stairways leading upward through the platform. The tunnels passed beneath the monumental southern complex associated with the Royal Stoa and Solomon's Colonnade. The gateway was later reconstructed during the Umayyad period and eventually sealed during the Crusader era, but portions of the ancient passage system remain behind the blocked facade. The Triple Gate has sometimes been proposed as the beautiful gate mentioned in Acts. The narrative describes Peter and John encountering a man unable to walk near a temple entrance before entering the sacred precinct and later gathering around. Solomon's Colonnade. The geography of the southern entrance makes the suggestion possible, although archaeological evidence cannot establish the identification with certainty. Taken together, Warren's Gate, Barclay's Gate, Robinson's Arch, the monumental southern entrances, the Herodian streets, ritual baths, drainage channels, shops, staircases, and surviving inscriptions reveal an extraordinarily complex city. The Temple Mount was connected with every part of Jerusalem through infrastructure designed to move people, water, goods, and religious activity through the landscape. Before AD 70, this system created a living urban environment filled with sound and movement. Merchants opened their shops beneath monumental stairways, pilgrims climbed toward the temple, water flowed beneath paved roads, priests performed rituals above the retaining walls, and crowds passed through enormous gateways. Then war brought that world to an abrupt end. Ironically, destruction helped preserve much of its archaeological evidence. Fallen stones covered streets, rubble protected pavements, later buildings buried earlier structures, and underground passages disappeared from ordinary use. When archaeologists began uncovering these remains centuries later, the urban landscape surrounding Herod's temple slowly emerged again. Today, the surviving stones reveal far more than the location of individual monuments. They preserve the structure of a functioning city. Ancient streets show where people walked, shops reveal where they worked and traded, ritual baths demonstrate preparations for worship, gateways reconstruct movement into the temple, and shattered pavement records the violence of Roman conquest. Beneath modern Jerusalem, the physical remains of Herod's city continue to preserve both its monumental achievements and the catastrophe that transformed it forever. Probably dating to around AD 750, it appears to commemorate two deceased Jewish individuals. By that period, Jewish access to the Temple Mount itself was restricted and worship sometimes centered around its gates. Once again, a Herodian architectural element had acquired an entirely new religious function centuries after its original construction. Farther east along the southern wall lies another entrance known as the Single Gate. Unlike the double and triple gates, this was not part of Herod's original Temple Mount design. It was cut during the Crusader period by the Knights Templar. The Crusaders used the opening to reach enormous underground spaces beneath the southeastern portion of the Temple Mount, chambers traditionally called Solomon's Stables. These caverns were used to house horses, giving the Templars practical access between their facilities and the underground complex. When Saladin recaptured Jerusalem in 1187, the entrance was sealed. Yet directly below the Single Gate, the Herodian past remains visible in an especially dramatic form. The southern street had been supported by a sequence of vaulted chambers. These arches carried the pavement above while creating commercial rooms underneath. When Roman forces destroyed the temple complex in AD 70, intense fires swept through these structures. The heat was so extreme that it left visible marks directly on the Herodian retaining wall. Darkened outlines preserve the shapes of the vanished arches. The southern side of the Temple Mount preserves some of the clearest evidence of how ancient Jerusalem functioned before the Roman destruction of AD 70. Although many of the original buildings have disappeared, traces burned into the surviving stone reveal where vaulted chambers, shops, streets, and other structures once stood. Before the war, this area was filled with merchants, pilgrims, ritual baths, monumental stairways, and enormous gateways leading toward the temple. When Roman forces captured Jerusalem, shops burned, vaults collapsed, streets disappeared beneath rubble, and the temple itself was destroyed. The surviving masonry therefore preserves both the prosperity of Herodian Jerusalem and the violence that brought that world to an end. The southern approach to the Temple Mount was carefully designed to control the movement of enormous crowds. Pilgrims climbed monumental staircases toward the double and triple gates, passing shops and ritual baths along the way. The alternating broad and narrow steps naturally slowed people as they approached the sacred precinct. Beneath this ceremonial landscape was an equally sophisticated engineering system of vaults, drainage channels, retaining walls, internal staircases, and enormous stone blocks supporting the artificial platform. Religion, commerce, transportation, and engineering were therefore closely connected. Later, civilizations repeatedly transformed these structures. Romans, early Islamic rulers, Crusaders, and later Muslim authorities reused gateways, stones, streets, and underground chambers for completely different purposes. A passage originally designed for Jewish pilgrims could later become part of an Islamic sacred complex, while underground areas were eventually used by the Knights Templar. Despite these transformations, much of the Herodian infrastructure survived beneath later Jerusalem. South of the Temple Mount, the Ophel preserves another dense concentration of archaeological remains. Buildings, ritual baths, pavements, fortifications, and monumental stones represent many different periods of Jerusalem's history. One substantial Herodian building near the Triple Gate has even been suggested as a possible administrative or judicial structure associated with Jerusalem's elders, although its exact identification remains uncertain. Earlier traces of the Seleucid Acra also survive beneath later construction, demonstrating how one political and military landscape was gradually buried beneath another. One of the most important routes crossing this area was the Siloam Road. This broad Herodian street connected the southern city of David with the Temple Mount. Near the Pool of Siloam, archaeological excavation revealed a monumental stepped roadway ascending northward. Its alternating narrow and broad steps created a controlled and gradual climb, making the journey toward the temple almost processional. Pilgrims, residents, merchants, and other travelers would have used this route as part of their everyday movement through Jerusalem. Beneath the road ran a substantial drainage channel designed to carry rainwater southward. During ordinary times, it formed part of Jerusalem's urban infrastructure, but the Roman siege transformed its purpose completely. In AD 70, people fleeing Roman forces entered the underground passages and attempted to hide or escape beneath the devastated city. Josephus describes Jewish fighters retreating into subterranean spaces during the final stages of the conflict, including the rebel leader Simon bar Giora. Simon and his followers attempted to remain underground after Jerusalem had fallen. Their supplies eventually became insufficient and escape proved impossible. Simon finally emerged dramatically dressed in white with a purple cloak and surrendered to Roman forces. His capture also revealed that other fugitives were hiding below Jerusalem. The drainage system that had once quietly carried water beneath busy streets had become one of the last refuges of a defeated population. At the southern end of this urban route stood the Pool of Siloam. Its water system ultimately depended on engineering projects reaching back centuries before Herod. Water from the Gihon spring was redirected through Hezekiah's tunnel toward the Siloam area, helping protect Jerusalem's water supply. By the 1st century, Siloam had developed into a substantial public pool, with broad stairways descending toward the water. These steps allowed people to reach the water even as its level changed between wet and dry periods. The 1st century pool remained buried for centuries until its unexpected rediscovery in 2004 during modern infrastructure work. Archaeological excavation revealed monumental steps, Herodian pavement, and parts of the ancient water system. Smaller details also demonstrate how ordinary people interacted with the site. Holes cut into stone surfaces could stabilize water vessels while they were filled, revealing the practical realities of carrying and collecting water in ancient Jerusalem. The Pool of Siloam is also important because of its connection with the Gospel of John. John describes Jesus sending a man who had been blind from birth to wash at Siloam. Archaeology cannot establish the supernatural element of the account, but it can reconstruct the physical environment described in the narrative. The pool existed, substantial streets connected it with the upper city, and people could travel between Siloam and the Temple Mount through precisely this kind of urban landscape. Together, the Siloam Road, Pool of Siloam, drainage channels, and temple approaches reveal Jerusalem as an interconnected city rather than a collection of isolated monuments. Water systems supplied residents, drains controlled runoff, streets followed the natural terrain, stairways managed steep slopes, shops developed along major routes, and ritual baths appeared close to temple entrances. The same streets used by pilgrims and merchants eventually became ruins above underground passages where people hid during the Roman conquest. North of the Temple Mount, another important water complex developed around the pools of Bethesda. The location had been associated with water long before the Roman period and was traditionally connected with the Sheep Pool and Sheep Gate. During the 8th century BC, water management became more sophisticated, while later Hasmonean construction created a second reservoir. The two pools were separated by a substantial central dam. This arrangement provides a fascinating archaeological context for the Gospel of John, which describes Bethesda as having 5 covered colonnades. A simple rectangular pool would normally have only 4 sides, but the archaeological discovery of 2 neighboring pools provides a logical explanation. 4 colonnades could surround the outside edges, while a 5th extended along the central division between them. The unusual description preserved in the Gospel therefore corresponds surprisingly well with the physical layout uncovered by archaeology. Bethesda became associated in Christian tradition with Jesus healing a man who had been unable to walk properly for 38 years. Later generations transformed the site repeatedly. Romans established a healing sanctuary associated with Asclepius, while Byzantine Christians constructed a church over part of the complex. Ancient water installations, Roman religious structures, and Christian architecture eventually accumulated on top of one another, making Bethesda another clear example of Jerusalem's constantly changing sacred landscape. West of Bethesda stands the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Its present appearance bears little resemblance to the landscape that existed during the 1st century. Long before Christianity, the area had been a limestone quarry. After quarrying ended, soil accumulated across portions of the abandoned landscape, vegetation developed, and tombs were carved into exposed rock. By the 1st century AD, the area had become a burial ground located outside Jerusalem's walls. Several ancient tombs survive around the church, including burial forms characteristic of the relevant period. This is important because the Gospel narratives place both the crucifixion and burial of Jesus outside the city. John additionally describes a garden and a new tomb located close to the place of execution. Beneath the modern church, the traditional locations of Calvary and the tomb stand surprisingly close together. Once the enormous later building is mentally removed, both locations can be understood as parts of the same abandoned quarry and burial landscape. The site changed dramatically under Emperor Hadrian. Following the Bar Kokhba revolt, Jerusalem was rebuilt as the Roman colony of Aelia Capitolina. Hadrian's builders leveled the uneven quarry area by constructing retaining walls, adding fill, and creating a large artificial platform. A pagan sanctuary associated with Venus was established above the traditional Christian location. Ironically, this Roman intervention may have helped preserve the memory of the site by creating a permanent monumental landmark above it. Everything changed again during the reign of Constantine. After Christianity gained imperial support, Jerusalem became a major center of Christian construction. Local tradition identified Hadrian's sanctuary as covering the places associated with the crucifixion and resurrection. Constantine ordered the pagan structures removed, including their pavement, fill, and other materials. Excavators eventually reached the older quarry landscape and identified a rock-cut tomb as the burial place of Jesus. Constantine then ordered the construction of an enormous Christian sanctuary. The complex included a great basilica, a courtyard associated with Calvary, and a monumental rotunda surrounding the tomb. Workers cut away much of the surrounding bedrock so that the tomb could stand almost independently as the central sacred object within the circular structure. Dedicated in 335, the complex became both a pilgrimage destination and a powerful architectural expression of the newly Christian Roman Empire. The church suffered repeatedly during the centuries that followed. Persian invasion caused major destruction, while the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim ordered another devastating attack in 1009 that severely damaged the tomb itself. Much of the surrounding rock was destroyed, although an important part of the burial area survived. Later reconstruction preserved this remaining surface beneath protective marble. After the Crusaders captured Jerusalem in 1099, the Holy Sepulchre underwent another major reconstruction. Byzantine and Constantinian remains were incorporated into a new architectural arrangement that strongly influenced the church visible today. Over time, several Christian communities acquired different rights within the complex, producing an extraordinarily complicated system of shared control. One famous symbol of this arrangement is the wooden ladder above the church entrance. Because responsibility for different parts of the building is governed by the traditional status quo, even moving something as simple as this ladder can create questions of jurisdiction. The entrance itself reflects another remarkable tradition. Muslim families have long participated in safeguarding the key and opening or closing the doors, helping prevent disputes between the Christian communities sharing the building. Inside the church, Calvary and the traditional tomb remain remarkably close. Stairs lead upward toward the chapels built around Golgotha, where portions of the ancient limestone remain visible. The rock contains scars left by quarrying, and a natural flaw may explain why ancient stonecutters abandoned this particular section rather than extracting it for construction. What was once rejected as unsuitable building stone eventually became one of Christianity's most famous sacred locations. The tomb beneath the rotunda has been altered even more dramatically. Originally, it was simply a burial chamber cut into the rock face of the abandoned quarry. Constantine's builders removed much of the surrounding stone, and later destruction eliminated almost everything except portions of the burial area itself. Marble now protects the surviving rock from damage caused by centuries of visitors. Other first-century tombs remain only a short distance away, confirming that the area genuinely functioned as a Jewish cemetery during the relevant historical period. The combination of an abandoned quarry, garden-like terrain, rock-cut tombs, first-century burials, and a location outside the ancient city walls explains why the Church of the Holy Sepulchre continues to be regarded as the strongest traditional candidate for the crucifixion and burial landscape described in the Gospel accounts. Today, the church stands deep within Jerusalem's Old City, surrounded by dense buildings and narrow streets. Someone unfamiliar with the city's historical expansion might naturally wonder how a place inside Jerusalem could represent a first-century execution site that had to stand outside the walls. Jerusalem is a city built in layers, where ancient landscapes were repeatedly absorbed into later urban development. The area occupied today by the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was outside Jerusalem's walls during the 1st century, where an abandoned limestone quarry had gradually become a burial ground. As the city expanded. Northward, however, this once peripheral landscape became part of the urban center. This helps explain why a site associated with the crucifixion and burial of Jesus can now appear to stand deep inside the old city. The historical importance of the Holy Sepulchre also comes from the remarkable continuity associated with its location. During the Roman period, Hadrian transformed the area and constructed a pagan sanctuary above it. Rather than completely erasing the memory of the earlier landscape, this monumental structure may actually have helped preserve its location. When Constantine ordered the Roman sanctuary removed in the 4th century, builders uncovered the older terrain beneath it and established the enormous Christian complex that would eventually develop into the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Inside the church, Jerusalem's history survives almost as a series of physical layers. Ancient quarry walls exist alongside burial chambers, Roman masonry, Byzantine remains, Crusader architecture, and later restorations. Pilgrims also left their own marks. Crosses carved into stone walls and other graffiti record generations of visitors who traveled to Jerusalem and wanted to leave some evidence of their presence. Even the underground Chapel of the True Cross began as part of the ancient quarry before sections of the area were converted into cisterns and eventually incorporated into Christian tradition. By the Byzantine period, the Holy Sepulchre had become one of the defining monuments of Christian Jerusalem. The 6th century Madaba map depicts the complex prominently within the city, while major religious processions brought crowds through Jerusalem's streets toward the church. Over the following centuries, Persians, Byzantines, Muslim rulers, Crusaders, Ayyubids, Mamluks, and Ottomans all inherited and transformed the same sacred landscape. Buildings were damaged, reconstructed, divided, restored, and reused, yet the importance of the location endured. A very different candidate for the crucifixion and burial of Jesus emerged during the 19th century. British General Charles Gordon became fascinated by a rocky cliff north of Jerusalem that appeared from certain angles to resemble a human skull. A nearby rock-cut tomb strengthened the visual appeal of the location, and the two sites became popularly known as Gordon's Calvary and the Garden Tomb. The peaceful garden and exposed rock created an environment that seemed to correspond closely with popular images of the gospel narratives. Archaeology, however, creates serious problems for this identification. The Garden Tomb appears to belong to a much earlier period, probably somewhere between the 8th and 6th centuries BC. Its architectural features are more characteristic of Iron Age Jerusalem than of Jewish burial practices around the 1st century AD. Later, Byzantine modifications and evidence of ordinary practical use during subsequent centuries further weaken the argument that this location preserved an ancient and continuous tradition, identifying it as the burial place of Jesus. The Holy Sepulchre therefore remains the stronger historical candidate. Although it stands inside the modern Old City, the location was outside Jerusalem's walls during the relevant period. The area was an ancient quarry that later became a cemetery, and 1st century burial chambers still survive nearby. Most importantly, the tradition connecting the location with the death and burial of Jesus reaches far deeper into antiquity than the 19th century identification of the Garden Tomb. Another major feature of ancient Jerusalem stood at the northwestern corner of the Temple Mount. Fort Antonia was constructed by Herod the Great on elevated bedrock overlooking the sacred precinct. Its strategic position allowed soldiers to observe the enormous crowds gathering around the temple and intervene quickly when disturbances occurred. The fortress therefore represented the close relationship between religion, politics, and military power in Herodian and Roman Jerusalem. Only fragments of Antonia survive today, but the remaining masonry, rock-cut sockets, wall foundations, and architectural traces allow parts of the complex to be reconstructed. Large sockets once supported wooden beams belonging to monumental covered walkways around the Temple Mount. Rows of columns and broad porticos would have surrounded the sacred platform, providing sheltered routes for the enormous numbers of people moving through the complex. At the southern end, this architectural system developed into an even more impressive colonnaded public space associated with Solomon's Porch. The relationship between Fort Antonia and the Temple Mount carried powerful political meaning. The temple represented the center of Jewish religious life, yet a military fortress stood immediately beside and above it. During major festivals, when enormous crowds entered Jerusalem, Roman and royal authorities could observe activity from the fortress. Sacred space therefore existed under the constant presence of political and military power. Herod created another major fortified complex on Jerusalem's western side, where his royal palace was protected by 3 enormous towers named Phasael, Hippicus, and Mariamne. These towers combined defensive strength with royal luxury. Some contained residential spaces, while others contributed to the city's fortifications and water storage. Portions traditionally associated with Phasael Tower survive within Jerusalem's citadel, although later rulers, particularly the Ottomans, substantially altered the structure. Water infrastructure was equally important to Jerusalem's development. Near the northern side of the Temple Mount, the Struthion Pool originated within an earlier Hasmonean water system. Herod redirected this infrastructure while developing Fort Antonia, turning the reservoir into part of the fortress's water supply and defensive landscape. Control over water was inseparable from control over the city, especially when supporting a major military installation. Under Hadrian, the Struthion Pool underwent another transformation. Large vaults were constructed above the reservoir, allowing new urban spaces to develop at street level while water continued to collect below. Markets and everyday activity could therefore take place directly above an older water system. Instead of destroying the earlier infrastructure, Roman engineers incorporated it into the redesigned city of Aelia Capitolina. This pattern appears repeatedly across Jerusalem. Ancient structures were rarely erased completely. Fortresses became foundations for later buildings, reservoirs disappeared beneath streets, tombs became religious sites, and older stones were incorporated into newer walls. Fort Antonia now survives partly beneath modern structures. Herodian remains exist beneath later construction in the citadel, and the Struthion Pool continues to hold water beneath Jerusalem. Herod's influence is especially visible because his massive building projects permanently reshaped the city. Fortresses, towers, palaces, water systems, retaining walls, and monumental colonnades were not merely practical structures. They communicated authority. Massive stonework suggested permanence, towers projected military strength, palaces displayed royal wealth, and the transformation of the Temple Mount demonstrated the enormous ambitions of Herod's rule. Jerusalem can therefore be understood as a city whose past never completely disappeared. Roman, Byzantine, Islamic, Crusader, Mamluk, Ottoman, and modern construction repeatedly transformed the landscape, but each period inherited foundations created by earlier generations. Ancient walls remained beneath newer ones, water systems continued functioning, and old stones acquired new purposes. The result is a city where history survives not as a single preserved monument, but as overlapping fragments. The Holy Sepulchre preserves an ancient quarry and burial landscape beneath centuries of Christian architecture. Fort Antonia survives through scattered masonry and traces cut into bedrock. Herod's western defenses remain beneath later fortifications, while the Struthion Pool lies hidden beneath structures constructed long after its creation. To understand ancient Jerusalem, it is often necessary to look beneath churches, schools, streets, markets, walls, and tunnels. The modern city stands directly upon the physical remains of the civilizations that shaped it. The Garden of Gethsemane lies only a short walk from the Temple Mount, across the Kidron Valley, and partway up the Mount of Olives. Its ancient olive trees immediately create a powerful sense of continuity with Jerusalem's distant past. Some clearly reach back to the medieval period, while estimates for a small number place their age, somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 years. Even so, it is unlikely that the exact trees standing there today witnessed the events of the 1st century, because Roman forces stripped much of the surrounding landscape of timber during the siege of Jerusalem between AD 68 and 70. Trees were desperately needed for firewood, fortifications, and siege equipment, but the grove still preserves the character of an environment that has been associated with Gethsemane for centuries. Jerusalem's surrounding valleys contain another form of continuity, tombs carved into the rock by generations of inhabitants. The Hinnom Valley in particular contains burials spanning an extraordinary period, beginning in the age traditionally associated with David and continuing through much of the Old Testament era, the Hasmonean period, and into the time of the New Testament. Priestly families were buried here, as were members of elite Jerusalem society, including relatives of Herod. Herod himself was not buried in the valley, however. His burial place was at Herodium, where archaeologists announced the discovery of a tomb associated with him in 2007. As Jerusalem passed from the Jewish world of the Second Temple period into Roman, Byzantine, Muslim, and Crusader rule, many places acquired entirely new meanings. One of the most interesting examples is the structure now known as the Exi Homo Arch. Its Latin name means "behold the man," a reference to the words traditionally associated with Pontius Pilate and the trial of Jesus. For a long time, the arch and nearby pavement were believed to belong to Fort Antonia and therefore seemed to offer a direct physical setting for that episode. Archaeological study, however, has shown that the familiar pavement belongs to a later Roman phase and cannot have been the floor on which Jesus stood before Pilate. The story of the arch begins with the Roman assault on Jerusalem in AD 70. Jewish rebels had taken possession of Fort Antonia during the uprising that began in AD 66, making the fortress one of the strong points the Roman army eventually had to overcome. On the northern side of the fort lay the Struthian Pool, which functioned partly as a defensive moat. To approach the fortress, the Romans constructed a ramp over this obstacle, supporting part of it with an arch. That structure later became incorporated into the Roman rebuilding of Jerusalem and survives today along the route known as the Via Dolorosa. The Struthian Pool itself had existed long before Hadrian. During the Hasmonean and Herodian periods, it remained an open reservoir, collecting rainwater and receiving water from earlier channels. The landscape changed dramatically after the Bar Kokhba revolt, when Hadrian rebuilt Jerusalem as Aelia Capitolina around AD 135. The emperor had the pool covered by substantial vaulting and created a paved urban surface above it. What had once been an open reservoir effectively became underground water storage beneath a Roman commercial district. Parts of this pavement survive inside the convent of the Sisters of Zion. One stone contains the outline of an ancient Roman game scratched into its surface. Earlier interpretations imagined Roman soldiers playing on this pavement while waiting during the trial of Jesus, reinforcing the belief that the location represented the floor of Fort Antonia. The dating of the pavement to Hadrian's reconstruction makes that scenario impossible. Roman soldiers may indeed have cut and used the gaming pattern, but they would have done so in the Roman city of the 2nd century, probably while spending time around the marketplace rather than during the Passion narrative. Hadrian also transformed the old military arch into a monumental feature of his new city. After crushing the Bar Kokhba revolt, Roman power was expressed through architecture throughout Jerusalem. The arch became part of a triumphal arrangement, apparently accompanied by smaller side arches, much like other Roman monuments celebrating imperial victories. One of those subsidiary arches can still be identified within the convent of the Sisters of Zion. What began as part of the military landscape surrounding Fort Antonia therefore survived as an architectural symbol within Roman Aelia Capitolina. The Bar Kokhba revolt of AD 132 to 135 represented one final major Jewish attempt to break Roman control. The rebels may have briefly regained Jerusalem, and some traditions suggest that efforts to restore the temple began during this period. Coins issued by Bar Kokhba deliberately invoked the imagery of renewed Jewish sovereignty. Some displayed a temple facade, while others carried religious and military symbols such as trumpets. The message was clear. The revolt was not merely political resistance, but an attempt to restore a Jewish national and sacred order centered on Jerusalem. Roman victory ended those hopes. Hadrian reconstructed Jerusalem as a Roman colony and installed pagan monuments on or around the Temple Mount. Ancient sources and later traditions speak of imperial statues there, along with a sanctuary associated with Jupiter. A surviving stone incorporated into the southern wall preserves part of a Latin dedication to Antoninus Pius, Hadrian's adopted successor. The block was later reused upside down in a completely different architectural setting, transforming what had once been an imperial monument into ordinary masonry. The inscription created some confusion even in antiquity. The Bordeaux pilgrim, visiting Jerusalem in AD 333, reported seeing what he understood as two statues of Hadrian on the Temple Mount. Modern interpretation suggests that one may actually have represented Antoninus Pius. Because Antoninus's official name included Hadrian's family name, and because both emperors were represented with similar bearded imperial portraits, the mistake would have been understandable. The surviving dedication addresses Titus Aelius, Hadrianus, Antoninus, Augustus Pius, and lists some of his religious and civic titles. The fate of Roman monuments after the conversion of the empire demonstrates how Jerusalem repeatedly consumed its own past. Pagan structures were dismantled during the Christian period, and useful stones were recycled into later architecture. According to the source, material from Roman structures on the Temple Mount was eventually reused in Islamic construction as well. A finely carved imperial block could therefore survive, not because anyone wished to preserve the emperor it honored, but because later builders found the stone too valuable to waste. Hadrian's rebuilding of Jerusalem affected more than sacred sites. Like other Roman cities, Aelia Capitolina was organized around major streets. The most important was the Cardo Maximus, the principal north-south axis through the city. Roman urban planning commonly paired the Cardo with an east-west avenue called the Decumanus Maximus, creating a structured street network around which public buildings, commerce, and movement could develop. Jerusalem's Cardo became one of the defining features of the rebuilt city. Hadrian began developing the road after AD 135, beginning from the northern side near the Damascus Gate. The street was monumental in scale, reaching an overall width of roughly 74 feet. The central roadway itself occupied about 40 feet, while covered colonnaded sidewalks ran along either side. These sheltered walkways protected pedestrians from traffic and the intense Mediterranean sun, while rows of shops opened behind them. Walking along this avenue in Roman Jerusalem would have been a very different experience from walking through the narrow streets of the old city today. Tall columns created long covered corridors beside the roadway. Merchants occupied vaulted shops. Wagons and animals traveled through the central section, while pedestrians moved beneath the shade. The Cardo was not merely a road, it formed the commercial spine of the city and connected major districts with one another. The road continued developing under the Byzantine Empire. In the 6th century, Emperor Justinian extended the monumental urban axis farther south, linking major Christian institutions and the southern districts of Jerusalem. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre became connected more directly with the southern city, and the road eventually passed near another of Justinian's enormous projects, the Nea Church. Large sections of the Cardo began to emerge through modern excavation after 1967. Today, some of the ancient street has been incorporated into the Jewish quarter, where Roman pavement and columns stand beside modern shops. The present ground level is roughly 20 feet above sections of the ancient street, making the difference between modern and Roman Jerusalem immediately visible. Visitors descend from present-day streets to reach the level where pedestrians walked almost 19 centuries ago. Ancient storefronts survive as well. Arched entrances once opened into vaulted commercial rooms positioned behind the colonnaded sidewalks. Some entrances were later blocked with smaller stones when buildings changed function. In several places, the ancient commercial pattern has returned in an unexpected way. Modern businesses now occupy spaces beside the excavated Roman street, recreating at least part of the commercial character the Cardo possessed in antiquity. A 6th century mosaic discovered at Madaba in modern Jordan provides an extraordinary visual record of this urban landscape. The Madaba map depicts Jerusalem with its main streets and Christian monuments and clearly presents the Cardo as one of the city's dominant features. Because the mosaic was created while Byzantine Jerusalem was still flourishing, it provides valuable evidence for how inhabitants of late antiquity understood the structure of their city. The map also shows a second important north-south route east of the main Cardo. Modern scholars commonly call this the Eastern Cardo. Unlike the principal avenue, which possessed colonnades on both sides, the eastern route appears to have had a somewhat different arrangement. For many years, its precise archaeological identification remained uncertain. Then construction near the Western Wall Plaza produced an unexpected discovery. In 2007, excavators uncovered the remains of a substantial Roman colonnaded street beneath the western portion of the plaza. Its location and orientation correspond well with the eastern street represented on the Madaba map, raising the possibility that the long-sought Eastern Cardo had finally been identified. The Roman pavement displays characteristic engineering details. Many stones were arranged diagonally, a technique that may have improved traction for wheeled vehicles moving through the city. Beneath the pavement ran drainage infrastructure. another reminder that Roman street construction involved far more than simply laying stones across the ground. Roads, sewers, sidewalks, colonnades, shops, and public architecture formed an integrated urban system. While Hadrian had remade Jerusalem as a Roman city, the Byzantine period transformed it into one of the great Christian centers of the Eastern Mediterranean. Few buildings express that transformation more dramatically than Justinian's Nea Church. Its name came from the Greek word for new, and the massive basilica rose beside the Cardo in the southern part of Jerusalem during the 6th century. Dedicated in AD 543, the Nea was enormous. Its approximate dimensions reached 375 by 185 feet, making it one of the largest churches in the region. Justinian's historian Procopius describes an ambitious structure constructed on a gigantic artificial platform and supported by extensive underground vaulting. Monumental cut stones formed its foundations, enormous columns filled the basilica, and tall cedar timbers supported the roof. The complex served more than a purely liturgical purpose. According to the source, it included a monastery, library, hospital, and accommodation for travelers. Justinian was therefore creating an institution that combined worship, scholarship, charity, hospitality, and imperial prestige. Because the church was not constructed directly over a traditional biblical holy site, scholars have long debated why the emperor invested so heavily in this particular location. One intriguing interpretation sees the Nea as a Christian counterpart to Jerusalem's ancient temple. Justinian had already presented himself elsewhere as an emperor capable of surpassing earlier rulers through Christian architecture, and the scale of the Nea certainly encouraged comparisons with Solomon and Herod. The possibility becomes even more fascinating when considering the uncertain history of the treasures removed from the Jerusalem temple in AD 70. When Roman forces destroyed the temple, they carried some of its most famous sacred objects to Rome. The Arch of Titus, erected shortly after the emperor's death, preserves the most famous visual evidence of that triumph. Its relief shows Roman soldiers carrying spoils from Jerusalem, including the great 7-branched lampstand, the table of showbread, and ceremonial trumpets. The objects were displayed as symbols of Rome's victory over the Jewish revolt. Josephus also describes the temple treasures arriving in Rome. According to his account, Vespasian placed many of the captured sacred vessels in the newly constructed Temple of Peace. Other particularly important objects, including sacred textiles and Jewish religious writings, were preserved separately within imperial collections. The treasures of Jerusalem had therefore become trophies proclaiming Roman supremacy. Their later journey becomes much harder to reconstruct. When the Vandals captured Rome in the 5th century, they carried enormous quantities of imperial wealth into North Africa. The temple treasures may have traveled with that plunder. Roughly a century later, Byzantine forces defeated the Vandal kingdom and recovered its royal treasure, bringing the captured objects to Constantinople. Procopius, writing as a contemporary historian, records that Jewish sacred treasures taken by Titus were included among the valuables recovered from the Vandals. During their display in Constantinople, a Jewish observer reportedly warned that the objects should not remain in the imperial capital. According to the story, disaster had followed every power that removed them from the place where Solomon had originally deposited them. Justinian took the warning seriously enough to send the treasures to Christian sanctuaries in Jerusalem. This creates one of the most fascinating mysteries surrounding the Nea Church. If the objects really returned to Jerusalem during Justinian's reign, where were they stored? The enormous new imperial church is one possible candidate. Its monumental underground vaults and strongly symbolic architecture would have provided both security and an appropriate setting for treasures associated with the ancient temple. There is no surviving inventory proving that the treasures were placed there, so the idea remains a hypothesis rather than an established fact. Still, the timing is intriguing. Justinian's Great Jerusalem Church was built during the same period in which Procopius says Jewish sacred objects were transferred back to the city. The Nea was monumental, heavily fortified by its architecture, filled with underground spaces, and situated within a Christian Jerusalem that increasingly interpreted itself as heir to the sacred history of biblical Israel. The story becomes even more uncertain after AD 614. Persian armies invaded Jerusalem with the assistance of Jewish forces and captured the city from the Byzantine Empire. Christian churches were attacked and plundered, and the Nea suffered serious destruction. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre was also looted, and the relic Christians identified as the true cross was carried away by the Persians. If the temple treasures had been stored inside the Nea, this moment could have changed their fate once again. They may have been seized by Persian forces. Jewish participants in the conquest may have recovered them. They may have been melted down, moved elsewhere, or concealed inside the enormous underground chambers beneath the church. The surviving sources provide no definitive answer, and after this point, the historical trail largely disappears. The uncertainty has inevitably encouraged speculation. The idea that portions of the ancient temple treasure might remain hidden beneath the ruins of the Nea is fascinating, but the source itself cannot demonstrate that this occurred. What can be established is that Procopius describes treasures associated with Titus being sent back toward Jerusalem, and that the monumental Nea possessed extensive subterranean spaces capable of storing valuable objects. Political control of Jerusalem continued changing rapidly. Persian cooperation with Jewish allies did not last indefinitely, and Byzantine Christian authority was restored before the later Muslim conquest of the city in the 7th century. The Nea had already suffered badly, but the building did not disappear immediately. Pilgrims continued describing surviving portions of the complex for centuries, indicating that at least parts remained usable long after its original magnificence was lost. The ruins are impressive even today. Sections of wall survive to heights approaching 26 feet, while some walls are more than 20 feet thick. Only a small fraction of the original 375-foot length remains visible, yet the surviving masonry makes clear that Justinian was building on a truly imperial scale. The modern city wall even passes across portions of the ancient church, another perfect example of Jerusalem growing directly over its earlier monuments. Beneath the surviving remains are enormous vaulted chambers. 6 major underground halls rise more than 30 feet high and supported the platform on which the church was constructed. Charles Warren entered and documented these spaces during 19th century exploration. An inscription discovered in association with the complex credits the project to the generosity of Emperor Flavius Justinian and names the priest Constantinos in connection with construction during AD 534 to 535. These vaults demonstrate the extraordinary challenge Justinian's engineers faced. The natural topography of southern Jerusalem did not conveniently provide a level platform large enough for such a basilica. Instead of abandoning the project, the builders created the ground they needed. Massive subterranean chambers supported an artificial terrace, allowing the enormous church to rise above the uneven landscape. This was exactly the kind of monumental engineering earlier rulers had used elsewhere in Jerusalem. Herod had reshaped the Temple Mount with retaining walls and fill. Justinian now employed enormous vaults and foundations to create another artificial platform for Christian architecture. Different religions and empires changed the sacred identity of the city, but the engineering challenge remained the same. Jerusalem's hills had to be transformed before monumental visions could become stone. Seen together, the Cardo, the Eastern Cardo, the Nea Church, the Roman monuments around the Temple Mount, and the surviving streets beneath modern Jerusalem reveal how profoundly the city changed after the destruction of AD 70. Herodian Jerusalem did not simply disappear and leave empty land behind. Roman builders imposed a new urban plan upon the ruins. Byzantine emperors inherited those Roman streets and filled them with Christian institutions. Later, civilizations reused the same roads, stones, foundations, and underground spaces. The Ecce Homo Arch tells this story particularly well. What began as part of the military landscape during Rome's assault eventually became part of Hadrian's monumental city and, centuries later, acquired a Christian name based on an interpretation archaeology no longer supports. The pavement nearby was once regarded as the very place where Jesus stood before Pilate, but its 2nd century date shows how easily later tradition can attach powerful memories to ancient structures from the wrong period. The Cardo offers another kind of continuity. A road created for Roman Aelia Capitolina continued serving Byzantine Jerusalem and remains partly incorporated into the modern city. Ancient shopfronts face modern visitors. Roman paving stones lie beside restored walkways. Columns that once protected pedestrians from the sun now stand beneath. Buildings constructed many centuries later. Instead of disappearing, the ancient city remains embedded within the modern one. And the Nia Church represents perhaps the most ambitious Byzantine attempt to redefine Jerusalem after the Temple Age. Justinian constructed an enormous Christian complex where no traditional gospel event demanded a shrine. Whether or not he deliberately intended it as a Christian successor to Solomon's and Herod's temple, its scale, symbolism, and location reveal imperial ambition on a remarkable level. The possibility that treasures from the destroyed temple may have reached the church adds another layer of mystery to an already extraordinary building. What survives today is only a fraction of Justinian's project, but Jerusalem often speaks most clearly through fragments. A few massive walls can reveal the outline of a vanished basilica. Underground vaults can show how engineers created an artificial platform. A reused inscription can preserve the name of an emperor. A buried street can confirm details on a 1500-year-old mosaic map. Even a game scratched into pavement can reveal how Roman soldiers passed their time in a marketplace. Each fragment belongs to a different moment, yet together they tell one continuous story. The Jerusalem of the Temple became the Jerusalem of Rome. A Roman Aelia Capitolina became Christian Byzantine Jerusalem. Byzantine monuments were damaged, reused, or incorporated into the cities that followed. Streets moved upward as debris accumulated, while older buildings disappeared beneath new ones. Modern Jerusalem now stands many feet above some of the roads once used by Roman and Byzantine inhabitants. To understand the city, therefore, it is not enough to look at a single monument or a single religious tradition. Jerusalem must be read layer by layer. Beneath a Christian convent may lie a Roman reservoir. Beneath a modern plaza may run an ancient colonnaded street. Beneath medieval buildings may survive Roman shops. Beneath the modern defensive wall may stand the foundations of Justinian's enormous basilica. That layered landscape is what makes Jerusalem unique. Empires repeatedly tried to remake the city in their own image, yet none could erase everything that came before. Instead, every reconstruction became another layer resting on the remains of its predecessors. The result is a city in which archaeology does not simply uncover isolated ruins. It reveals how one civilization continuously inherited, transformed, and sometimes misunderstood the physical world left behind by another. Al-Aqsa Mosque stands along the southern edge of Jerusalem's Temple Mount, one of the most historically contested and religiously significant landscapes in the world. Within Islamic tradition, Al-Aqsa occupies an especially important position and is commonly regarded as Islam's third holiest sanctuary. Yet the building also occupies ground layered with much older history. Beneath and around this southern section of the Finsiyah platform once stretched the monumental architecture of the Second Temple period, including the great southern porticos traditionally associated with Solomon's porch. Ancient passages connected this area with the double gate below, allowing worshippers to enter and leave the temple complex through a system of stairways and tunnels. The present mosque therefore stands above a landscape that looked radically different 2,000 years ago. During the age of Herod, visitors approaching from the south could ascend toward the Temple Mount through monumental entrances and emerge onto an enormous sacred platform surrounded by colonnades. This southern zone was among the busiest areas of the complex, filled with pilgrims, merchants, worshippers, and religious officials. The gospel traditions describing Jesus confronting merchants and money changers in the temple belong to this broader environment. Although the buildings visible today belong to much later periods, portions of the ancient circulation system survive beneath them. Al-Aqsa acquired another identity when Crusader armies captured Jerusalem in 1099. The newcomers misunderstood or reinterpreted several structures on the Temple Mount through the lens of biblical geography. Because Al-Aqsa stood on the southern portion of the platform, the Crusaders associated the building with the Palace of Solomon. It consequently became a royal residence for the Latin rulers of Jerusalem before eventually being connected with the Knights Templar. The order's very name reflected this association with the ancient temple, and the Temple Mount became one of the most important centers of Crusader Jerusalem. Nearby stands the monument that dominates Jerusalem's skyline more than almost any other building, the Dome of the Rock, or Qubat al-Sakra. Construction began under the Umayyad Caliph Abd al-Malik in the late 7th century and was completed around AD 691 to 692. Unlike a conventional congregational mosque, the structure was conceived as a monumental shrine centered on the exposed rock at the summit of the Temple Mount. Its octagonal plan belongs to a broader, late antique architectural tradition in which centrally planned buildings were constructed around especially important sacred places or relics. The architectural environment in which the dome appeared is essential to understanding its design. When Muslim forces took Jerusalem in the 7th century, the city had already spent centuries as a major Christian pilgrimage center. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre dominated Jerusalem's religious landscape and represented one of the most impressive buildings encountered by visitors. Its monumental rotunda and dome provided a powerful visual symbol of Christian Jerusalem. The Dome of the Rock emerged within this same architectural world, using a centralized plan and monumental dome to establish a new Islamic presence on one of the city's most prominent sites. The 10th century Jerusalem geographer al-Muqaddasi later connected the monument with this competitive religious environment, suggesting that Abd al-Malik wanted Muslims to possess a sanctuary capable of rivaling the magnificence of Christian architecture in Jerusalem. Whatever combination of religious, political, and architectural motives lay behind its construction, the result was extraordinary. Rising above the Temple Mount, the Dome of the Rock transformed Jerusalem's skyline and gave the new Islamic rulers a monumental sacred building visible from throughout the city. The structure itself is arranged around the exposed bedrock at its center. Two concentric arcades surround this central rock, allowing visitors to circulate around it. Marble revetments, mosaics, decorative stonework, colored tiles, and elaborate inscriptions cover the building. The combination of geometric organization and rich decoration creates an interior designed around movement toward and around the central sacred feature rather than the longitudinal arrangement found in a traditional basilica. One of the building's most historically valuable features is its enormous Arabic inscription. Dating from the original Umayyad construction phase, the inscription runs for hundreds of feet around the interior and represents one of the earliest surviving monumental expressions of Islamic theology. Its message repeatedly emphasizes the unity of God, acknowledges Jesus as the Messiah and messenger of God, and rejects Christian interpretations of Jesus as divine. The building was therefore not only an architectural statement. Its decoration communicated a theological message directly within a city dominated for centuries by Christian sacred architecture. The golden dome visible today has changed repeatedly over the centuries. Different materials covered it during different restoration campaigns, and the modern golden appearance is the result of relatively recent renovation. Yet the basic visual concept has remained remarkably effective. The dome rises above the octagonal base and remains visible from distant hills surrounding Jerusalem. From certain viewpoints, both the Dome of the Rock and the domes of the Holy Sepulchre can be seen within the same skyline, visually expressing the coexistence and historical competition of Jerusalem's great religious traditions. Islamic traditions concerning the central rock also developed over many centuries. The rock eventually became strongly associated with Muhammad's night journey and ascent to heaven. The Quran describes the Prophet's miraculous journey from the sacred mosque to the farthest mosque, but the passage itself does not explicitly name Jerusalem. Later, Islamic interpretation increasingly identified the destination with Jerusalem and connected the sacred rock with Muhammad's ascent. This association became one of the foundations of the Temple Mount's importance within Islamic religious memory. The history of this tradition is complicated by the presence of another small monument northwest of the Dome of the Rock, known as the Dome of the Ascension, or Qubat al-Miraj. Medieval sources show that this structure was already associated with Muhammad's ascent centuries ago. The existing building was reconstructed around AD 1200 using architectural material from the Crusader period, although references to an earlier monument at the location appear before the arrival of the Crusaders. These changing traditions demonstrate how sacred geography develops over time. Locations acquire meanings, older traditions are reinterpreted, and religious communities connect physical landmarks with foundational stories. The Temple Mount is especially rich in this process because Judaism, Christianity, and Islam have all interpreted the same relatively small landscape through different theological frameworks. The central rock itself is the exposed summit of the hill traditionally identified with Mount Moriah. Biblical tradition associates Mount Moriah with Solomon's temple, and the location of the ancient sanctuary has therefore become inseparable from debates surrounding the dome of the rock. Many reconstructions place the Holy of Holies of the First and Second Temples somewhere in the vicinity of the present shrine, although precise reconstruction of the ancient temple's position remains a subject of continuing archaeological and historical discussion. The Temple Mount contains many other smaller structures that preserve the complex history of the platform. The Dome of the Chain stands immediately east of the Dome of the Rock and has sometimes been connected in modern reconstructions with the approximate area of the ancient altar. Numerous smaller domed structures, fountains, wells, staircases, and entrances are scattered across the platform. Beneath them lies an extensive network of cisterns and subterranean spaces accumulated through centuries of construction and modification. Even the trees and vegetation contribute to the sacred character of the landscape. Ancient Jewish literature sometimes connected the temple with imagery of Eden, while the biblical description of Solomon's temple emphasizes carved palm trees, flowers, and cherubim decorating its interior. The Dome of the Rock likewise contains elaborate vegetal decoration, with mosaics depicting foliage, trees, jewels, and floral forms. These similarities do not prove direct continuity, but they demonstrate how natural and garden imagery repeatedly became part of sacred architecture in Jerusalem. Between the destruction of Herod's temple in AD 70 and the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, the Temple Mount experienced dramatic changes. Roman troops destroyed the sanctuary during the suppression of the Jewish revolt, although the enormous retaining walls surrounding the expanded platform were too massive to disappear completely. When Hadrian reconstructed Jerusalem as Aelia Capitolina following the Bar Kokhba revolt, Roman monuments and pagan religious structures were established in the city, and ancient sources associate the Temple Mount with imperial statues and the cult of Jupiter. Another attempt to change the fate of the Temple Mount occurred during the reign of Emperor Julian in AD 363. Julian opposed the increasingly dominant Christian establishment of the Roman Empire and permitted the Jews to attempt reconstruction of their temple. The historian Ammianus Marcellinus describes the project beginning energetically before extraordinary fires near the foundations repeatedly drove workers away. Other explanations have been proposed for the abandonment of the project, including earthquake damage, accidents, political instability, and above all, Julian's sudden death during his Persian campaign. Whatever the immediate cause, the temple was not rebuilt. For the next several centuries, Byzantine Christian emperors showed little interest in restoring monumental religious architecture on the platform. Christian Jerusalem instead concentrated on locations connected with the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus, particularly the Holy Sepulchre. The abandoned condition of the former temple site itself became meaningful within Christian interpretations of Jesus' prediction that the temple would be destroyed. A major transformation began after Muslim forces took Jerusalem around AD 638. According to later accounts, Caliph Umar wished to locate the former site of the Jewish temple and visited the area with Jerusalem's Christian patriarch Sophronius. The platform was no longer the monumental religious center it had been during the Second Temple period. Early Muslim rulers began cleaning and restoring the area and established a place for Islamic worship on its southern side. The earliest sanctuary appears to have been relatively simple. A Christian pilgrim named Arkulf, who visited Jerusalem during the 7th century, described Muslims using an elongated prayer building assembled from wooden beams and planks among the ruins of the ancient temple area. This modest structure belonged to the first phase of Islamic occupation and was very different from the monumental buildings that would soon transform the platform. Within several decades, however, the Umayyads launched an ambitious architectural program. The Dome of the Rock rose near the center of the platform, while a major congregational mosque developed along its southern edge. Together, these buildings fundamentally changed the appearance and religious identity of the Temple Mount. What had remained largely without monumental sacred architecture for centuries became one of the most important Islamic complexes in the region. Muslims came to call the wider enclosure Al-Haram al-Sharif, the noble sanctuary. Today, the platform covers approximately 35 acres and contains the Dome of the Rock, Al-Aqsa Mosque, numerous smaller domes and prayer structures, fountains, stairways, trees, paved areas, and entrances. Yet, beneath the visible Islamic landscape survive foundations, walls, pavements, cisterns, gates, and tunnels belonging to much earlier periods. One important entrance is the Mughrabi or Morocco Gate along the western wall. Its name reflects the historic presence of North African Muslim communities in the surrounding neighborhood. As accumulated debris raised the exterior ground level, older entrances such as Barclays Gate became buried or blocked, and newer access points were created at higher elevations. In the modern period, the Mughrabi Gate became the principal entrance used by non-Muslim visitors to reach the platform. The difference between ancient and modern ground levels is visible in several areas of the Temple Mount. Herodian pavement can lie several feet beneath the present surface. This means that someone walking across the platform today moves above layers created by Roman destruction, Byzantine neglect and construction, early Islamic rebuilding, Crusader modification, later Muslim restoration, and modern interventions. Few areas demonstrate the complexity of those underground layers better than the southeastern corner of the Temple Mount. Beneath the platform are enormous vaulted spaces, historically known in Western literature as Solomon's Stables. Despite the name, these structures do not represent actual stables constructed by Solomon. The terminology developed much later, particularly during the Crusader period, when biblical identifications were frequently attached to surviving buildings around the Temple Mount. During the late 20th century, major alterations were carried out in these underground spaces as part of the creation and expansion of the Marwani Prayer Hall. A broad staircase was opened to provide access, and large quantities of earth were removed from the Temple Mount. The absence of conventional archaeological excavation during parts of this work generated intense controversy because soil from one of Jerusalem's richest archaeological environments was displaced without normal stratigraphic documentation. The removed earth contained archaeological material from many different periods. Pottery fragments, architectural pieces, coins, and other objects from the long history of the Temple Mount were mixed together during removal. Because their original archaeological contexts had been disturbed, researchers could no longer study them in precisely the same way as material uncovered through controlled excavation. Later projects examined portions of the displaced soil in an effort to recover and document artifacts that otherwise might have been lost. The southeastern underground chambers demonstrate how Herod's engineers enlarged the Temple Mount. The natural hill did not provide a flat rectangular area large enough for Herod's enormous sacred complex. Builders therefore constructed gigantic retaining walls and created artificial spaces around the natural summit. Vaults, fills, walls, and platforms allowed the usable surface to extend far beyond the original contours of Mount Moriah. This engineering helps explain why the Temple Mount survived even after the temple itself vanished. Destroying the sanctuary building was one thing. Dismantling the gigantic platform supporting it was another. Many retaining walls remained because removing every massive stone would have required enormous labor. Later rulers therefore inherited the basic platform and adapted it rather than constructing an entirely new hilltop enclosure. The Golden Gate on the eastern side preserves another part of this complicated architectural story. Today, its openings are blocked, but the interior reveals that anyone entering through the gate would have needed to climb upward to reach the level of the Temple Mount. The difference in elevation reminds us again that the platform is not simply the natural top of a hill. It is partly an enormous artificial construction built above and around the underlying bedrock. From the eastern side of the platform, the Mount of Olives rises across the Kidron Valley. During the Second Temple period, this visual connection carried religious significance. Rituals performed on the Mount of Olives could be oriented toward the temple, and the high ground offered a direct view across the valley toward the sanctuary. Even today, standing near the eastern edge of the Temple Mount provides one of the clearest ways to understand Jerusalem's sacred topography. The platform itself also contains facilities connected with Islamic worship. The fountain known as Al-Kas, or the Cup, stands near Al-Aqsa and is used for ritual purification. Staircases lead upward toward the raised platforms surrounding the Dome of the Rock. Smaller domed monuments punctuate these approaches, giving the central sanctuary a carefully structured architectural setting rather than leaving it isolated within a vast open court. Among those monuments is the Dome of the Ascension northwest of the Dome of the Rock. Historical references to a structure there reach back at least to the early 10th century. The present monument incorporates later rebuilding, including material associated with the Crusader period. Beneath and around it, exposed portions of the natural bedrock provide a glimpse of what the summit of Mount Moriah looks like underneath centuries of construction. The existence of exposed rock in several locations has contributed to competing theories about the exact placement of the ancient Jewish temple. Some reconstructions position the Holy of Holies beneath the Dome of the Rock, while alternative proposals move it north or south. Because archaeological excavation directly beneath the principal Islamic sanctuaries is extraordinarily restricted and politically sensitive, many questions must be approached through architectural measurements, ancient texts, surviving walls, topography, and indirect archaeological evidence. This uncertainty does not diminish the historical importance of the Temple Mount. Rather, it demonstrates why the site remains so difficult to interpret. The same stones and landscapes have been incorporated into radically different religious narratives. For Jews, the mountain is inseparable from the First and Second Temples. Christianity inherited the biblical history of the site, while historically placing greater devotional emphasis on locations associated with Jesus. Islam transformed the platform into Al-Haram al-Sharif and eventually connected it closely with Muhammad's night journey and ascent. The Dome of the Rock embodies these overlapping histories more clearly than almost any other monument. Its builders worked within a city filled with Byzantine Christian architecture while constructing their shrine above a landscape already sacred to Judaism. Its inscriptions address theological questions central to the relationship between Islam and Christianity, while the rock at its center connects the monument to traditions concerning the ancient temple and later Islamic sacred history. Al-Aqsa tells a similar story from another perspective. It occupies the southern edge of the same platform where Herodian porticos once stood. Medieval Crusaders transformed it into a royal and military complex because they believed they had rediscovered Solomon's palace. Muslim rulers later restored its Islamic function. Beneath it, ancient entrances still preserve the routes by which people once approached the Second Temple complex. This is why Jerusalem cannot be understood as a city belonging to only one historical moment. A visitor standing on the Temple Mount occupies the same landscape reshaped by Herod, destroyed by Roman armies, reorganized under Roman emperors, neglected and interpreted by Byzantine Christians, reclaimed by early Muslim rulers, transformed by the Umayyads, occupied by Crusaders, restored by later Islamic dynasties, and contested in the modern age. Every architectural layer changed the meaning of what came before it. A Jewish sacred platform became a Roman imperial landscape. Roman Jerusalem became Christian Jerusalem. A neglected temple site became an Islamic sanctuary. Islamic buildings became biblical palaces in Crusader imagination before becoming mosques again. Modern archaeology then attempted to separate these overlapping identities by studying walls, inscriptions, pavements, gates, pottery, and bedrock. The result is not a simple story of one monument replacing another. It is a continuous process of inheritance and reinterpretation. New rulers rarely encountered an empty landscape. They inherited structures already filled with memory and then assigned those structures new purposes. Stones were reused, buildings were renamed traditions, moved from one location to another, and political power repeatedly expressed itself through sacred architecture. Few places demonstrate this more dramatically than the Temple Mount. Beneath the Golden Dome lies ancient bedrock. Beneath modern paving lie earlier surfaces. Behind blocked gates survive forgotten approaches. Under Al-Aqsa run passages associated with much older entrances. Beneath the southeastern platform stretch enormous vaulted chambers supporting ground that itself was artificially expanded in antiquity. Jerusalem's history is therefore not arranged neatly beside itself. It is stacked vertically. The city of one century rests physically upon the city of another. Understanding the Temple Mount requires looking beyond the buildings visible today and imagining the landscapes hidden underneath them. Only then does the full picture emerge, not a single sacred site frozen in time, but a monumental hill continuously transformed by civilizations determined to place their own beliefs, memories, and political authority at the center of Jerusalem.